Sir, I came for my knife.
Where did you leave it?
In some sailor.
What kind of knife was it?
Steel. Narrow blade, slightly curved. Have you seen it?
Hang on, let's take it slow. What kind of handle?
Mother of pearl.
One piece or assembled?
Single piece.
Then you're in luck. I've got your knife.
Where?
In my back.
Thank you.
My pleasure. The bartender said I've got quite the knife in me. A rare 20-centimeter beauty.
Turn around, I'll take it out.
Hold on. The bartender said not to pull it out until the doctor gets here, or I might bleed to death. He knows what he's talking about. Someone even killed a doctor here once. Old place.
But I'm in a rush. Who knows when the doctor's coming? I can't go home at night without my knife.
The doc lives nearby. The bartender went to get him on a tricycle. You did the stabbing, sir. Now I'm afraid you must face the consequences.
Whoa. Just because my knife is in your back doesn't mean you get to keep it. That's theft. Thank God the world still has laws.
I'm not citing the law. I'm citing medical science. According to the bartender, that knife stays put. Doctor's orders.
The doctor can stick things in himself. That knife is my gear.
Tricky business.
Tell you what, I'm not heartless. I'll take my knife out of you and stick another one in its place. That should hold until the doctor shows up.
Fine. Just make sure it's not smaller. Has to seal the wound properly. Health is everything. And a prescription's a prescription.
Don't worry, I'll shove in a big kitchen knife.
All right then.
Turn around. There.
Now push the other one in, quick.
This one on the shelf will do. Though it's just got a plain wooden handle. Shame, really.
Is it in yet?
Not a chance. It's barely bleeding. The blade must have stopped at the bone, slipped between the cartilage. Damn, the tip's chipped.
Should have aimed for the flesh, you amateur.
Wait, I'll slap a wet rag on it. The sweater actually keeps it in place nicely.
I'm telling you, there needs to be a knife. The bartender knows. People get stabbed here daily. Just stick something in there.
Look, I'm no surgeon. I'll own up to a stabbing, sure, but I don't do operations. Ask a sailor. They'll wake up eventually.
Speaking of which, you knocked out 12 of my crew.
One of them got hit by the liquor shelf. Not my fault.
That was the chief engineer.
Well, the shelf didn't know that.
And there's the ship's waiter. Where do I find a new one now? The Honolulu Star sails in the morning, and now I've got no stoker, no waiter. All because of you.
I had a right. Someone threw a mug at me. That kind of behavior offends a man.
None of them threw anything. They're innocent.
Then who did?
I did.
You're lucky you're dying. Otherwise, I'd club you. Good day.
Wait!
No time. I'm in a hurry.
Just check whether the wound needs a knife. Can't be too careful with stabs. Could be internal bleeding.
Not from that angle? Just wait for the doctor. If he can help you, great. If not, rest in peace.
Farewell.
Sorry you hired such a weak crew.
Hey, young man, I'll walk with you. I've got a money-making idea.
Sounds interesting.
Bartender, if the doc shows up, tell him I went for a little walk nearby.
Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll put a knife back in the wound. I'll keep watch. All right, let's go.
I've got to move carefully with this injury. Where are we headed?
No clue. I've got no money and nothing to do.
We should stay nearby in case the doctor comes. By the way, I forgot to ask the bartender if I can smoke in this condition. Should I risk it?
Sure. What's the worst that could happen?
Nothing?
Oh, nothing serious. Worst thing, death. And that's always a possibility, isn't it?
Fair point. Listen, I'm the chief steward of the Honolulu Star. What's your name?
Foolig Jimmy.
What kind of dumb name is that?
I like to laugh. Someone once said my grin goes from ear to ear. This is what foolig means.
You've got the face of a milkmaid. Rare thing in a big bony man like you. How old are you?
24.
Kid.
Your folks.
Got any experience on ships?
Come on. I sailed with Captain Bird on 2 expeditions when I was still a kid.
How's your handwriting?
I just don't know all the capital letters. Learned from a steward.
Idiot.
True, but smart chief stewards are rare.
Got any papers?
Now that's just insulting.
So you've got no documents at all?
I've got a police paper.
Now that's useful.
See? No problem. In Valparaiso, the captain gave me a note saying I had to report daily to the inspector and not go out after 2 p.m.
That's not good.
Don't I know it? That's why I left Valparaiso.
Is that in your seaman's log?
I refuse to answer that.
Were you struck off?
And if I was, who cares? Every sailor in the world knows me. No papers needed.
That's what I'm afraid of. Want to work?
Nope.
Why not?
I've lost my motivation.
From what?
Last year in Naples, I stole a plaid coat, and ever since then, I've felt like I was born to be a gentleman. I've decided never to work again.
And before that, did you work?
Nope. I lacked the proper determination.
Look, I need a waiter and a stoker or I'm out of a job too.
No problem. We'll do it together. You and I. I'll do it, but I know the ropes.
Zip it. In Port Suez, I won't find a new waiter or stoker before dawn. That's when the Honolulu Star sails. It's peak season. Here's the deal. I've got both their papers. Take their place. You do the work of two. Never seen a bull like you.
Sweet talk won't help you.
But maybe this will. 2 full wages from here to Tahiti. That's real money. You do both jobs. Half a day in the engine room, half in the dining hall. No one would suspect the stoker and the waiter are the same guy.
And when would I sleep?
When we reach Tahiti. 5 weeks tops, and you'd earn for 2 the whole time. So, look, they're already preparing.
All right, I'm in.
At night, you're Wilson Hutchins, American stoker. By day, Jose Pombio, Spanish waiter. Remember that. You speak Spanish?
A few appetizer names, but it gets me by.
Where'd you learn appetizer speak?
In Barcelona. I worked in a restaurant window as a display model.
A what?
Sat in the shop window among sausages and pies. Occasionally nodded, pointed to my belly, and flashed a grin that lit up a few bulbs on my stomach.
Nice job.
Takes brains and a touch of class. Plus, I've got a killer smile. That's why they call me Fulig Jimmy.
So?
Let's go. Jose Pombio, Wilson Hutchins, and Fulig Jimmy reporting for duty.
And off he went, following his new companion with a speed that was, frankly, remarkable for a man supposedly on the brink of death. Fulig Jimmy was a true gentleman of the world. He took great pride in his appearance and manners. He loved music, regularly attended the cinema, and always carried sour candies, just like members of respectable society. One of his most curious traits was his passion for washing. No one understood it. With his lanky, broad-shouldered build, the boyishly smooth face didn't seem to fit, though it was wide and bony, centered by a generous mouth and massive teeth. These individuals, once discharged from the hospital, would ponder deeply on the dangers of judging by looks, and vow never again to make assumptions without proper research. Jimmy's peculiar friendship with the chief steward began at a restaurant in Port Said called the Bureaucrat. He was eating dinner and reading a small booklet. As usual, he did so with a relatively refined demeanor, though this didn't extend to his yellow coat missing several buttons, his shredded wool shirt, or his socks. Especially not the socks, since he had left one in Brussels 4 years ago. Still, a silk handkerchief peeked from his breast pocket, and hanging from his neck was a lorgnette, delicately crafted, mounted on a bicycle gear mechanism, the kind typically reserved for elderly aristocratic ladies. One hand fed him, the other held the lorgnette, while his book rested against a mug. It was quite the feat, considering Jimmy had perfect eyesight. Yet the lorgnette magnified everything tremendously. But sometimes a man must make sacrifices for the sake of upper-class appearances. Meanwhile, the 20-something sailors in the Bureaucrat had been brawling for a solid 10 minutes. Jimmy only took notice when a mug shattered against the wall next to his head. He stood up, peered around through the oversized glass, and gave the room a chilly once-over.
Gentlemen, I'm rather sensitive about my head, so I'd appreciate it if such teasing could be avoided.
He had barely finished his reprimand when a second mug flew at him, grazing his shoulder.
This brawl is now over.
The rest is history. Fulig Jimmy began ejecting the fighters one by one. By the time his grand cleanup was finished, around 20 men lay unconscious across the room. Only the crew of the Honolulu Star, on its way to Tahiti, had a presence at the Port Suez Public Hospital that night, 12 of them to be exact. Among them, Spanish waiter Jose Pombio and American stoker Wilson Hutchins. After the scuffle, Jimmy calmly paid for his meal, lifted the unconscious helmsman off his book, and left. He only returned to retrieve his knife. That's when he met the chief steward. By nightfall, he was working on a ship, doing the job of 2 men for double the pay. He was overjoyed. He was working again. That's what you get for starting a fight. The Honolulu Star had departed from New York and was bound for San Francisco via Gibraltar, the Suez Canal, India, and the Pacific Islands. It was the longest luxury cruise route in the world, catering to whimsical millionaires, famous film stars, and pampered card cheats. In the salon, elegant and refined passengers passed the days in small board groups. Dinners were grand affairs with glittering gowns and dazzling jewelry. The daily rituals of forced cheer, polite mingling, and clueless remarks about weather, maritime engineering, ship design, and every other topic they didn't actually understand. That was high society aboard the Honolulu Star. The bar featured soft jazz, champagne, Dutch gin, and English whiskey. Occasionally, one of the rougher millionaire types, typically a plantation owner from India, would cut loose by screaming song lyrics and conducting the band with an ice bucket on his head. The others would frown upon this, and secretly envy it. Then came the Red Sea, ushering in a poetic period of minor flirtations and major seasickness. Jose the waiter served everyone with cheerful flair, often showing off his sleight of hand. Unfortunately, the spirits of bad jugglers haunted him. Sometimes he'd smile at a lady and, without even looking, pour her tea with practiced grace, only for the scalding stream to land on the bald head of an elderly gentleman nearby. Scandals ensued. Some passengers demanded the Spanish waiter be immediately dismissed, but the fathers on board rallied to defend him. After all, the children were thrilled whenever Jose doused someone. And what won't a parent do for their child's laughter? Meanwhile, down in the boiler room, Wilson Hutchins, the American stoker, sometimes slept standing up like a horse. When startled awake, he'd pull warm meat out of his inner coat pocket. By the time they reached the Bab el Mandeb Strait, he had learned to eat in his sleep. The chief engineer feared him, convinced he was possessed. An Arab stoker tried to end the madness by stabbing Hutchins with a shovel. He wouldn't try that again, since then his nose had resembled a uniquely shaped potato. That was the situation near Aden. After Aden, something strange began happening upstairs. Jose, the waiter, seemed unusually sleepy. The chief engineer, standing at the boiler room staircase, overheard the first officer reporting to the captain that Jose was constantly drowsy. The engineer, with quiet humility, suggested that Wilson Hutchins, one of the stokers, also tended to fall asleep on his feet. He believed a rogue tsetse fly had made its way aboard, triggering these scattered cases of sleeping sickness. The captain replied that the engineer was an idiot, likely from drinking too much rum. That explanation made enough sense for the officer to accept it without further thought. Mr. Irving, the ship's most peculiar passenger, quickly grew fond of Jose, the doomed juggler and suspected narcoleptic. Irving couldn't have been older than 20, though he looked even younger. In a tuxedo, he resembled a young girl. His round eyebrows, large wondering eyes, and soft, delicate face gave him a touching, boyish charm. He spoke rarely, and then only in whispers, always polite. He socialized with no one, aside from the customary introductions at the first shared meal. Only one man accompanied him around the ship, Mr. Gould. All the passengers despised Gould. He was enormous, gray-haired, and loud. Everyone believed he tyrannized the charming young man. And yet Irving himself was so silent, so solemnly noble, like a man bound for the priesthood, or someone deep in mourning. Just before reaching Penang, Jose had a rather curious incident. From the harbor, a giant Malay came aboard. He snapped chains, chewed nails, and flexed his muscles for a few coins. The man had the build of a myth. Later, he demonstrated Japanese jiu-jitsu moves for the crew. Jose was running up and down the steps, carrying drinks and cakes, until one of his overly grand, sweeping gestures resulted in a whipped cream cake landing squarely on the Malay's head. The giant scraped chocolate foam from his face with a guttural snarl, bared his massive teeth, and finally, with a chivalrous smile masking his fury, announced that he would crush Jose, were it not for the refined company. In response, the Spanish waiter shouted the names of several appetizers at the native, in a rather stern voice, which, understandably, only made things worse.
Mabisang Glonga Bon Bon.
Omelette, a la Sevilla.
Sehungi Mizonga Zurb Sefar.
Olla podrida.
That one came from his days as a window display. Then he dashed down and came to a halt, panting in front of the Malay. The passengers, thrilled to have something, anything, to break the monotony, gathered eagerly around. High above, at the railing, stood Mr. Irving, resting his elbows on the edge, wearing his usual look of gentle sorrow and utter disinterest. The Malay flashed his white teeth again. Another smile.
What weak white man want? I eat him.
Go ahead and try.
I no hit. Hindu self-defense. You strike me full force. I only block.
I don't know.
You hit. Secret move. Fast. Sure. No chance for you.
All right, ready?
Ready.
Fulig Jimmy was curious about the move. It had to be jiu-jitsu.
Strike now. Surprise.
It was indeed a surprise. That someone could perform a somersault from a single slap, knock over 4 passengers and several little tables with raspberry soda, that was unexpected. Blood poured from the Malay's nose, mouth, and ears, and a split stretched from the corner of his mouth to under one eye. He lay sprawled on the deck while the 4 flattened passengers urgently asked him to get off of them. Meanwhile, Jose took a quick nap, standing like an old war horse. The Malay jumped to his feet with a roar.
No count. You be lefty. I expect hit from right.
Can't post a traffic cop next to every punch.
I kill you now.
He lunged. Jose stepped back slightly, not from fear, but from raspberry syrup. He didn't want to stain his beautiful uniform with the gold buttons. He delivered a swift hook to slow the initial rush, slipped under a left jab, and tapped the native's chin with a gentle uppercut. Then the Malay kicked him. It was an illegal, impudent, unsportsmanlike kick. Fulig Jimmy's blood boiled and he bellowed,
Ensalada frita a la Escorial.
Everyone froze. They recognized it as an ancient oath from the Moorish conquerors, uttered only in moments of life-and-death combat by honorable Spanish youth. And Jimmy jumped. He locked the Malay's neck in the crook of his arm and squeezed his waist in tight. The native's buffalo-like neck muscles bulged furiously. And then Jimmy happened to glance up at the promenade deck. What he saw nearly made him let go from sheer surprise. Mr. Irving, leaning on the railing, glanced down at him with the corner of his eye and gave a faint, friendly nod, one that seemed to say, "Go on. Teach him." Jose twisted the neck, drove a knee into the gut, and sent the native flying across the deck. He landed with such a thud that the ship itself seemed to shudder. The crowd burst into spontaneous applause. Like a gored bull dragged from the arena, the Malay was hauled off by his legs. Jose, like a tired violinist, bowed with a soft smile, shook his own hand, blew kisses, then accidentally backed into the buffet, knocking the whole setup over. Half the crowd was sprayed with iced drinks. Then, A high, clear, joyful laugh rang from above. Everyone looked up. Mr. Irving was laughing at the railing. But just then the imposing figure of his guardian appeared, and the boyish laugh instantly vanished. The young man departed, solemn and noble as ever. The captain turned toward the bearded, red-faced steward beside him.
That waiter's a lunatic, but a man. Do you even know how strong he is?
Oh, I know.
Later that evening, warm and heavy with tropical haze, the steamship sped across the black, glistening waters between the Malay Peninsula and Singapore. Fulig Jimmy sat at the top of the iron staircase from the boiler room beside the quartermaster.
Sir, I haven't slept in 3 weeks.
Shh. Careful. You always sleep. It's suspicious. No one else stands around like a sleepwalker.
What can I do if the passengers here are so lively?
If they discover that Jose the waiter and Hutchins the stoker are the same person, I'm out too. For fraud.
Relax, just 2 more weeks. I'll survive somehow.
Take a half-hour nap right here. I'll wake you in time.
Jimmy gave no reply. He was already asleep. Later, he stirred. Someone touched his shoulder.
5 more minutes, you monster!
Wake up, stranger.
He opened his eyes and was stunned to see who sat beside him on the iron steps.
Mr. Irving.
Shh. Mr. Gould thinks I'm asleep. Please accept my deepest admiration, waiter. You are a splendid fellow. That's all I wanted to say.
The muffled hum of the engines echoed under them. Otherwise, silence. Mr. Irving sat there beside Jimmy as if performing some sacred ritual.
You handled that native quite well. You must be strong. May I touch your bicep?
Don't be ridiculous.
Was that an insult?
Mr. Irving, are you drunk?
No one's ever insulted me before.
No kidding. So you're that strong?
I wouldn't know. I've never hit anyone. Tell me, stranger, how does one go about it?
You're joking, right? You've never been punched? Ever walked down a street?
I've never in my life walked down a public street.
You haven't walked? Then who are you, Mr. Irving? Are you really Mr. Irving?
I'm in disguise.
That a kind of suit?
It means I'm living under an assumed name.
Brilliant! I'm in disguise too. You a con man as well?
You're truly delightful, dear waiter. But I must go. Mr. Gould might notice my absence.
Why are you scared of that guy? I'll dump a whole plate of marinated fish a la Tornados on him tomorrow at lunch if you want.
No, please. I beg you, my dear rude man. My poor father gave full authority to Uncle Fernandez. He's the Prince Regent, and we must accept this.
You lost me somewhere in there. All I know is I don't like that guy, and I'd gladly bash his head against anything solid and lumpy.
Oh, sir, don't you dare. You're a fine working man and in our good graces, but that would earn you serious punishment. Now I must go. Dear stranger, we shall speak again. I've enjoyed our time together. I will reward you. Would you like some money?
Excuse me?
I'm not quite sure what money's worth. If I give you $500, is that too much? No, wait, that's too little. I might insult you.
What the?
I've got it. Once, by God's grace, my commanding uncle rewarded a loyal subject with $2,000. That's not too paltry, is it? Here you go, good man.
He pulled out his wallet, handed Jimmy $2,000, patted his shoulder, and left. He either thought Jimmy was still asleep or mad, and that the monstrous man was his nurse. $2,000. Now that's something worth pondering. But before Jimmy could even begin, he fell asleep on the spot. Jose the waiter was asleep. He slept while momentarily pausing with a bowl of soup, slept as the cook placed the meat on a tray, and was still sleeping when he served it straight into the lap of a Swedish private tutor. He woke up to the scream. Hutchins, the stoker, was also asleep. He slept while coal rolled into the furnace, slept while lifting the shovel, and still slept as he dropped it squarely onto the chief engineer's foot. He, too, woke up to the scream. The first officer informed the captain that Jose's chronic drowsiness had taken a turn for the worse. The engineer informed the captain that Hutchins, the American stoker, now only woke up during violent outbursts. A few sailors whispered among themselves. A strange affliction seemed to be spreading on board. 2 had already caught it. The steward told Fulig Jimmy there would be trouble soon, because if anyone started checking the sick, it would turn out none of them were actually here. Only Fulig Jimmy was serving on board, thanks to his skill as a master of disguise. Fulig Jimmy simply replied that it wasn't his fault, but rather the passengers. Everyone on board was too lively. The atmosphere would calm down nicely if others got sleepy too. He promised the steward he'd try to restore the balance. The next day, he ensured the passengers' high spirits diminished. And that he really shouldn't have done. At precisely 3:30 p.m. Asian time, the Honolulu Star continued its journey through dead calm waters at a steady 18 knots, heading for the Strait of Malacca. On the promenade deck, a salon orchestra played soft music. A passenger was telling 2 ladies that something wasn't quite right on board. Rumor had it someone showed signs of a sleeping sickness, but of course it was all being kept secret from the passengers. At 4:10 p.m. Asian time, the ship's doctor, following the captain's orders, summoned Jose Pombio, the waiter, and Wilson Hutchins, the stoker, both at once, through the steward. At 4:12 p.m., the steward retreated to his cabin and began mumbling childhood prayers, convinced they were about to be struck from the list of registered seamen. At 4:20 p.m., Jose, the waiter, appeared before the doctor, who was nervously flipping through a medical book titled Peculiar Flare-Ups of Sleeping Sickness Sparked by Scattered Cases, where even the symptoms don't seem sure what they're doing. The chapter described a ship where a single tsetse fly had stowed away in the cargo hold and managed to spread the disease even in temperate zones. The doctor looked up from his book. Jose was standing in front of him, striking a casual pose, snoring humbly.
Hello.
Who's talking?
The doctor studied him. Suspicious. Pained expression, slack features, sunken eyes, mouth slightly ajar, irregular breathing.
Do you have a headache?
Yes.
Do you smoke?
I'd rather have a drink.
I didn't offer one.
Too bad. I do smoke.
Have you ever been to Africa?
2 years ago.
Are your parents alive?
My mother is.
What did your father die of?
Local feast day. Gunfire, fireworks, shouting, and all that festive nonsense.
Drink.
Now that he's dead, I don't think so.
Sir, this is no time for jokes. This is serious. Do you feel any pain?
There's a sharp sting around my ribs.
The doctor inserted something in his ears, connected to a round amplifier, and pressed it against Jimmy's ribs.
Take a deep breath.
Jimmy grabbed the cold metal on his side and shouted,
I'm ticklish!
The doctor jumped back, roaring. To him, it felt like someone had fired a cannon next to his ear.
You fool! You nearly deafened me. Since when have you had this rib pain?
Ever since the helmsman stepped on me in the dark by accident.
Just go already.
Doctor, may I have something for my headache? It really hurts.
That was a lie. But the doctor believed him and went to the medicine cabinet. Jimmy followed. From afar, he'd already spotted a small container labeled opium. It was a commonly used medication out here, helpful for the digestive issues brought on by unfamiliar climates and food. As the doctor measured out some headache powder, a loud clatter broke the silence. The clumsy waiter had knocked over a glass from the table.
Get out of here.
Jose hurried away. But in that fleeting moment when the doctor had turned toward the sound, Jimmy slipped 6 small containers of medicine, more than half of the opium stock, into his pocket. This happened at exactly 4:44 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, 4:12 p.m., right before tea time. At 5:15 p.m., the captain addressed the passengers, urging everyone to remain calm. The ship, he assured them, was equipped with all the necessary tools to contain an epidemic. Panic broke out shortly after. 3 gentlemen who had fallen asleep after tea could only be awakened after vigorous shaking. One of them was Mr. Gould, the rather enormous tutor. He was the deepest sleeper of them all. And yet, just a short while earlier at tea time, he'd been lively and alert. Now, he was out cold. The next morning, just after breakfast, at precisely 9 o'clock and 27 seconds, somewhere between certain northern and southern latitudes, 2 more passengers slipped into a deep slumber. By noon, the captain instructed the radio officer to request the names of nearby vessels. Assistance might be needed. Aboard the ocean liner, a full-blown drama was unfolding. Most passengers were beginning to realize they were living through one of those eerie maritime tales they had often mocked, like the Flying Dutchman or the story of the Bounty mutineers, who, as legend had it, resorted to cannibalism. They were all quite sure that 50 years from now, this mystery would remain unsolved. A ship that glided silently into Singapore's harbor, docked by the pier, yet no passenger disembarked. No sound came from the deck. Everyone dead. A movie would be made about the tragedy of the Honolulu Star, and couples would snuggle up in theaters to watch it. Then they'd mutter, "What nonsense!" A composer from Copenhagen dramatically demanded the captain lower the lifeboats and allow everyone to escape while they still could. When the captain refused, the composer insisted on drafting a formal protest. He fell asleep before finishing it. Passengers barricaded themselves in their cabins. Fear and foreboding took hold. But one passenger was thriving. That night, he even played a bit of piano in the bar. That man, allegedly, was Mr. Irving. His guardian would fall asleep right after every meal, deeply, for hours. At first, Irving only lingered an extra hour in the dining room. But the next day, while the epidemic raged on across both Asian and Greenwich time zones, Mr. Irving peeked into the bar, where the band was groggily playing fiery foxtrots. By midnight, the young man was humming along, his cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, and deep down, he surely wished that this epidemic would last forever. By the 3rd day, the sleeping sickness was in full swing. After a brief exchange of telegrams, the Admiralty advised the Honolulu Star to regularly transmit its location and course. They also recommended collecting all the flies aboard for future health inspections, to see if any of them were tsetse flies. A dramatic announcement came from an Armenian envelope manufacturer. He informed the captain, in the gravest of tones, that he had leprosy. This had only ever happened in horror plays.
This is your doing.
Yes, you told me it looked suspicious that 2 men were always asleep on board. Now it's only suspicious if anyone's awake.
How did you do it?
Opium. But no worries, everyone only got a dose labeled for severely ill patients, according to the medical guide. That can't possibly be dangerous.
If they find out, I'm an accomplice. We'll get 10 years.
Oh, come now. It's not like they'll give us medals. And I wouldn't accept one anyway.
A sharp voice called from the other side of the deck.
"Hey, steward, you and the crewman, get to the cargo hold, catch some flies and bring to the doctor."
What? They're treating the flies now?
The entire crew was out hunting flies. Jimmy and the steward joined the effort. It was hellishly hot near the Indian Ocean engine room. Jimmy, working as a stoker, walked around shirtless, not just because of the heat, but because his one and only shirt was currently being worn by Jose, the waiter.
Please, end the outbreak.
Relax. No one will find out.
As they wandered through the luggage hold, Jimmy stopped by a massive trunk.
What in the... This one's built like a tank. Look.
A large sign hung from the trunk.
Idiots. Come on, let's flip this thing.
Just as they were about to lift it, someone knocked sharply from inside the trunk. Then a voice called out,
Just leave it as it is. I've been standing on my head in here since Aden.
What the...
Who are you?
Go to hell.
Well, that was new. The most brazen stowaway in the history of seafaring had just made his entrance.
Hey, you know what happens to a stowaway when there's a quarantine?
Why would the ship be quarantined?
There's an outbreak.
Did someone get infected with stupidity?
Damn it.
The steward threw open the trunk. It was empty. A second ago, someone had spoken from inside it. They stood dumbfounded. The steward crossed himself.
That's impossible.
Nice bunch, threatening me like that.
They spun around. A ragged old man was standing behind them, grinning.
Dirty Fred?
He was a strange sight, that old man. His beard reached down to his chest, long, pointy, tangled. With fingers like vulture claws, he toyed with it constantly, as if playing the piano of his own scheming mind. His face was a landscape of character, a few round, bulbous warts, a hooked nose, a wide drooping mouth, and tiny, intelligent eyes that sparkled with mischief, bordered with a hint of redness. Messy, grayish-white hair clung to his forehead, until he'd sweep it back with a reflexive scratch of the neck, letting his filthy, tattered cap slide forward onto his nose. It was a captain's cap. Worn out, filthy, but unmistakably a captain's. He was known far and wide in every bay and harbor town. Dirty Fred, the captain. No one knew exactly when, where, or how he'd become a captain. Even criminal records and prison registries had failed to clarify that. But there was no doubt in anyone's mind. He was a captain. He knew harbor pilots by name. He was on first-name terms with the shaman of the Sarung tribe in Australia. He had once sailed through a cyclone so fierce it extinguished his pipe, though it was later discovered that the pipe wasn't even made of proper Manila root. Even in sweltering heat, he buttoned the high collar of his black sweater. His trousers were so old and stiff they held their ballooned shape like armor. They were once pinstriped slacks, barely visible now beneath grime. Strangely, he stuffed the trouser legs into his boots. Clearly, they weren't made for him. The waistband still reached his chest. Allegedly, he could pull them even higher, but he didn't, because they were a bit loose under the armpits. From time to time, he'd stick his hands in his pockets, yank up his pants, and wobble away with the gait of a drunken metronome. There was something magical in his absolute indifference and defiant contempt for the world. Yet above all, one thing was known about him. He was the dirtiest man alive. Not in a metaphorical sense, not exaggerated, just a simple, self-evident truth, like gravity. His sun-baked face preserved the mystery of his last bath like a sacred relic. It was obviously not a recent event, if it had ever occurred at all. The steward instinctively stepped back, as if in the presence of a legendary masterpiece. Fulig Jimmy didn't say a word. Seconds passed, then more. He just stood there, frozen.
What's the big surprise? Were you expecting a lady in a rented wedding dress to crawl out of that trunk?
How did you even get out of there?
From the back. There's a performer's exit in the trunk. I spent a full 24 hours standing on my head, like some petrified strongman. One of the idiot dock hands set the luggage down upside down.
Why didn't you open it from the front?
Key broke in the lock. Happens when you're upside down. Took me a full day to loosen the back panel while standing on my head. Now you know everything. So scram.
Not so fast. There's a quarantine on board. Hiding a stowaway is a criminal offense.
Perhaps I could bribe you?
You'd need a lot of money. 10 years on the colonies for concealing facts during an outbreak.
True enough.
Look, if we say you turned yourself in voluntarily, the captain might go easier on you.
Spare me your protection.
He pushed back his cap, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and started lumbering toward the stairs.
Let's go. You're right. I can't risk hiding this any longer. I'll tell the captain right away to arrest the bastard who's been drugging the passengers with opium.
What? What are you talking about, Uncle Freddy?
Let's go. It's high time. 10 years in prison at my age? No thanks. I'll let myself relax in my golden years behind bars. I've earned it.
He must have been at least 58.
But how do you know about the opium thing?
Don't insult me, Jose. I found the Arab stoker passed out on a dark corridor, snoring suspiciously. I lifted his eyelid and saw everything. Trying to fool me with opium? Me?
He shoved his cap forward and turned toward the staircase.
Wait,
It's no use. The steward was right. An epidemic is an epidemic, and concealing information is dangerous business. Step aside. I'm in a hurry.
but can't we talk this over?
There's no point fooling Hutchins. What could two poor devils like you possibly bribe me with in a capital matter like this? Let go. I'm in a hurry.
All right, Captain, let's not play games. You've got us in the palm of your hand. Just tell us what you want. I know you're about to bleed us dry because you're greedy and ruthless. Fine, go ahead.
Dirty Fred scratched between his yellow teeth with one claw-like fingernail while twisting the tip of his beard into a long, narrow curl with the other. He pondered.
All right, then. Let's not waste time. You give me $2,000, and that's it.
Jimmy turned corpse pale.
Where would I get $2,000?
In your back pocket, there's a leather case with a mirror, a comb, and a gold plaque from a race car driver in Lima. You'll find the 2,000 there.
Fulig Jimmy reached into his pocket with grim resolve, intending to stab the man.
Don't bother with the pearl-handled knife.
He casually produced a revolver of museum-worthy size, at least half a meter long.
If you really insist on giving a bonus, I'll accept the gold plaque too, but only until I count to 3.
Jimmy, grinding his teeth, handed over the leather case. It instantly disappeared into the vast rear pocket of Fred's ancient trousers. Fred then turned his tired, disgusted, contemplative gaze toward the steward, who looked terrified.
You'll pay me Hutchins the stoker's full wages in advance, from Port Said to Tahiti. That's $175.82.
But the stoker only gets 130.
A common shoveler, sure. But Hutchins has been rated first class with special allowance. 4 years ago, the Navy certified him as a professional boilersmith. So, with deductions, it comes to exactly $175,082. I refuse to be underpaid.
The steward's teeth ground audibly, but he paid. Fred counted the money with great care. From the $176 he was given, he returned exactly 18 cents.
I don't want a cent more than what honest labor is worth, but I demand every bit of it.
The steward was not touched by this exaggerated sense of business ethics.
You just pocketed poor Fulig Jimmy's salary.
Don't worry about Fulig Jimmy. He'll beat it out of you in Tahiti, down to the last cent. He's thorough like that.
The steward stared at Jimmy in shock.
Is that true?
Unfortunately, yes. Dirty Fred could read the devil himself.
Now get lost, and every mealtime, bring me a first-class menu. Fish only if it's fried.
With that, he ducked back into his trunk and began stuffing his pipe. The steward was seething with rage as they climbed the iron stairs.
2 of us, and we still couldn't handle him.
You can't. 2 years ago in Delhi, he stole the 3,000-year-old ruby eye from a statue of Buddha and replaced it with a red signal glass from a train crossing. There was a huge scandal. When the sacred fire was lit inside the statue and the Buddha's eye flickered, it blinked to the worshippers. Stop. Stop. Stop.
By the time they reached the upper deck, the captain was arguing with a group of passengers, revolver in hand. Some of the sailors were testing the lifeboats. The next day, Fulig Jimmy decided to put an end to the epidemic. He figured if the sleepiness stopped, things would go back to normal. He expected results quickly after stopping the drugging, and he wasn't wrong. At exactly 12:20 p.m., the Honolulu Star sent distress signals, requesting doctors, medication, and medical troops from Singapore to help with the ship's devastating outbreak. By 1:10 p.m., the crew had been armed, and emergency quarantine protocols were activated. Because now came the second wave. The harmless but acute symptoms of sudden opium withdrawal. The string mogul began to shiver and go numb, drenched in cold sweat. His only request, that someone tell his daughter he opposed her marriage until his final breath. Nearly every passenger complained of excruciating headaches, one of the clearest symptoms of the so-called sleeping sickness. The doctor, now convinced he was a hero destined to be written about, dragged himself cabin to cabin, treating patients until he finally collapsed onto a pile of ropes, just as the last syringe needle broke off in the arm of a peculiar Swedish woman. Such doctors often earn mention in literature, but the passengers endured their fate with far less nobility. Screaming, crying, shouting filled the ship. A Boston lawyer began seeing things. An artificial flower tycoon from Argentina demanded the ship turn back. Most passengers, however, clung stubbornly to one plea: lower the lifeboats, immediately. Meanwhile, Mr. Irving was playing marbles with a 14-year-old boy betting 2 cents per round. After lunch, he whistled softly near the lounge radio and was generally having the time of his life. Jimmy, however, realized he was in serious danger if discovered. His top priority: hide the evidence. That afternoon, he sneaked into the doctor's cabin, filled the empty opium tins with baking soda, and returned them to their original place. Only then did he sigh with relief. Even if they searched the stock, no one could trace it back to him. The steward spent the entire day tending to Dirty Fred's outrageous demands. At dinner, he demanded lobster and Chateau Hirat. God knows where he'd even picked up that habit. At noon, Singapore ordered the Honolulu Star to stop immediately, report its coordinates, and maintain order at all costs. A relief ship was en route with proper medical support. Until then, the captain was to enforce the quarantine rules in full. No exceptions. By evening, a few passengers felt slightly better. A handful dined in the restaurant in a somewhat calmer mood. But the panic still hovered over them, like the stillness before a storm over the Indian Ocean. Their faces were pale, now with fear, not illness. Except for Mr. Irving. During these harrowing days, he gained over a pound. Mr. Gould continued sleeping faithfully. He did briefly wake in the morning, but after lunch he went right back to sleep. Afternoon shocker. Jose, the waiter, vanished. Some suspected suicide. The Boston lawyer warned that he might have gone berserk, which he claimed was a common symptom of sleeping sickness. He begged the captain to shoot him immediately if that happened. When the captain solemnly agreed, the lawyer collapsed in tears. Others began fumigating their cabins with disinfectant, which left them coughing constantly. Mr. Irving spent the afternoon learning how to play cricket. Evening twist. Jose reappeared. So he hadn't gone mad. Or if he had, perhaps he got tired of it and took a break. He seemed well rested and walked into the dining room with a napkin on his arm. The passengers flocked to him, poking, questioning, crowd. Where were you? When did you recover? Say something. Fulig Jimmy turned to the crowd with a smug grin and launched into his explanation, full of confidence and condescension.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may, what we've all experienced is nothing more than mass hysteria. Hysteria is as contagious as the flu without the meaning. When it strikes, women become hysterical. I ask you, have you ever heard of a disease with no fatalities? What kind of epidemic doesn't kill anyone?
The passengers exchanged glances. Maybe he had a point.
If just one person had died, even I would panic. South of the equator, anything can happen. But so far, I ask you, who has died?
Just then, Mr. Irving walked in, a bit sheepishly.
Please, help me find the doctor. My guardian, Mr. Gould, has died.
10 minutes later, not a single passenger remained outside their cabin. Death was here. The decks, the lounges, the staircases of the Honolulu Star were deserted, eerily silent. The captain, accompanied by the doctor, hurried straight to Mr. Gould's cabin. He opened the door and stopped on the threshold. The cabin was well lit. Even from outside they could see the massive body, head tilted back, mouth ajar, pale, straw-colored mustache. The doctor nervously shook his head side to side. He looked noticeably grayer than he had 2 days earlier.
He's dead. That much is clear.
You're not even going to examine him?
Captain, near a dead body, a single mosquito bite might be enough. And in times like these, the ship cannot afford to lose its doctor.
The captain's mouth curled in disdain.
Very well.
He stepped into the room, pressed his palm against the dead man's chest where the pajamas lay open. He leaned over the face, lifted the eyelids, just for show. The hand was ice cold and stiff. Only a corpse felt like that.
He's dead.
And with that, he walked out. The splendid Honolulu Star drifted silent and lifeless, like a real ghost ship. Only the crew wandered about, subdued and grim, performing their duties. The daylight turned grayish-white, the sea became restless and yellow-green, and the air pressed down in hot, heavy humidity. Back in the dining hall, Fulig Jimmy stood alone, like a man struck in the head. How had the tutor died? There was no epidemic. The opium dose, even for a seriously ill person, shouldn't have been fatal. Or was there really a plague?
Now it's not 10 years. It's the noose.
His massive nostrils trembled, pale with fear.
What are you so afraid of? People die during voyages all the time.
Yes, but this one died from what you gave him.
From what? People can use opium for years, take far more than I ever slipped into his food, and not die.
The steward stared into his eyes, then asked with trembling doubt,
You didn't give him anything else? Just opium?
Idiot.
He came close to bashing the steward's head in.
You don't actually think I poisoned him?
I don't. But maybe this is a real epidemic after all. I feel strange myself.
Because we're heading into the northeast monsoon, you fool.
Don't shout at me. I know it's a bad calm, but it doesn't give you visions. You only see things with a high fever.
What did you see?
A ghost, if you must know.
You've gone mad now, too?
Maybe. But listen, if someone dies and another goes mad on a ship, it's not opium.
What's this ghost nonsense?
I'll tell you, I had a headache and the rum didn't taste right since morning. Dirty Fred, that bloodsucker, demanded tea biscuits with his grog. He's living down there like a bored first-class guest.
So it was him?
Can't be. I spoke to him just before coming up, and when I reached the deck, the ghost was standing right there.
Give me a break.
Listen. He stood with his back to me, right in front of the first-class cabin row. Looked just like the captain. I even thought it was him. Then I walked toward the cabins, and a few steps later, I reached the promenade deck, and there he was again, up on the bridge. Couldn't have run there that fast. I honestly thought it was him. So I walk on, just a few steps, and the moment I reach the promenade deck, I glance up. And there he is again, on the bridge. Same captain, and there's no way the man I saw before could have run up there that fast. So I asked the helmsman, "How long has the captain been standing up there?" He goes, Over an hour now. Hasn't moved an inch. Now, what do you make of that?
I'd say you're a drunken idiot for telling a story like that.
They fell silent. Overhead, broad-winged white seabirds circled low, gliding and swooping in sharp arcs before plunging into the sea, chasing prey close to the surface. The steward stared grimly out at the churning gray waves. Small swells rolled past with restless white foam trembling at their peaks.
Waiter, come to cabin 20.
Cabin 20. That's Mr. Gould's.
So what?
Damn it. He'd never had such a bad feeling before. Why did he ever sign up for this cursed steamship? He crossed the deserted deck, now dipped in shadows. Evening was falling. The cabins and ventilation shafts cast long, merging silhouettes across the planks. At Mr. Gould's cabin stood the captain, stone-faced and composed. The doctor had already slipped away.
Waiter,
Yes, sir.
are you willing to wrap the deceased in a sheet and bury him at sea, sailor style?
I'm a waiter.
The crew are all cowards, commercial sailors. They refused the duty. You'll get $50.
I'll do it.
One moment.
Mr. Irving had arrived just in time.
Mr. Irving, I've already explained. Quarantine protocols require immediate burial of the dead, regardless of rank, status, or relatives.
You did mention that, Captain.
I regret it deeply. But even the upcoming medical board cannot override the rule. Autopsy or not, we can't take the risk.
I just telegraphed the U.S. Embassy in Singapore. Here is their reply.
Telegraph. To the captain of the Honolulu Star. Relief vessel Robin arriving within hours. Do not bury the deceased. If the health inspector agrees, Mr. Gould, allegedly Prince Regent Fernandez de St. Antonio, may remain aboard in a lead-lined coffin. Captain Millen, Naval Attaché, USA.
Very well.
He tucked the telegram into his pocket.
Waiter, dress the deceased. I'll send you a rifle. Stand guard at the cabin until further notice.
He nodded briefly to Mr. Irving and left. A heavy silence settled.
Do you believe, strong-handed stranger, that my guardian, Prince Regent Fernandez, died of an epidemic?
Well, I'm not a doctor.
You've seen much by now. We trust you. You may speak your thoughts freely.
All right. In my opinion, there's no epidemic. Everyone on this ship is just hysterical.
I agree. Hysteria. The panic of cowardly civilians. And yet, the Regent, guardian by God's grace, is now dead.
They stood silently. A bird dived into the sea with a splash and rose with a wriggling silver fish. A few seagulls shrieked and chased it across the sky.
Are you a ruler, Mr. Irving?
It is not proper to question me. I meant to tell you that earlier.
If I may ask, why not?
Go in peace, good man, and fulfill your duty. I did not love the Regent, who was prince by God's will, but I've ensured his burial will match his dignity.
And just like that, tropical darkness fell.
Hey, here's the gun.
A sailor dropped the rifle and disappeared into the shadows.
Now go dress the dead. We'll speak later. That's my cabin at the end of the row. You will be rewarded for your service to the late Prince Regent.
Who are you?
To question my identity is a grave breach of etiquette and custom. Let us not repeat it.
And he left. His angelic, boyish face showed no pride, yet always seemed to hover above those he spoke to. He disappeared into his cabin. Jimmy propped the rifle beside Mr. Gould's door. The awakening monsoon rustled across the deserted deck, shaking the ropes and dragging a loose newspaper along in fits and starts. The ink-colored night sky seemed unusually low over the sea. The air, heavy and wet, clung like a fog of steam. It was pitch black, and from time to time the first wave of the arriving monsoon roared across the ship like a furnace blast. The corpse lay in its pajamas. Beside it sat a fine antique double-cased pocket watch, ornately crafted, bearing a durable enameled crest on the back. The same crest appeared on his signet ring and cigarette case. The body rested naturally, its face calm, only slightly yellow, blending almost seamlessly with the straw-colored English mustache. Had he really died from the opium? Jimmy opened the wardrobe and pulled out a jacket, then retrieved the medals from a small chest. Outside, the wind picked up. A dull noise came from the adjacent bathroom. Jimmy looked up.
What the nerves? Me?
The cabin lamp creaked on its chain. Stiffening rigor mortis made dressing Mr. Gould difficult. In the lull between gusts, the ticking of the pocket watch was loud and clear. Then, a crash. Jimmy leapt into the hallway. Nothing. The corridor was empty. Fog crept in, softening the light. Shadows moved soundlessly on the darkened deck. He reminded himself, the wind stirs everything. The sea roared below. A sudden downpour slapped against his face. There, in the shadows near the corner, someone moving. No. Just the tarp of a lifeboat loosened by the wind. And there, on the floor, was the rifle. The gust had knocked it over. Jimmy returned to the cabin, resumed dressing the dead man. He hesitated over the pants. Then he remembered. Nobles often wore checkered riding breeches with black formal jackets. Good thing he'd seen a thing or two in life. The rain came crashing down like a machine gun. Clatter. The wind slammed shut the round ventilation hatch. Jimmy looked up, startled. And in that moment, the dead man's head slipped sideways. His body followed with a heavy thud, crashing to the floor in a grotesque position, face down, limbs folded under, like someone caught mid-crawl and frozen in place.
Damn it.
Now, Fulig Jimmy wasn't one to spook easily. But this gave him pause. He stepped closer, intending to lift the late Mr. Gould back onto the bed. As he did, the man's pajama top slid up to the neck, and Jimmy recoiled.
Holy hell. What the?
On the dead man's back, just below the left shoulder blade, a large, dark button protruded from the skin. Yes, a button. Jimmy stared. He touched it. And in that instant, he understood everything. Mr. Gould had been murdered. By him. Unknowingly. With the opium. Because only someone deeply asleep could be killed like this. Stabbed through the back with a needle. Like the kind older ladies used to pin hats into their buns. The hat pin's head had been pressed to the wound to stop the bleeding, and the victim laid on his back so no blood would spill. The pin hadn't pierced the chest from the front, but it had gone straight into the heart. Instant death. A burst of rain drummed across the cabin row like a war march. Murder. He should report it. Go straight to the captain. That's what a law-abiding citizen would do. But then, there'd be an investigation. And who's the most suspicious guy on board? The one sailing under a fake name with forged documents? That'd be Jimmy. And if the steward opened his mouth, even just the bit about drugging passengers with opium, well, that's a solid 10 years right there. Number, let the murdering scoundrel go free. Jimmy had his own skeletons, and they were rattling loudly. He wasn't exactly someone who could stroll around in broad daylight, waving at justice. Time to move. Now. If only the wind didn't moan like that. It blew papers from the table, rattled the glass. Jimmy pulled the pin from the body. No blood. Just a tiny red mark remained. He quickly finished dressing the corpse. A sudden wave tilted the ship. The body rolled, knocking Jimmy's legs out from under him. They tumbled together into the corner. He barely managed to shove the heavy, rigid corpse off himself. Footsteps. Someone was walking past the cabin. Clang! The figure kicked the fallen rifle. Jimmy stood, panting, glanced in the mirror. He looked pale.
Hell, didn't know hysteria was a thing.
The rain only deepened the heat, pressing the humidity lower. From the hallway, creaks and faint cracks. He jumped to the door and peeked out. A torrent of rain splashed into his face. The wind tore the handle from his grip. The door burst open, sending papers swirling toward the porthole, ripping the tablecloth away, and knocking things to the floor with a crash. He pulled the door shut behind him and stepped outside. It was dark. The wind howled. A shadow flickered in the light spilling from Mr. Irving's cabin. Someone was standing there. Within seconds, Jimmy was drenched. He rushed down the fog-filled corridor, the wind slamming him against the walls. He knocked on Irving's door.
Who is it?
Jose.
Come in.
Mr. Irving was sitting at his desk, brewing tea and reading.
Your Highness, I have reason to ask you to lock your door tonight.
Oh, please? Another joke? Like the epidemic?
Exactly. But this joke already has a body count. It deserves to be taken seriously.
Would you care to be more specific?
I'm afraid I can't. But if you trust me, lock the door. And if anyone knocks, hold a pistol before opening.
I don't have a pistol.
Here.
He placed a hefty automatic revolver on the table.
Just push this lever with your thumb and you can shoot immediately. Keep the door locked.
Mr. Irving grabbed the pistol with gleaming eyes, like a child finally getting his hands on something long coveted, reserved only for grown-ups. He stepped out of the cabin. Jimmy heard the key turn in the lock from the other side. He rushed back. From afar, he could see Mr. Gould's cabin door standing wide open, a broad beam of light spilling across the deck. Now, out of the dead man's cabin steps the captain. He closes the door behind him. For the blink of an eye, the light catches his raincoat as he pulls the high collar tight at the front to keep the wind from slapping his face with rain. The visor of his cap flashes one last time in the cabin's glow. Then he marches off, brisk and purposeful. Surely he'd come to check on Jimmy. Jimmy hurries after him. At the corner, the captain vanishes into the dark. Jimmy doesn't follow. He heads straight toward the deck instead. But a second later, he freezes. There, on the bridge, the captain is standing, pipe in hand, completely still, coat collar clutched shut against the wind. But he just saw him walk away, in the opposite direction. The ghost, the one the steward talked about. The killer. Jimmy rushed back. On the slippery deck, he tripped twice, tumbled over a coiled rope, slammed his knee, but didn't care. The rising wind howled in his face, creaking, groaning. There! He spotted the ghost again. A lamp's hazy halo glinted on the captain's cap visor. He couldn't see the face. The coat collar was pulled high. If only he had his revolver. He ran straight into the wind, after the figure. He reaches the corner, and something slams into his face. A heavy plank crashes down, knocking him flat into the puddles pooled across the deck. He lies there, dazed. For long moments, he can't move. When he finally staggers to his feet, the wind nearly topples him again. His nose is bleeding, warm, steady. No choice now. He stumbles back into Mr. Gould's cabin to finish dressing the body. The ghost got away. No matter, just hurry.
Wait, there he is again.
There, he sees the ghost again, down the first-class corridor just now, stepping out of the dead man's cabin. Coat collar clutched high over his face, cap visor flashing in the light. He walks straight ahead, calm, unhurried. Jimmy gives chase. He's closing in, raises the short iron rod in his hand. The ghost turns. Jimmy barely stops the blow in time. Standing before him is the captain. The real one. He's not hiding behind his coat anymore. His soaked, sharp-featured face is fully visible, and he's staring straight at Jimmy, bleeding, breathless, frozen in place.
You left your post.
Jimmy couldn't speak. He was out of breath.
Where were you? What happened? Who beat you up? Answer me.
Captain, I saw a man in your coat. He was walking the deck.
What nonsense.
You were on the bridge, yet someone, just like you, was walking here. I chased him. He hit me. The steward saw him too.
The captain looked off into the darkness, beyond the railing, into the storm-drenched, stinking blackness of the Indian night. Then he pulled his hand from his coat pocket. A pistol. Lately, he kept it there.
Listen, my friend. Regulations say that anyone who causes panic on board must be shot immediately, and I'm very thorough when it comes to following procedures. Let the steward know that too. Still, wrap the body in a sheet, place a piece of coal by his feet, tie him to a board, and then call me. Afraid. Despite the telegram from Singapore, we'll dump him at sea. In this tense atmosphere, I can't take responsibility for letting the passengers know there's a dead man on board.
He left. His steps splashed across the puddled deck, slowly fading. Jimmy returned to the cabin. No hesitation now. He wrapped the corpse the sailor's way. The wind slammed and reopened the broken porthole. A pillow fell from the upper bunk. Mr. Gould had booked a two-person cabin. He traveled alone, but this cabin was more spacious. The heavy swaying of the ship made it creak and groan. Hurry up! He was feeling jittery, something that almost never happened. Was it the corpse getting to him? No. Nonsense. Just get the sheet. Start stitching. The body lay there like a stage ghost summoned from the grave. Through the white linen you could see the hump of the chest, the tilted back skull, and the sharp outline of the feet pointing straight up. Just get it into the water. Fast. This murder could ruin a lot of innocent lives. The steward, Dirty Fred, and even Jimmy himself could end up behind bars. For once, without deserving it. Into the sea with you, giant man. Let the ocean floor keep your secret. Not the first, not the 100,000th crime buried at sea. Who did you get in the way of? He whistled softly to himself. Deep down, Fulig Jimmy was a tough guy. He went into the bathroom and picked up the long slatted wooden plank that usually sat in front of the tub. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the cabin. He stopped, startled, then ran back. Nothing. The corpse had slid across the floor with the swell and knocked over the table.
Calm down, old man. I'll take care of you in a minute.
He glanced in the mirror. He looked like hell. He strapped the body to the narrow board. It wasn't pretty.
Now, stay still, Uncle. I'm gonna fetch some coal for your feet. At least you won't go bouncing around anymore before we toss you in.
But the body rolled with the next tilt, toward the bathroom. Then, another shift, and it sledded straight into the door like a battering ram.
Hey, cut it out! You'll get your weight, all right?
He jumped out of the way just in time. The corpse, tied to the board, surfed the slick deck like a sled on an incline. The ship leaned so steeply, it felt like a playground slide.
Still not resting, huh?
He opened the door, held the handle, and peeked out. It was 2 a.m. The wind had calmed somewhat and the rain had lightened. Only runoff trickled down the ship's iron parts. Light still shone from Mr. Irving's cabin, and there stood the captain, or the ghost. He let go of the handle and took off running. Behind him, the wind flung the door wide with a bang, and at the sound, the captain, or was it the ghost, hurried away without turning around. As always, he clutched his coat collar tight under his nose. Jimmy chased after him. He reached a dark corner, caught up, and reached inside his coat to strike, when the figure turned.
What do you want?
It was the real captain again.
I was going for coal. Saw someone by Mr. Irving's door.
I checked on him. I have reason to keep an eye on that boy. He's no ordinary passenger. Now get the coal. Let's finish this before dawn.
Jimmy hurried. At the stairs to the coal room, he glanced to the right, and there, through the steaming mist toward the stern, he saw the captain again. The other one. Meanwhile, the real captain walked away in the opposite direction. For 1 second, Jimmy saw them both. The wind shrieked as it tore along the length of the ship, and the sea murmured below, a restless, fading, then rising whisper. Jimmy hurried to fetch the coal. Quick, quick! No time to think. Just get the body off the ship. Out of sight, out of mind. At the corner, the stairs split in 2 directions. On impulse, he took the left, toward the luggage hold. Dirty Fred, the captain. If anyone could help, it was him. That man didn't have nerves, or, if he did, they were made of wire. Jimmy reached the big crate and knocked. Jimmy knocked on the large trunk.
Captain, wake up!
What do you want? Put the breakfast down and get lost.
Come out. Something's happened.
You didn't bring rum? Then get back out. Worst steward I've ever seen.
It's Foolik Jimmy talking. Come on, Uncle Freddy.
You? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? I'd rather nothing goes missing from the hold while you're hanging around.
He crawled out through the stage door, grumbling.
What now?
Dead man, ghost, murder.
That's why you woke me?
Please, just listen. I think I need your help. And you know that's not something I say to many people. I'm not scared, not really. But you've got that brain.
You talk too much. What's going on?
Mr. Gould's been murdered.
So what? Someone dies, and we throw a parade.
No one on the ship knows it was murder. The wound's barely visible, done with a pin.
And I assume you tossed him overboard, as per quarantine protocol.
No, he was traveling with some kid who talks like a king. And he wired Singapore, said not to bury his guardian just yet. And they actually agreed. Which makes no sense during a quarantine.
What's his name?
Mr. Irving. But that's not his real name. I think he's some famous royal. Honestly, he'd be dead too if I hadn't been there.
He told Fred everything. The hatpin stab, the 2 captains, every detail.
The steward saw it too, but when he told me, I said he was a drunk idiot telling ghost stories. Still, it's weird.
You're right.
You think so?
Absolutely. Only a drunk idiot would say something like that.
You don't believe me.
What do you want from me? You turning into a cop now? Hunting murderers? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong.
Jimmy hesitated, thinking.
Captain, I'm asking this seriously. Do ghosts exist?
Dirty Fred pulled 2 long, root-like hairs from his beard and gave them a thoughtful twist.
They've shown up now and then, he said cautiously.
Listen, Freddy, it's a dark and stormy night. The monsoon's dragging fog from the eastern shores. No one cares what you do. Come topside.
Nope. I'm a passenger. I don't meddle in sailor business.
But what if this ghost is a killer?
Then I definitely won't meddle. I'd expect the same courtesy if I went on a murder spree.
I've still got $50. They're yours.
Well now, that's different. Lead the way.
They set off. When they reached the cross corridor, Jimmy suddenly remembered he still needed coal from the hold.
Wait here a minute, Captain.
He slipped down the other stairway. The hold was pitch black. He had to feel his way through the dark. Then he heard a sound.
Is someone there?
Who is it?
It could only be the son of Peters, the chief stoker. Where's your father?
In the boiler room.
That's not his shift.
It is now.
Why?
Hutchins the stoker killed himself.
What? Hutchins killed himself? I should have heard about that. What are you talking about?
He disappeared. They searched everywhere. They said he snapped. People like that usually jump overboard, so now my dad's working his shift.
Now it made sense. The stoker hadn't reported in, and no one found him aboard. It was clear he'd jumped into the sea.
What are you doing down here?
Waiting for my dad, and I'm scared of the ghost. We've got one on this ship.
Now that was something the captain needed to hear. Jimmy stuffed a few large lumps of coal into a sack and hurried off. But Fred wasn't at the stairwell anymore. Had he gone on ahead? Or had he simply pocketed the $50 and crawled back into his crate? Surely not. He had some conscience. Or did he? It was pitch black. The rain had stopped, but wisps of pale fog stretched across the deck like gauze, and the heavy briny stench of the sea clung to everything like spoiled stew. As Jimmy passed the boys' cabin, he noticed the light was still on. Through the sheer curtain, he could see Mr. Irving slumped over a book, fast asleep, revolver still in hand. He kept moving. The light was also on in the late Mr. Gould's cabin. From the open door, a yellow strip of light spilled onto the rain-slick planks. Jimmy froze in the doorway like he'd been struck by lightning. The body was gone. The cabin was empty. What? They'd taken Mr. Gould's corpse? Nothing came to mind. He didn't know what to do. He just stood there. A ghost ship? Nonsense. But something cold squeezed around his chest. He licked the corner of his mouth, but didn't run, didn't panic. Think, Jimmy. Something strange, something secret is unfolding out here in the night. A short gust moaned through the deck's metal rigging, rattling the pulleys, then slammed the haunted cabin's door shut with a thunderous crash. Jimmy moved on. The ship rocked heavily with each swell, tipping and groaning like a drunk in slow motion. Every few seconds, the deck tilted into a slick, sliding slope beneath his feet. Up on the bridge, the captain stood quietly, smoking his pipe. The man looked like he never slept.
Captain,
Well,
the body,
you've dealt with it?
it's gone.
What are you talking about?
He bolted down from the bridge.
While I went to get some coal for ballast, the body vanished.
Watch it. There'll be no ghost ship legends on my boat. Got it?
It's not my fault.
Come on.
The Honolulu Star was swaying harder now in the restless waves. As they stepped into the main corridor, a blood-curdling hoarse scream tore through the night. They froze for a second. Then the captain drew his revolver and marched toward the dark end of the promenade deck. A staggering figure emerged slowly from the shadows, stumbling toward the dim lights.
Stop. Who's there?
The steward! Sir!
He couldn't go on. His teeth chattered violently. He looked completely mad, wide-eyed, pale as chalk, and shaking from head to toe.
Speak. That was you screaming.
The dead man. Over there.
The captain headed grimly in the direction he pointed. Just then, the ship dipped again on a big wave. A dull rumble grew louder. Something was rolling fast, and suddenly it hit the captain's legs and sent him crashing to the floor. His revolver fired on impact. The blast echoed like a cannon shot on the deserted deck. No one moved. Even though both the scream and the gunshot must have been heard all over the ship, the crew had locked their doors and started praying. The steward, for years to come, would flinch in fear every time this night was mentioned.
Idiots.
He kicked off the corpse that had rolled onto him. It was Mr. Gould's body, wrapped in a sheet, sliding back and forth depending on the tilt of the ship's slick, sloping deck. It was starting to slide again.
Grab it. For God's sake, grab it.
But it was too late. The corpse slammed into the stair railing with a sickening thud. The steward just stared, mad as a hatter. But Jimmy got it. He chased down the late Mr. Gould and caught him just before the body could tumble down the stairwell.
This is your fault.
I admit it. I left the cabin door open. When the ship tilted, Mr. Gould rolled out and started sliding around the deck.
And why were you screaming?
Turned the captain to the steward. He just blinked, slowly regaining his senses.
I was chasing someone. Because on this ship there's
I don't understand.
Jimmy quickly jumped in to finish the steward's sentence. Ghost protocol. Yes. On this ship, we have to escort passengers in the dark.
What? Yes, escorting a passenger I couldn't actually see. Then rumbling. Something hits me, I fall, and a dead man lands beside me.
Enough. We get it. Jose, did you bring the coal?
Yes.
Then get on with it. Move.
The first pale glimmer of dawn illuminated fast-moving, vapor-like clouds that billowed across the whitening sky. The captain removed his cap, and Jimmy lifted Mr. Gould, tied to a plank, onto the railing. The steward wouldn't have touched the body for all the world. He was praying. And in that moment, he noticed the stitching had come loose. The dead man's arm, bluish-yellow and limp, hung almost to the elbow out of the shroud. Jimmy tucked it back in. For a moment, he held the lifeless fingers in his own. The prayer ended. The captain crossed himself.
May the Lord have mercy on him. Let go.
The plank slid off the railing. As it fell, the hand flung outward from beneath the sheet, as if waving farewell. A splash!
Now listen to me. If either of you so much as mentions what happened tonight, I'll shoot you like a dog.
The steward was still mumbling nonsense. The whole ordeal had rattled him.
You, come with me. You'll get a dose of opium. Sleep it off till morning.
The steward glanced at Jimmy in panic. Jimmy looked away. The steward's shoulder twitched again.
Thank you, but I don't need opium.
Quiet. Sleep will cure this nervous old woman nonsense of yours. March.
The opium turned out to be a hefty spoonful of baking soda. The steward lay awake all night, hiccuping every few minutes. But Fulig Jimmy was made of tougher stuff. With nowhere else to go, he returned to Mr. Gould's cabin to sleep. Dirty Fred was sitting at the table, munching on a slice of bread slathered in butter. Papers, clearly from the dead man's cabinet, were spread before him. As Jimmy entered, Fred hastily shoved the documents into a yellow deerskin pouch with a crest.
I came up to look around.
See anything?
Fred's mouth was so full his cheek bulged. He chewed.
Spit it out. Who did you see?
The captain,
Where?
on the bridge, smoking his pipe.
That was the real captain. Did you see the ghost?
Sure did. Talking to you on the main deck.
Then that was real too.
Then who the hell knows what's going on? Say, are you sure this Mr. Gould didn't drink?
I'm warning you, Captain. If they catch you here and those documents go missing, you're in serious trouble.
You're always so concerned about me. It's touching. Found some interesting stuff in these papers, by the way.
Hand over the bag, and don't reach for your gun. My knife is faster.
The blade pressed against Fred's belly.
Hand over the papers. If there's business in them, we split it.
Fred glanced indifferently at the knife, then at Jimmy.
I don't do partnerships. Besides, this isn't your kind of job. You need brains for it.
Think I don't have any? For starters, you're giving back everything. The $2,000, the $50, the folder with the papers, the mirror, and the plaque.
You serious?
Dead serious. Otherwise, I'll gut you. There's no proof about the opium mess. I could deal with a shady stowaway just fine. Gould's body's in the ocean, no one to file a report. This time, Freddy, you lost.
You're right. Right now, you've got the upper hand.
Tables have turned?
I admit it. They really have.
Put the papers and the case on the table.
Here they are.
Jimmy pocketed the papers in the fancy pouch.
$2,000. Here. Here's the leather case, the comb, the medallion.
And Hutchins the fireman's pay.
Got it. $1.75.
And 82 cents.
Fine. Here, you beat me, kid. Fair and square.
Fred handed it all over and turned to leave.
Oh, and leave the steward alone. Feed yourself. There's enough salted fish aboard.
I don't like fish.
You'll slim down then.
Fred tipped his cap back and trudged off. Jimmy sat wearily on the lower bunk, where he'd dressed the corpse just hours earlier. Should he sleep up top? Nah. He had to sleep somewhere. The wind moaned and shook the ropes. Fred's footsteps squelched off into the night. Silence returned. Just the creaks and groans of the ship leaning into the sea. In the mirror across from him, he saw his own exhausted face staring back from the bunk. A ghost ship, adrift on the open sea. No passengers left. Mr. Gould rested half a kilometer below, swallowed by the ocean. Again he caught his reflection in the mirror. Pale. Haggard. Sleep. That's what he needed. Sleep. Jimmy lowered his head, drained and drowsy. He'd read the papers tomorrow. Now he just needed rest. So what if the dead man had lain there? Nonsense. No way he was climbing into the top bunk for that. He was just tired, that's all. That's where this uneasy feeling came from. He was just about to lie down when the ship tilted sharply, causing him to lean forward. Suddenly, a noise above. And before he could react, something dropped from the top bunk and landed on his neck, straddling him. He didn't move. If this was the end, so be it. For several seconds he sat, bent forward, the weight pressing on his neck. Strange. Why wasn't the attacker doing anything? Just sitting there. Jimmy tilted his head just enough to glance at the mirror and froze. In the reflection, he saw himself sitting forward on the edge of the bunk, and perched on his neck, straddling him, was the corpse of Mr. Gould. The medals, the lifeless eyes, the yellow face, the straw-colored mustache. For a second, his mind shattered. Then instinct kicked in. With a yell, he flung the body off, bolted from the cabin, and ran. The sky was gray now, and massive frigate birds circled silently above the ghost ship. The dead man. Jimmy had held his hand, seen it, as it vanished into the waves. That yellow, mottled hand. And now, it had jumped on his back. A mad thought gripped him. Should he fling himself into the sea? But Mr. Gould was down there too. He wanted to scream, laugh, sob all at once. He was at the edge of madness. The floor of reality was falling away beneath him. Time and space meant nothing. He ran, tripping, bruising himself, but didn't stop. There's no fear like when a man loses faith in his own senses. He stopped, gasping, clutching his chest. The sky had turned a pale, creamy white. Hold on, Jimmy. You're not insane yet. Maybe it was a dream. No. With trembling hands, he lit a cigarette. And then he went straight to the luggage hold and knocked on the artist's entrance of the crate.
Captain? Hey, Captain, come out of there.
He kicked the crate hard, made a hell of a noise.
Who's there?
Fulig Jimmy, come on out.
The artist's entrance creaked open. Out stepped the captain.
What do you want now?
I need your help. If you don't help me, I'm done for.
The table's turned again, huh?
Listen, if you don't help, this might get ugly for you too.
Touching. You're always so worried about me. So what's this all about?
Mr. Gould, the one I threw into the ocean, he's back on the ship.
Tough guy.
You don't get it. I'm going mad.
Then go see a doctor. I'm starving. Of course, no breakfast today either. The table.
Freddy, brother, is it possible that the dead come back?
if they'd been robbed.
Jimmy went pale.
It was just a signet watch and a ring on the table.
That's why he came back. Hand over the watch and the ring.
He won't come after you?
Oh, he will. But I'm not scared of him. So be a good boy. Put the watch, the ring, and the cigarette case on the table. That went missing too.
Jimmy handed over the dead man's things without protest. He didn't care anymore. He needed the captain.
So, what now? The body's still in the cabin.
That's the good part, he is in the cabin. Now, hand over the $2,000, the $75.82, the mirror, the comb, and the plaque. If the body's here, we've got proof when the autopsy comes. Opium shows up real nice in a corpse. I could report you to the captain. Looks like the dice rolled again.
Jimmy meekly placed everything on the table.
And now? I mean, we have to do something.
Right. I'm going to eat. First-class lunch. With Italian red wine.
The galley's still closed.
Wonderful. A luxury liner with no breakfast service.
All the items, cash, plaque, the ring, and the watch, vanished into the many mysterious pockets of Fred's enormous trousers.
So, what do you want me to do?
Go up and throw Mr. Gould overboard.
I'll do it, kid. But it seems like that sort of thing doesn't bother him. Tough corpse.
But how? How could this happen? It's insane. He came back from the bottom of the sea.
Impressive, honestly.
Please, I'm begging you. Explain it. You're clever. What do you think? Is it possible? Could a murdered man really return?
If I didn't kill him, it's possible. Because none of mine ever came back.
Fred scratched his head and his cap slid forward until the brim nearly touched his nose.
All right, let's go. Let's meet this wandering corpse of yours.
Up on deck, everything was still quiet. Maybe 4 in the morning. The weather had softened. Under a pale green sky tinged with red, a narrow ink-black strip marked the distant shoreline like it had been brushed on with a fine pen. Jimmy didn't even dare approach the cabin. He was scared. Yes, he admitted it. He was afraid. Cowardly. But not of a living man. From a safe distance, he watched Fred unlock the cabin door. A minute passed. Then Fred appeared again, carrying something in his arms. It looked like he was holding an enormous baby, wrapped tightly in a white sheet. The shroud drooped slightly at both ends, over the head, over the feet. He hadn't sewn it shut, just covered the body. Then Fred lifted it over the rail. A dull splash in the distance. Jimmy had already heard that same splash earlier. Would he ever understand this awful mystery? Fred walked back toward him, his hairy jaw chewing rhythmically on a wad of tobacco. With thick, dirty fingers, he raked through his filthy gray beard like a comb through straw.
Did you throw him in?
I did. It's customary, at a time like this, to toss in a token of respect after the deceased.
Did you toss anything?
A comb and a mirror in a leather case. Not much of a tribute, really.
Jimmy's eyes flared wildly.
My mirror! That's it, Fred. I've had enough. Now there's no more evidence. He's at the bottom of the sea. The tables have turned again.
Fred waved dismissively.
He'll be back. Tough fella. Athletic type.
He gave his enormous trousers a hitch and waddled off in that crooked, lumbering stride of his. Jimmy didn't say a word. Fair enough. Maybe Mr. Gould would come back after all. By morning, the relief ship had arrived. They came fully prepared. A squad of armed medical troops, seasoned men with nerves of steel, ready to find screaming wrecks of people, half mad and raving, among the few survivors. Before the doctors even stepped into the launch, they suited up in diver-like isolation suits. The orderlies wore similar gear. Only one man came as he was. A captain. Old military doctor. Been through it all. The health troopers lined up in an instant along the rail. The silent deck told them everything. This ship was a floating ghost town. Barely anyone left alive. The lead doctor pushed back the hood of his gauze-white suit and approached the captain with the military officer at his side.
Palmerston, medical professor.
Captain Melville, health commissioner.
Worth, I command the Honolulu Star.
Your ship's doctor. Is he dead?
He's sleeping.
Take us to his cabin.
The doctor was snoring with his head slumped over an open book. He'd been trying to catch up on medical reports and case histories, but sleep had gotten the better of him. He jerked awake with a dazed look in his eyes. The captain sniffed the air suspiciously. Professor Palmerston lifted a few carefully pinned insects from a sheet of paper, held up a small vial to the light, and then both men looked at the doctor, then at each other.
Have you, colleague, already identified the cause of the illness?
I believe it's some peculiar form of sleeping sickness. Unfortunately, I'm ill myself. My head.
You have a headache?
Not right now, but I did. Yesterday.
Best to sit down for a bit until you're fully awake. Have some coffee, or cognac.
While the doctor tried to pull himself together, the captain browsed through the medical files. The professor read over his shoulder. Each case had detailed complaints, symptoms, treatments, and finally, the doctor's grim verdict. According to him, the disease couldn't be stopped. All cases, including his own, were hopeless. Given the speed of neurological collapse, death was inevitable. They studied the notes thoroughly, exchanged a glance, and nodded. The doctor, heart-sinking, understood. This was the end. The captain stepped outside and shouted down to the crew,
Everyone return to the cruiser. Orderlies, take off your isolation suits. Someone bring me 5 light cigars from my coat.
Meanwhile, the professor had already peeled off his diving suit and was tossing a whole bread roll out the porthole piece by piece to the frigate birds hopping around on the aft deck.
My report.
Quite clear. We're truly grateful for the excellent work.
And there was also a death on board.
Oh, really? Is that so? What's the word? The body.
Fearing panic, and despite my consulate's instructions, I ordered Mr. Gould buried at sea immediately, per naval tradition.
Shame you're not a ship's doctor. You missed your true calling. What kind of contagion do you suspect, dear colleague?
I think it's some variant of sleeping sickness, or perhaps something else infectious.
Yes. Fascinating. All right, then. After breakfast, we'll examine the passengers.
And the ship?
To hell with it. Proceed to Singapore immediately.
In the warm morning sun, the passengers were seated peacefully at breakfast. The steward had taken over waiter duties. Earlier that morning, Jose, grinning as always, walked into the dining room to take breakfast orders. Moments later, a furious delegation of passengers burst into the captain's office, demanding action.
But why?
He asked, turning toward the passenger spokesman who was flushed with indignation.
Because that waiter was the one tossing dead bodies overboard last night.
But there was only one dead body.
Doesn't matter. A man who dresses corpses at night should not be serving omelets in the morning.
What could the captain do? The gentleman demanded Jose's head, so their wish had to be granted. But then another delegation appeared, this time members of the crew.
We refuse to bunk with Jose.
You scoundrels. This is mutiny.
Mutiny or not, we're not sleeping with the Spaniard.
What could the captain do? Once again, the people had spoken, and once again, Jose was dismissed. Later, the twice-dismissed waiter visited Captain Worth in person.
Captain! Sir, I followed your orders, and now I wander this ship like Cain branded, condemned.
Don't worry. You'll still get full pay. The matter is settled, and that's what matters.
But I too need closure. A resting place where I can lay my weary head. Even Cain would have asked for that much in my shoes.
There's a vacant first-class cabin.
Which one?
His lifelong dream had always been to be a first-class passenger.
Naturally, the late Mr. Gould's cabin. Are you all right?
Sure, I'm just surprised.
Afraid?
Not at all. Thank you very much.
And so, more or less, both the Mater and Fulig Jimmy had reached a temporary point of rest. At first, it seemed the quartermaster couldn't quite fill Jose's shoes. But the fathers of large families soon relaxed, once they saw the steward was also spilling sauces over passengers with admirable consistency. And the children were laughing again. Sweet, bright little laughs. Whether it was the cheerful ring of those thin, happy voices, or simply old sunshine doing what it always does, the deck slowly began to dry. Everyone was finally recovering from the last twitchy symptoms of opium withdrawal. Even the most cowardly passengers found it hard to panic in such a serene morning. The ship steamed at full speed toward the coast. And for the first time in a very long while, everyone ate with a hearty appetite. The smiling captain and the ever-polite Palmerston strolled the deck, chatting casually with the guests. Just like fellow passengers. Nothing more.
What seems to be the problem, sir?
Yesterday I had a splitting headache and terrible heartburn.
And today?
It's easing. Barely. Almost gone. I'm Dr. Hillar from Boston, though the heartburn still lingers after breakfast.
Delighted to meet you. Professor Palmerston. I have a niece living in Boston, Mrs. Ewering, married to Senator Ewering.
Mrs. Ewering? Of course I know her. As I was saying, the heartburn struck again, this morning.
Splendid. And what was your relationship to the late senator?
Captain, yesterday my arms and legs were throbbing with pain.
Mine too. After a certain age, that's just how it is.
Then they proceeded to gently pinch each passenger's earlobe and run their fingers down the back of their necks. The children giggled with delight. The captain and the professor made the rounds, and whenever a passenger complained of pain, they solemnly replied they too suffered from the exact same symptoms. By noon the next day, laughter once again echoed through the Honolulu Star. Even the passengers began laughing at the whole affair.
From your medical log, doctor, it's quite clear that what we had was a case of indigestion, or a touch of pre-storm anxiety.
And the deceased?
Not the first traveler to expire during a sea voyage.
So, what now?
Tonight we'll administer a generous dose of opium. It'll soothe those twitchy nerves and hush the jumpy types right to sleep.
The passengers dutifully took their rations from the opium tin. By morning, everyone was complaining of persistent hiccups. But the lawyer's heartburn was completely gone. The night passed. The waves lapped, the ship creaked, and somewhere below deck, someone hiccuped in their sleep. By morning, everyone had a story. And Jimmy had an audience, Mr. Irving.
So, when did you embark upon the path of vagrancy?
It runs in the family. My father was one too.
I grant you, amid this unusually fierce pitching, the privilege of sitting in my presence. It is a great honor, granted not as a standing entitlement, but as a temporary necessity dictated by your balance.
Thank you, Mr. Irving.
You enjoy special favor with me, large-fisted stranger. Now, tell me about the ports of men like you, wild, strong, and unpredictable.
Wouldn't it make sense to start by telling me who you are?
Let's skip that part.
Skip, what a beautiful word. I've never used it before, but I know what it means.
And what would people say in your circles if someone did something disagreeable?
They'd bash him over the head. That's a clear signal of disapproval.
Ports are different, I gather.
There are special rules there, like in gambling. But most tramps don't know them backwards.
So, they're wandering types? Sleeping in fields and roadside ditches?
Big difference. The dockside tramp looks down on the roadside one.
What's the difference between them?
Enormous. A dockside tramp travels by ship from Batavia to Hamburg and all around the globe. He wouldn't walk even if God asked him to.
And the roadside tramp?
No engine power. He's the peasant of tramps. Like the difference between a gentleman driver and a pedestrian.
And when you arrive in Singapore, where will you go?
To friends. For example, the Four Merry Morticians restaurant, Dutch cuisine, Swedish punch.
British composure. Mr. Irving sat on the table, right beside the samovar. His guest was seated opposite him in a chair. Fulig Jimmy felt that this lad expected from him a certain air of formality and nobility. So he promptly slung the bicycle gear around his neck and lifted his chin with dignity, peering through his lorgnette like a true gentleman.
So tell me, what's a port really like?
A port's like a jungle, just with fewer trees, but way more dangerous, full of ships and fistfights.
Why do people fight there?
To cause pain. When someone gets hurt so bad he can't take it, they say he got beaten to death.
Precise.
Pardon?
I said precise.
Maybe let's skip words like that.
You are quite amusing, my dear fellow.
I see you're laughing at me, Mr. Irving.
Not at all. It's just amusing, what you say.
Even in the port underworld, society's all split up into high and low folks, just like in so-called civilized places. That expression came from a lawyer buddy.
You were a lawyer?
No, the lawyer was in holding. He told me that society's made up of, different school-like groupings.
You mean classes, right?
Yeah, classes. According to him, there are classes in the world. Not a bad comparison, really. 'Cause sometimes in a park, you really do feel like you're back in school, just sitting on a bench, learning absolutely nothing. The tea's ready. Pour it, good sir.
Fulig Jimmy poured the tea and eyed the lemon with deep dismay. No rum bottle in sight.
I hereby suspend all royal protocols. You may, on this rare occasion, enjoy a cup of tea with me in my private suite. Consider this a great honor.
Sir, what's the point of the greatest honor if there's no rum involved?
In my company, one cannot get drunk.
I'd still give it a shot. Maybe I'll get lucky?
I do not tolerate contradiction.
Fulig Jimmy wasn't the subservient type, and anyone else talking to him like that would have earned a fist to the jaw. But somehow, he didn't mind Mr. Irving's tone. Truth be told, he actually liked the kid. Who knows why, but it felt perfectly natural that Mr. Irving should boss around people like him. So they drank their tea.
Tell me more about the port. You said there are social classes there?
Absolutely. You've got all kinds of nobodies, but also some proper high-class folks. The respected ones always have cash and they're built like tanks. Take the heavy smugglers, for example.
What's that?
Smuggling that carries the death penalty, like, say, delivering weapons to rebel natives.
Are they the top class?
Not even close. In Singapore's club district, there are societies that won't even speak to a heavy smuggler.
Mr. Irving listened with flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes.
And? Do these societies have proper clubs?
Oh, you bet. Singapore's famous for its clubs. Way out by the Singapore River past Chinatown, there's the Club City. Full of mushroomy things underground.
Catacombs?
Yeah, that's it. The underground exits are a big plus for these clubs.
Which one's the most prestigious?
Well, that's ranked by total prison years. You divide the sentence time by the number of members, and voila, social rank achieved. The gambling fish, that's what they call the cool-headed card sharks, did about 40 years altogether. 10 members, 4 years each. Bottom rung, morally bankrupt. Then you've got the execution roundtable. 17 members, 150 years total. Those are respectable folks in that world. And if you want high society, look at the Knife and Revenue Brotherhood. Middle of the pack. 12 members, 700 years of prison combined. That's including over 400 years still on the run from the law.
So 40 years means your mob? the lower class, and 700 puts you in the middle class. And you, dear stranger, which class do you belong to?
I'm part of the upper 1,000.
The what?
The 1,000. Oh, it's a real thing.
And how many members are in this 1,000 club?
5. Over 200 years per member. If you subtract 1/3 for good behavior like they do in prison, it still leaves a solid 1,000.
That's impossible. You can't divide 1,000 years of prison among just 5 men.
Being in the upper 1,000 is like being a lord. The full sentence of the father passes down to his eldest son. That's why our society is also known as the loyal apples.
Why call them loyal apples?
Because they didn't fall far from the tree. The father's prison time becomes the son's resume. There are families in this club older than some Chinese dynasties.
So that's the top of the line?
Nope. The truly untouchable elite are known as the diligent mummies. Hats off to them.
What are they?
Both mummies are indeed diligent. Whenever the police are on their trail, they vanish like a puff of smoke.
But why call them mummies?
If we were to itemize all their crimes and convert each potential death sentence to 15 years in prison, including time served, the total would match the age of the oldest mummy in the British Museum.
And how many are in the Diligent Mummies Club?
2. Elegant, huh? One of them is the Big Buffalo. You're not allowed to talk to him unless he talks to you first. He acts just like you, Mr. Irving.
I see. Well, never mind.
And if someone talks to him anyway, he might just stab them in the belly.
I hope you've not experienced that with me, dear Jose.
True, but you're still young.
And who's the other one?
Jimmy's face darkened.
Dirty Fred the captain.
What kind of man is he?
Terrifying.
Still go on.
He's the smartest man alive. Stingy, ruthless, sour-tempered, and there's nothing he wouldn't do for money. Cheats everyone, profits from everything, keeps to himself, wanders the world alone, and, as his name suggests, he's absolutely filthy.
And the Big Buffalo is his friend?
They hate each other. 10 years ago, they got into a fight over how to split the loot. Buffalo pulled a gun, but Fred was faster with his knife. Buffalo hovered between life and death for 2 full months. That's when he swore off rum until he could kill Dirty Fred.
And? Do you enjoy living like this?
Well, I don't really have a choice.
Imagine this. I appoint you as my court storyteller because, you see, I am Prince Saint Antonio de Vicenzo, Galapagos, ruler of the Islands of Happiness.
Your Majesty, it doesn't surprise me that you're a sovereign. I sensed right away I was dealing with a young man from a good family.
I rule the Islands of Happiness. My seat is in Elmira, the capital. And I envy you. You'll just step off the boat with your hands in your pockets, whistling through the docks, strolling peacefully. I may be ruler of a great realm, but somehow I feel it's wrong to ascend the throne by fate alone without first understanding people. It's so self-evident.
Self-evident? I'm over 20, and I've never said that word before.
And what happens when a new drifter arrives at the harbor? How can he reach the club district?
It's not easy to make your mark. You need connections, references.
And you, do you have the right connections to the better circles of the underworld?
Me. I'm as respected in Singapore as a private secretary.
Jimmy had always held the role of private secretary in very high esteem. He had no idea what one actually did, but imagined him as a well-dressed, serious-looking gentleman with an enormous salary.
And if I were to ask if you'd be willing to ease my way a little, supposing I had plans to...
You mean, you plan to blend into Singapore, Mr. Irving?
Listen here, good man, and stop asking questions. That would be improper.
Improper. Another word I've never said. And so, self-evident.
Let's speak frankly. You've earned that. You're a loyal and respectful subject. Until now, I've never made a move without the guidance of my mentor and, by God's grace, my relative, the late Mr. Gould, or without the regent, Prince Fernandez. All I know of St. Cyr is the bleak building of the military academy. In London, I lived in the Royal Palace and Buckingham Castle. That was home.
Self-evident.
I've only ever ridden in carriages or cars, always with an escort, and only on major boulevards. This is the first time Mr. Gould's misfortune has left me alone, and I'll disembark in Singapore alone as well. But my Singapore court is already waiting at the docks. We have a palace there. During the 2 wettest months of the year, the ruler of the Islands of Happiness always resides in Singapore. The staff won't recognize me. They haven't seen me since I was 2 years old.
Your Majesty must have changed quite a bit since then.
Just let me finish. This is perhaps the only, maybe the last chance in my life to do, if only briefly, what I want. I want to see the people in the streets, the citizens, the underworld. I'll avoid the royal reception upon landing.
But if you don't show up, they'll turn all of Singapore upside down looking for you.
Exactly. I must stay in Singapore for a full month before I can officially assume the throne. I want just 2 days to myself, as a man, understand? And so that no one disturbs me, so they don't search for me, and I can live as I please. You, stranger, will take my place.
Just a cough. The tea and the surprise.
When you disembark, wherever you see a line of distinguished men in tuxedos and uniforms, that's where you go. Gomperez Hidalgo, the master of court, whom I've also never met, will be waiting. They'll escort you to the palace. Just say you're feeling a bit unwell. Stroll about. Read.
That last part, maybe I'll skip.
So if anyone asks anything or makes a request, just say, "Not now, perhaps in a day or 2. You can't go wrong. Even if you do mess up, I'll fix it later."
But Your Majesty, me doing this?
You're not responsible for anything. As sovereign, I deem it necessary to appoint a substitute for a few days due to exceptional circumstances.
Exceptional? Exceptional. That's actually a pretty good word. But won't I get locked up for this?
I command it. No harm can come to you. You're helping me live among the common men for 2 days, and in return, I'll give you a taste of what it's like to be a ruler.
But I hardly look royal, except for this lorgnette. Exceptional indeed. But otherwise...
They'll quickly tailor a couple of outfits from Mr. Gould's wardrobe in the ship's tailoring room. Say and do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if they think the ruler's a bit of a fool for a few days.
As long as I'm standing in for you, Majesty, that rumor will not spread.
I think you'll perform better at court than I ever would in a dive bar.
It's not easy to earn respect there.
The next day, the ship docked near Parangan Island. Singapore was already visible in the distance. At a humble coal-loading dock, a committee came aboard to verify the relief ship's report and grant permission to dock. Everyone on board was in high spirits. The only complaints were about nighttime hiccups, even though, following Palmerston's advice, they were given opium in the evenings. Unclear why. The ship's log contained the precise coordinates of the Honolulu star, both in latitude and longitude, north and south. One of the stokers had vanished. Average speed, 18 nautical knots. A chest of drawers went missing from cabin 20.
That was the cabin of the late Mr. Gould, who received a sailor's burial.
Yes.
What happened to the cabinet?
I don't know. It disappeared. Why does it matter?
Do you know accounting, Captain Worth?
A little.
1 year, the English bank's report was off by 2 pence. They worked 3 full weeks, day and night, until they found the discrepancy among millions of pounds.
So?
Turned out the error was £2 million, but they only discovered it because of the 2 pence. I see. Sadly, I searched for that cabinet, but it's vanished, untraceable.
A new passenger boarded at the island. No one knew why he was in Parangon. Not even he did. His name was Boniface, and he stepped aboard the Honolulu Star. He'd heard they needed a ship steward and applied on the spot. He'd make sure to disembark in Singapore. He had no desire to go to Tahiti. But if he'd said that out loud, he'd have been left behind in Parangon. Hands in his pockets, he wandered the deck, and suddenly, the man turned.
Fulig Jimmy! Hey!
Boniface! Jimmy thought in terror. That rat! A filthy informant, or so they said. He'd blow his cover in a second. So much for being a king. And there goes Jose Pombio, too.
Hello? Fulig Jimmy?
Jimmy raised his lorgnette and looked Boniface over from head to toe.
I see we're dealing with a public disturbance here.
Jimmy, what's gotten into you?
That tone is improper. You oaf.
Not even gonna shake my hand?
I'll pass. You're mistaking me for someone else. By the grace of fate, my name is Jose Pombio. What do you want, foolish stranger?
You're not seriously trying to deny your Fulig Jimmy?
I don't understand you, good sir. I am not Fulig Jimmy. I am Jose Pombio.
You think I'm stupid?
That's self-evident.
He turned to walk away, but Boniface stepped in front of him.
What's this performance for?
Let me pass.
For a moment, Boniface hesitated. Could he be wrong? Maybe it wasn't Fulig Jimmy after all. He grabbed him.
Hold on a second.
I don't hold on, good sir.
And with that, the mysterious traveler slapped him. Boniface's brain spun. Darkness clouded his eyes. His teeth rattled. He stumbled. The stranger walked on. Boniface blinked rapidly, then rubbed his cheek and stared after the retreating figure with a dazed grin.
Now you can talk all you like. There's only one slap like of that in the world. By God, that's Fulig Jimmy.
By twilight, Singapore's shape was clearly visible. Its street lamps flickered to life one by one, glowing like yellow stars along the edge of the sky. The Honolulu Star was drifting slowly. The immense harbor of Singapore loomed ahead beneath a massive veil of dust, like some mythical dome smothering the city.
Let's handle the most urgent matters first, smiling stranger.
Whatever you say, Your Majesty.
They stood leaning against the ship's railing, talking casually.
You don't seem to care about anything. That's a proper royal attitude.
Then I've clearly been royal all along.
Silentium.
And what's that? Sounds fancy. I'd like to say it too.
It means, be quiet.
Right. Silentium, good word. I'll use it.
Listen to me, my friend. For 150 years, the throne of the Islands of Happiness has passed from father to son. One of our ancestors drove out the first English invaders. And since then, by decree of the Spanish king, our family has ruled the islands. The late Mr. Gould, whom I mentioned before, was my uncle, His Grace, Prince Regent Fernandez. I didn't like the man, but still, it pains me how he passed.
A chill ran down Jimmy's spine. He couldn't shake the mystery that still haunted him. Who was the dead man whose hand he'd tucked back under the sheet? Who killed Mr. Gould? Where did the cabinet go? And what kind of madness was all this?
I need you to remember a few critical things. From the moment you stand in for me, you must know nothing about the world. Nothing at all. Is that clear?
Crystal.
I lived in Elmira, capital of the Islands of Happiness, until I was 8. After my father died, my uncle, who became the regent by the grace of God and also my guardian, took me to France. There, I attended military school. In the last 2 years, I continued my education as the guest of the English king at a royal college. Then, quite unexpectedly, the regent came for me. Here in Singapore, I'm to meet my mother's brother, Sir Egmont, Count of Elmira. Good man. He visited me every year, whether I was at Sancerre or at Balmoral with His Majesty. Fortunately, he's not in Singapore at the moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to blend in. He knows me too well. He's currently back in Elmira.
If your majesty allows, I'd also like to share a few key facts about myself.
By all means, I'm most curious.
I won't bore you with family history. I follow the old rule. Speak well of your ancestors, or not at all. Mine also beat their rivals once, but it involved taverns, not thrones. And taverns are poor places to reign from.
You're impertinent, but amusing.
There you go. In the Singapore underworld, however, my name carries quite the reputation. Look up some of my friends.
Such as?
For instance, there's Spiky Vonek, genius. Last year he kicked a postman so hard they're still studying the case in medical school. Just tell him, Heavy Fridolin sends his regards. He's currently in Martinique. You should write this down. It's extremely useful intel.
Very well. I'll even memorize it word for word.
Smart move. I've got a good relationship with the deputy at the Skullshavers Club. We did time together at the Sumba Penal Colony. They call him Tin Eye. Bit rough, not very refined, but he likes me.
I'm listening.
In Batavia, down the prison corridor, there's a staircase on the right and the warden's office on the left. The wall is painted olive green with a yellow border. Memorize it like a poem.
Why?
Just write it, Your Majesty. Very important. Learn it like a nursery rhyme.
Mr. Irving scribbled everything into a little red notebook and decided he really would memorize it.
Tell Brainbone to leave town fast. Hobo Fisher escaped from Aden.
That one I don't understand.
You will. When the time comes, it'll all make sense. Just note it down. Good.
Thank you. Now go put on my late uncle's modified suit. The harbour pilot's boat is approaching.
Whoa there, Your Majesty. Someone stole this from Mr. Gould Fernandez's cabin. Official papers.
He handed over a stag leather bag bearing a royal seal. His Majesty tucked it into his inner pocket. It contained the Prince Regent's diplomatic correspondence. Right now, he couldn't care less about diplomacy.
You have my gratitude.
Your Majesty, use my connections well. Best of luck.
To you as well, my friend.
His Majesty offered his hand. Jimmy gave it a warm shake and added one last bit of streetwise wisdom.
But Your Majesty, in the underworld, a good punch is still the best connection. That's what I call direct diplomacy. A truly self-evident solution, if I may say so.
Before the ship docked, His Majesty, on Jimmy's advice, bought a set of second-hand clothes. Respectable, but clearly worn. A stretched-out undershirt, a battered cap, and shoes that had already seen several wars. After much persuasion, Jimmy even handed over his sergeant's revolver and his lead-weighted baton, along with a quick crash course on how to use them.
Tuck the baton into your left inner pocket, Your Majesty. Strap side up.
And what's that for?
In case there's trouble. You shrug your shoulders slightly, and if the baton nudges under your arm, you'll know it's still there. That gives a man confidence. Helps make negotiations smoother.
And then?
Well, if words fail and you need stronger arguments, you pretend to scratch yourself. Start at the middle of your chest, work your way up toward your shoulder.
But that's rather uncouth, scratching oneself in public.
Out in the suburbs, that doesn't necessarily exclude a man from polite society. So, if your fingers find the strap, wham.
Wham.
Roughly translated, an 8-day recovery, a 12-centimeter contusion, some bruising, maybe a crack or two on the skull.
Thank you.
And when you pull it, make it one motion. Same as tipping a hat from your pocket onto someone's head.
That sounds terrible. It could be lethal.
Don't get your hopes up too soon, Your Majesty. Beginners rarely get such excellent results. The main thing is one fluid motion. Same goes for the pistol. Fire it mid-draw, from thigh level.
You know, my good man, fighting seems to follow just as precise and efficient a system as formal warfare.
The key is to hit first, Your Majesty. That's crucial.
Even military doctrine agrees. The side that seizes initiative holds the upper hand.
And a beer mug, or a chair leg. Then, bang, right into it.
Bang?
Like wham, but worse. Takes longer to heal, strongly reduces the victim's work capacity. Speed is everything.
Napoleon said, "Speed is half the battle."
Spike Ivanek says the same. In his words, "He who strikes first, laughs last."
I believe such events are unlikely. A ruler shouldn't stoop to that kind of experience.
Still, never hurts to know. The Raja of Karmatla is a powerful man too, and once disguised himself to walk through the docks of Hong Kong. No one dared touch him after he revealed his identity. But before that, oh, the chaos! One twitchy local slapped him 43 times before he could even introduce himself. Ever since then, the Raja only walks the harbor with heralds ahead of him, shouting his name and rank.
Mr. Irving's first act after setting foot in Singapore was to do something he'd always dreamed of. He put his hands in his pockets. A king doesn't do such things, especially not in public. But now, hands deep in his pockets, he strolled into the chaos of Raffles Street and let the city swallow him whole. And in that moment, he understood why most people never aspire to royalty. What a joy! To walk down the street, alone, pushed and jostled, on your own 2 feet, with hands in your pockets. Someone bumped into him so hard he staggered against a wall. "Sorry," the man muttered, then hurried off. For the first time in his life, he was treated like a nobody. Someone barked at him to stop gawking. A policeman, not impolite but firm, pushed him aside from a police gate as a car exited. Street vendors shoved trinkets in his face. One even grabbed his arm while rattling off 100 item names in rapid-fire babble. All unforgivable offenses. And yet, pure delight. He sat down at a small cafe, the kind where glum-faced agents and modest shopkeepers nursed their bitter drinks. He ordered a watery coffee and a cheap pastry, and it tasted like the best meal of his life. The waiter stood nearby, absent-mindedly gazing at the street.
"Hey, buddy, want in on a Sunday horse race pool? It's a combo bet. We only need 2 wins out of 5, and we've got something to split."
The way the waiter spoke, half condescending, half patronizing, was music to his ears. His Majesty nodded solemnly and joined the wager. Later, the waiter asked,
"So, if we win anything, where should I send your cut?"
Oh, just send it to me in Tahiti. Or better yet, give it to the poor. I won't mind either way.
His mood was nearly euphoric, light-headed, giddy, when the waiter, without even looking at him, muttered under his breath,
"Moron."
It was the first time in his life anyone had called him that, and somehow that, too, was a kind of joy. He whistled as he walked along the avenue. He never knew he could whistle. When could a monarch ever do that? He stopped at every vending machine along the road, feeding in coins, pulling levers, pushing buttons. Soon, a crowd of over 150 people followed him from machine to machine. No one could understand why he needed 40 shoelaces, 20 boxes of matches, 11 tins of face powder, or 17 weight slips from a public scale. The confusion peaked when,
"Hey, run! The cops are coming!"
Several shouted it helpfully. In the East, madmen are treated with a certain respect. Then came an official voice, cutting through the crowd.
"What's going on here, huh? What are you doing?"
I'm weighing myself.
"Yeah? Is the scale broken?"
No.
"Then why the hell do you keep yanking on it?"
So it spits out another slip.
"What, you collecting your weight?
I'm sending them with my New Year's cards."
You drunk? Get lost."
Sir, that's no way to speak.
The crowd surged, sweeping him away. Friendly strangers formed a protective circle around him.
Go on, young man.
Best not argue with the police.
His heart warmed. The people love him. 4 men escorted him into a side street. One of them was skinny, pale, with bristly red hair and knee-length trousers.
"Off you go, friend."
Thank you truly. It means a lot that you care. You're good people.
Think nothing of it.
They tipped their hats and left. At the next corner, he spotted a vending machine with rouge and powder. He reached for his wallet and froze. It was gone. His wallet, double compartment leather, one side for bills, the other for coins, was missing. It had contained $5,000. Now it all made sense. The four helpers, the jostling, the redhead brushing past his pocket, they'd robbed him. He ran. For the first time in his life, he ran. But now, there was no joy in it.
So this is the love of the people. Stop! Hey!
The four men turned around, calmly, almost leisurely.
What's the problem?
My wallet, it's gone.
So? You think we're thieves or something?
You were the ones shoving me around.
Watch your mouth.
Please, if only you knew who I am.
And then it happened, just like with the Raja. The pale, wiry man slapped him. But what a slap! A royal slap, if ever there was one, the first slap he had ever received. And he did not enjoy it. He never even saw the wiry arm move. There was a dull thud, and then a sudden burst of glittering lights danced before his eyes as his head slammed into the wall, and he dropped to one knee. He tried to get back up.
I am...
A fat one cracked a cane across his back. He howled in pain and was kicked clear off the sidewalk.
Take that. Accusing good men of theft.
Ungrateful bastard?
They turned the corner and, laughing, ran like the wind. He slowly got up, aching all over. But the deepest pain was in his heart, realizing such profound wickedness existed in the world. A policeman appeared.
Wow, they really did a number on you.
Blood dripped from his nose. His lip was split.
They stole my wallet.
How much was in it?
$5,000.
Move along. Don't try to play me. $5,000? Guys like you don't carry that kind of money.
Look, I won't pretend anymore. I am the ruling prince of Saint Antonio.
Oh, really? And who are you when you're sober?
Take me to the Saint Antonio Palace. It's on a hill just outside the city.
You mean that hill? Behind the little house? Yeah, right. Enough of this nonsense.
You honestly don't believe me?
It's possible. People have gotten beaten up for less.
Watch your tone, or you'll regret it.
What's yours, pal? Let's see some ID.
They'll confirm everything at the palace.
Look, I have to follow up on all claims. But if this is a joke...
You'll answer for every disrespectful word.
The officer bit his lip. Who knows? The devil is in the details.
All right, let's go. But if you're lying, you're in deep.
The prince walked ahead, dabbing blood from his nose with a handkerchief. His coat was torn from the beating.
If this guy's a prince, I'm a Navajo chief.
The palace was perched on a hill, surrounded by jungle-thick parkland. The officer rang the bell and a butler opened the gate.
This man claims he'll be identified at the Saint Antonio Palace.
The young man, muddy and disheveled, stepped forward.
Listen closely, butler. I am the ruling prince of Saint Antonio. The man who arrived earlier today in my name was only my proxy. He's impersonating me.
No one has arrived today, and
He must still be in town with the escort.
I'm sorry, young man. I don't understand a word.
You were expecting the prince today, were you not?
No, sir. We weren't expecting anyone today.
Knew it. Fairy tale.
Be careful what you say. Butler, you'll be held accountable.
I'm not afraid of your threats, sir. I assure you no one was expected today. Only the staff and Mr. Greenwood, the professor, are here.
Greenwood? Why didn't you say? He knows me well. We met 2 months ago at the royal court.
He arrived today and is sleeping now.
Wake him up, he'll come running.
The butler disappeared inside. The policeman stood hesitantly, eyeing the muddy young man beside him.
So, this man will confirm that you're a ruler?
Beyond any doubt.
But how does a ruler end up like this? In these clothes?
Have you never heard of the Eastern sovereign Harun al-Rashid, who used to walk among his people in disguise?
I don't like cartoons. They hurt my eyes.
Don't worry, officer. No harm will come to you. You're dutiful, if a little irritable. But suspicion is a good trait for a policeman. I'll see to it you're rewarded. Something modest, a decoration, perhaps, for looking into the matter so thoroughly.
Nice fellow, thought the policeman, whether he's crazy or royal.
Well, in any case, it would help if someone could confirm your story.
Don't worry, good man. Greenwood will vouch for me, and once he does, you'll get a glass of proper English beer at my palace.
I hope he's really a prince, thought the officer. He was terribly thirsty. But Providence had other plans that day. The butler returned, and behind him, framed by the tall gates, came a silver-haired, kind-faced gentleman.
This is the young man, Mr. Greenwood.
My teacher. I'm so happy to see you, Mr. Greenwood.
But the professor recoiled.
What do you want, sir?
Mr. Greenwood? What is the meaning of this?
You don't know him?
Why would I? I've never seen him before.
The prince felt like his skull was being pried open by some invisible force. He could hear his own forehead crackling.
Mr. Greenwood.
I'm sorry, son. You seem troubled, but I don't know you.
We met at Balmoral. You were there?
That's true, but did we meet there?
I am the Prince of St. Antonio. What kind of game is this?
The professor stepped closer, peering into his eyes.
Poor boy. Do you get headaches?
When this misunderstanding is cleared. I'll have you hanged, Greenwood. Hanged on Elmira Square, flogged with rhinoceros hide until you shout, "Poor madman," 100 times.
The butler and policeman grabbed him, but Greenwood stopped them.
Don't hurt him. The poor lad's clearly insane.
And then something truly unexpected happened. The prince put his hands in his pockets and laughed. A real laugh. From the heart, clear, joyful, like someone had just told the funniest joke in the world.
What's so funny?
I was just thinking, my grandfather once abolished corporal punishment for natives. But you, Mr. Greenwood, I'll have flogged until you scream, "Poor madman," 100 times.
Fulig, Jimmy's Diary, Part 1.
So back when I got off the boat, I made up my mind I'm gonna keep a diary. It came to me after I had this, down-to-earth high-level chat with some fella on board. I'd already put on the late Mr. Something suit, cause fate decided I was gonna be a foster dress corpse educator. Or something like that. Anyway, the main thing, as they say in them literary circles, is culture. Turns out writing a diary's a form of high arts. Like poetry, but without the rhymes. Or crimes. Now, first thing that happened, a giant dumb mistake. See, them clothes I got from the late gentleman, I had them tailored by a fella who was also riding the ship. But what no one tells you is, dead folks own shirts too. Only the suit got tailored. The shirt, that was left as it was. Tight like a strangler's handshake. Tight like a strangler's handshake. Who would have guessed such a massive dead guy had a baby neck in shirts? The shirt neck? The neck shirt? The shirt on the neck, or the neck of the shirt? Anyway, I near choked to death. From this. From that. From all of it. The shoes weren't no better. Guy was a walking wardrobe, but his shoes barely fit on my hooves. And them trousers? Like a circus tent. I could have wrapped myself up like them desert folk. What do they call it? A burn hose or a burrito? Anyway, the tailor fixed the pants. But the hat. The brim hit my shoulders. Had to carry it by hand like a gentleman carries a melon. His Majesty, by fate's generosity, also gave me some coins and told me, when you land, go find a man named Gomperez Hidalgo. Or maybe it was Hagildo. Higadori? Something like that. Sure sounded like one of them Spanish aristocracies. Like a Baron de Brickyard or Sir Tapastapas. But never mind looking. Turns out they're the ones watching me, seeing where Irving gets off the ship, which is me. The king. Obviously. Now, this whole diary writing thing ain't easy, but I'll get the knack. Like a spoiled rich kid learns to take a proper punch in boarding school. Before we got to shore, me and His Majesty had a little friendly conversating. He liked talking with me. Chatting, gauzing, logsing. Yeah, that one's good. He said to me, "You're gonna have a fascinating experience." So I told him, I'm already excited. I love experiences. Last time was in Cairo, but don't worry, all 3 taxi drivers pulled through. He laughed. He usually does. That's his thing. Then he goes, just be careful not to blunder into important affairs, the kind one ought to know about, like main proceedings, higher matters, or something to that effect. That was the style he used, real ceremonial. And I said, well, Your Highness, just educate me on the factualities and I'll confess to anything later. So then he starts explaining. First thing you gotta know, he says, the island was discovered 170 years ago by a pirate named Warrens. He became the boss of the locals, and they liked him real much, 'cause he robbed a lot, killed a few, but was always nice to the natives. So I go, and what became of this here Warrens? And he says, my great-grandpapa kicked him off the island and took over. But Warrens' descendants still claim they deserve the throne, say it's rightfully theirs. That's horse nonsense, I says, which is like cow nonsense, only more royal. Steady, he says. There's more of 'em, plenty of folks wanting crowns. I said, so it's a whole royal buffet. And he said, exactly. In my granddaddy's day, another Warrens riled up the locals again. They got a thing for Warrenses, see? Grandpapa had to escape the island with nothing but a royal scepter in his underpants. Maybe not exactly like that, but that was the gist. Now, around this time, some other fella named Alvarez, he was a lawyer and a diplopot. Anyway, some kind of political guy. He gathered up a gang of gutter snipes in Singapore. Then, with some Yankee help, he snuck in at night, kicked out Warrens, took the capital city Elmira, handed guns to the scum, and boom, called it an army. Then he made himself president, built hotels, buses, did deals, and even got into the ship business with some American company called Propserosity, or Proper Spaghetti, or something. Anyway, there was fighting again between Alvarez and Warrens, but my papa, the real king, came back with a ship and crew and smacked them both down. Took back the island. Court said both should be executed, but Papa spared Alvarez since he wasn't no bloody pirate killer. Just a crooked politician. He only got yelled at real hard and was banned forever from the island. I told His Majesty, same happened to me. I got banned from 2 islands. He asked which ones. I said, England and South America, but I'm good on all the rest. Just not too often. I got limited landing rights. He said, well then, back to business. I said, proceed, Your Royalness. So he tells me, Alvarez and his whole clan were exiled. Setting foot on the island was punishable by instant death. His laws were scrapped. And Warren's? He didn't make laws. So instead of repealing them, they just hung him personally, real high up on a classy palm tree. He added that in any other country, Warrens would have been hanged anyway, for piracy, manslaughter, robbery, arson, and general disrespect. I'm telling ya, this diary business ain't easy. So the Royal Prince King told me all that, and I listened close, 'cause it was stuff I gotta know, customarily, honorably. Then I said, so they booted Alvarez and hung Warrens. No more throne clingers around? And he said, "One left. The pirate's son. He was a wee little rascal during the old wars. Locals hit him. He grew up and became a proper villain. Got caught by the Hollandians. By then, he had a long criminal resume. Name's Bob Warrens. Young guy, but already a champ in robbing and killing. Got sentenced to 15 years. He even swore in court, and His Majesty told me this real serious like. He swore that once he got out, he'd kill the king, every last St. Antonio, all the Alvarezes, and be king himself. But His Majesty said that's unlikely. He's sitting tight in hard labor." Then he mentioned a fella named Sir Egmont. That's the Prime Minister. His Majesty's mama's brother. A real proper man. He don't come to Singapore, would spoil the intrigue. But if someone mentions his name, I gotta know. He's the forever Prime Minister. He used to advise His Majesty's dad. Tall, gray-haired, serious-looking bloke with a sword mark across his forehead. A real scar. A legendary one. He never leaves Elmira. Ever. Just so I know. So I said, got it. Then the ship docked, and I almost died from that cursed tight shirt. Awful stuff.
The policeman gently took hold of the young man's arm.
Come along now.
The prince followed him like a sleepwalker. They were back in the city, walking past a pub. The officer glanced at his watch.
My shift ended 20 minutes ago. How about a beer?
I've never tasted alcohol. Besides, I have no money.
Don't worry about it. My treat.
You can't treat a reigning monarch. But thank you, good man.
What a character. If he truly were a king, he couldn't play the part any better. Poor fellow.
How long have you been feeling this way in your head?
I am a king.
All right, all right. Just one sip of beer won't hurt. Even kings drink sometimes. Richard the Lionheart shared wine with his soldiers on crusade.
The boy thoughtfully stroked his chin.
That's true. The example of an English king is worth following.
They went into the bar and ordered beer at the counter.
Now, friend, you'll come with me somewhere quiet to rest.
Are you mad, officer? I must get to Elmira immediately. I'll sort everything out there, then the inquiry begins. And the guilty will suffer, even if they've fled to Singapore. The English king is my good friend. He'll hand them over without mercy.
But you can't just go to the Isle of Happiness. It's very far, you know. Hiring a ship would cost a fortune. There are no regular routes out that way.
Once there were, but when my grandfather drove out the rebel Alvarez and his government, the island regained its noble reputation. Ships avoided it after that.
I think I read something about that.
You might have. Greedy businessmen made a big fuss over it. They bought up every profitable, right from the revolutionary government's president. Don Barabbas Alvarez, that scoundrel.
He knows every detail of this delusion, thought the officer kindly.
You can't get there, son. Trust me. I'll take you to a nice, quiet place. They take good care of restless monarchs.
The prince recoiled.
You wouldn't dare have me committed?
Of course not. Oops.
Like lightning, the prince dashed out the door. That was the most terrifying threat he'd faced yet on this bizarre journey. He ran like a hunted tiger, zigzagging wildly, turning every corner. His fit, athletic body quickly outpaced the short, chubby policeman, who couldn't keep up at all. The prince didn't even glance back. Every second mattered. For half an hour, he ran full tilt, long after the officer had lost him. In the big cities of the East, the streets stay lively late into the night. The heat keeps people indoors during the day. Life begins at dusk.
Where now? What next?
The world spun around him in the warm, stale night air. He had reached the outskirts of the city. Not far off, he saw a river. Jimmy had said, that's where the underworld began. Maybe Jimmy's contacts can help him get to Elmira. But where are the clubs? Well, one thing was certain. The truth would come out soon enough. It wasn't exactly likely that Fulig Jimmy and his offspring would be the next in line to the throne of St. Antonio. His nose had swelled into something grotesque, and his lip was stretched crookedly where it had split open. His clothes were a mess, bloody, muddy, and torn to shreds, and he didn't have a single coin to his name. So first things first, he had to find the underworld. It had to be out here somewhere, he was sure of that. Locals moved in noisy groups toward the outskirts, shouting and laughing. Rickshaw pullers dashed past with their two-wheeled carts. The blazing full moon above was dimmed by clouds of thick, swirling dust. The dust crept down his collar, stung his skin, mixed with sweat, and left him sticky, itchy, and miserable. His throat burned with thirst. But where could he drink? And with what? He pushed open the first tavern he found. The air inside was thick with the stink of pipes, spilled liquor, and damp clothes. Noise clanged from every direction. Voices, glasses, music.
Excuse me, may I have a glass of water?
You may. Looks like you've had something else already today.
He gulped down the water and sighed. Music played on a worn piano. The bar was full of rough-looking types and women of every race.
Tell me, innkeeper, is this the underworld?
What? What underworld?
You know, where certain clubs meet in Singapore.
Get out while you can. Decent folks come here, cyclists and unemployed tour guides.
He hurried out without another word. He had to do the same at several other places, each time provoking outrage with his innocent question. Apparently, Singapore had no underworld at all. But then why all the reports in the papers about burglaries, robberies, and police raids? By now, he had reached the riverside where crooked, sagging mud huts lined the banks. The air was thick with the acrid stench of native and Chinese poverty. It made him feel sick. People sat on the ground around open fires, roasting fish. Skeletal opium addicts slumped in corners, barefoot children ran shrieking through the dust, and disheveled women squabbled or stared vacantly from behind greasy windows. Even Europeans wandered here, filthy, unshaven, drunken wrecks. The river itself teemed with noisy life. Families lived aboard long, raffia-roofed boats where they cooked, played accordion, or made sandals. Sewer canals emptied into the water, and a rotten, disease-ridden mist clung to this overcrowded Chinese slum. The prince's stomach turned. In a window, black and yellow-skinned girls smiled at him. Inside, zithers and harmonicas played. Beside that was a basement bar, with stairs hacked into the earth. At a street corner, lit by torchlight, a Hindu fakir performed a sidewalk circus act. First, he charmed a snake to a flute's whine. Then he pierced his skin with needles, and while in that state, passed around a collection plate and calmly swallowed a sword.
Chilling trick, isn't it?
The prince seized the chance to make a new acquaintance.
It's not so special. Anyone can swallow a sword.
A sword like that?
I doubt it's sharp.
Still so filthy. Pure stomach poison.
The prince turned to inspect the speaker. A peculiar figure, thin, long-nosed, strong jawline. A pince-nez dangled from a black cord on his nose. His formal coat nearly reached the ground, but bare shins peeked out beneath it. He wore wooden sandals like the locals, and a massive, floppy artist's hat shaded his face. From beneath it, unkempt gray hair spilled in tufts. He had no trousers, it being summer, but to maintain standards, he kept pulling his shirt cuffs from the coat sleeves with exaggerated elegance. The prince couldn't help laughing.
I see you've had a rough day.
Yes, some wretches stole my money and attacked me.
Happens a lot around here. Shall we introduce ourselves? Not the custom, but you can lie if you want.
Not necessary. My name is Archduke St. Antonio
Trebitch.
Not even a flicker of surprise crossed Trebuch's face, as if bumping into archdukes were a daily thing for him.
Join me for a beer, Your Grace.
I'd love to, but I'm broke. They took $5,000.
Unfortunate. But not a problem. I'll treat.
Do you actually believe I'm an archduke?
Why not? If you believe I'm Trebitch, it's only fair.
But I am the real Saint Antonio.
Then you should know I'm the real Trebitch. Let's keep that between us.
The prince was hungry, exhausted, his eyes burned, and the fine dust settled on his dry gums with a bitter taste.
Is your Highness just passing through? Visiting rural relatives in the suburbs?
They stole my country.
Stole your? Good heavens! Did you report it? Lost and found is the place for that.
The prince nearly burst into tears.
Sir, please understand, I truly am Archduke Saint Antonio.
And I swear to you, I'm the real Trebitch. I used to manage the cinnamon plantation in Borneo.
He paused, waiting, as though the young man would gasp in awe. You were the manager of the cinnamon plantation. My word.
Please, this must remain our little secret. Now come with me.
But I really am the Archduke. And if you're making fun of me...
I'm not. I swear I truly am the real Trebitch. And yes, I managed the cinnamon plantation in Borneo.
The prince was crushed. Finally, a kind soul. And he turned out to be utterly mad. No doubt about it, the real Trebitch was a lunatic.
And where is your Highness headed now?
I'm looking for the underworld.
Splendid. Let's go together. I'm on my way there myself.
To the underworld?
Absolutely.
With the clubs?
Indeed. I frequent them nightly.
Somewhat uneasy, the prince followed him. They were already nearing the delta of Singapore. Mud squelched beneath their feet. Railway tracks ran atop a raised embankment. Now and then a sagging hut appeared, and sometimes shadowy figures slipped by in the dark. The prince found the scene eerie, especially the twisting beams of violet and red signal lights from the tracks above. Where was this madman taking him? Trebitch strode along with his long nose pince-nez and that perpetual genial smile, like a respectable grocer. The land dipped toward the many-armed river mouth, their footsteps squishing into the muck. They had been walking across that deserted terrain for nearly an hour and a half.
Where are you leading me?
Why, as you asked, your Highness. To the afterworld.
I said underworld.
Same thing, same thing.
A train whistle cried out faintly in the night. The prince stopped, panting and half faint from exhaustion.
I'm not going any farther.
Really now? Why such a sudden decision?
I won't. And remember, I am Saint Antonio.
Then allow me to swear, on whatever you like, that I am the true Trebitch. Let's unite forces.
What could he do? His head pounded. The world swayed.
I'm turning back.
Your Highness, just 100 steps ahead, that yellowish light, you'll find the old Dutch harbour. That's where, you know, the world you seek begins.
Indeed, through the mist, a hazy glow could be seen a few 100 feet away. They moved onward. Cicadas shrilled all around, and splashes accompanied their steps as frogs leapt from their path.
Bit monotonous out here, but refreshing, wouldn't you say?
The marshland reeked of rotten eggs, choking their lungs. The marshland reeked of rotten eggs, choking their lungs. At times they sank ankle-deep into the slime. The glow grew nearer. It was a lamp. Mounds of earth flanked the path, and the air smelled faintly of the sea. More lights now shimmered over the hillocks, and at the river's edge a few locals appeared, singing, dangling their feet above the water. Somewhere nearby, a harmonica and banjo played. In a cove of the dead arm of the river, a rusted ship hull rose from the water, propped up. Mosquitoes swarmed by the thousands, biting them raw. Trebitsch scolded them with paternal affection. The prince was on the verge of fainting, and muttered hoarsely,
Please, just a reminder. By tomorrow, the entire police force might be looking for me.
No problem. You can hide here until things blow over.
But for heaven's sake, I am the ruling Archduke Saint Antonio. I really am.
Trebitsch stopped and gave him a look of majestic indignation.
But, Your Highness, are you still doubting that I am Trebitsch? I truly am. Come now, I insist, see for yourself.
They reached a shack from which music drifted. A large wooden sign swung over the door. Over the shack's door swung a lopsided wooden sign. The cracked lettering read, Hotel Hall of the Four Wise Butchers. 5 o'clock brandy, dancing, starters, entry, open in hot or cold weather.
Please step in with confidence. A gentlemanly place, a proper hotel hall.
Where's the hotel?
Oh, there isn't one. Just the hall. Everyone's got a room. Just no hall to go with it. Please, inside.
4 bare, whitewashed walls. 2 long benches. In the back, 2 colossal glass jugs, called demijohns, brimmed with liquid. Patrons sat side by side, each with a tin mug between their knees, filled with wine or brandy. The barman stood between the demijohns, puffing on a pipe. On the windowsill, a black kid played harmonica. Next to him, a scrawny, mustached, and very tattered European plucked at a banjo. Nobody looked up at the door. The entire room radiated absolute indifference.
Hey, Big! My friend here. He's a full-fledged archduke, is looking for Tulip.
Then take him to him.
Someone yelled across the room.
Hey, look! It's Eager Gristle!
Where have you been?
Bringing in another stray to the shelter?
Ignore them, my highness. None of them ever had a nursery.
He pushed the prince through a reed-matted door at the back. They walked down a dark corridor.
Why do they call you that strange name?
I told them I was Eager Gristle, but you can be sure I really am Trebitsch. Just don't tell anyone. I'm traveling incognito.
The prince opened his mouth to speak, but Trebitsch cut him off with a murmur.
Farewell, poor boy. I truly feel sorry for you.
And with that, he kicked him. The prince felt the floor vanish beneath his feet, and he fell. His Majesty did not land hard. There was a soft rustle, and he lay dazed and limp in a bed of straw where he had dropped from a height. A cool breeze brushed his face. He heard whispering sounds. The sea. It had to be nearby. A gentle rocking motion stirred him. A ship. How in the world had he fallen from a tavern onto a ship? Somewhere far above, the real Trebitsch's voice rang down through the darkness.
Hey, Tulip, got a new one for you. That's $3 for me.
Slow down with that $3. Let me take a look first. I've been getting complaints all over. Your merchandise keeps dying on me.
This one's top quality. Medium build, well fed, just a little unhinged. Very likable. If I'd had even a gram of opium today, I wouldn't be selling him. $3, practically a gift.
Click. A beam of harsh flashlight cut through the dark, hitting the prince square in the face like a punch. He squinted, recoiling into the straw.
This one's been roughed up. I'll give you 2.
You heartless swine! You talk about a living being like he's a cabbage.
His face is all cracked and peeling.
So what? He's not a porcelain vase. You don't discount after delivery. That's something you mention before the transaction.
Fine, take him back, or I'll toss him overboard. Don't tell me I scammed you.
All right, 280.
2 flat.
Never. You soulless loan shark. I'd rather see him in the sea than sell at that price.
230, not a cent more.
250.
All right, but this is the last time I take damaged goods. Sparrow will bring you the money.
All this while His Majesty had been lying there in a daze, unable to utter a single word. His eyes slowly adjusted to the flashlight, now hooked to the corner of a mast-like pole. Let's take a moment and see, through His Majesty's bleary eyes, the man who just bought St. Antonio de Vicenzo, Osse Galapagos, sovereign prince of the Isle of Happiness, for the bargain price of $2.50. Even in today's market, that's a steal for royalty. His new owner was a sailor. Diary of Fulig Jimmy, Part 2.
Now I'll tell you why I'm writing this diary. 'Cause it ain't easy, you know. I didn't write much back then. Finished 4 years of school since my parents enrolled me real early. What's a defenseless kid like me supposed to do? I repeated the 4th grade twice, got held back each time. But writing? Never liked it. Still, something strange happened that pushed me to start. Here's the deal. Before we landed, I had a chat. He told me that Gom Perez, the Hidalgo, never saw me and would be furious if he found out about the switch later. He said to keep it simple and head straight to the palace. Then he handed me a first-class landing ticket. Said he'd leave with the crew. My foot hurt like hell, because by fate's grace, I was wearing shoes that were tight on a dead man. So tight, I couldn't even care about the shirt choking me. When I got off the boat, I just walked straight and handed the ticket to someone. Or into someone. Standing next to me was a stern gentleman with a long face and watery eyes. The moment he saw the ticket, which had my name printed on it real fancy, he stepped in front of me, tipped his long black hat, looked like a rounded coffin, and I saw he was balding, but that's not why he came. "Excuse me," he said, "Mr. Irving." "In the flesh," I replied. He bowed. "I am Gompretzel Hidalgo," he said stiffly. I tried to calm him down. All right, no big deal, but if you stand in front of me, the passengers can't get off this narrow bridge." Which was true. So he stepped aside, and I kept going. He walked beside me. To the right stood an old man with a big mustache, stiff as a board. He stepped over to him and introduced General Paulino, Minister of War by order of His Majesty. "So, not a firefighter then?" I said. "God bless you, Paulino. How's life?" "Just like the king taught me, simple and direct." The old man looked a bit shocked. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Quite excellent." Then came a whole bunch of serious-looking men in black suits and shiny hats. "All right," I said, "let's not form a crowd here or the police will show up." They must have agreed, 'cause they all started moving. At the front marched the Hidalgo, long-legged like a stork and still completely bald. Then me. The rest looked like grieving relatives at a funeral. I laughed at the whole thing. What could go wrong? His Majesty will vouch for me, even under oath. General Paulino, His Majesty's Minister of War, said, "Sir Egmont could not come greet Your Majesty. He's unwell." "Nonsense, he's fine. I've known him since childhood. He's my mother's brother and has a sword scar on his forehead." Silence. The kind you only get at funerals. He prepared to come, but he's still weak. Please. He didn't come all the way from the Isles of Happiness just to stand in my way. "Well," he said, "Your Majesty might not know this, but the plan changed. He came with us after all." "A thunderbolt from the blue." "What are you saying?" I gasped. "Sir Egmont is waiting." Now would be the time to run, but I'm surrounded by the grieving crew, and up ahead the bald-eyed Algo walks like he's my closest kin. Egmont will recognize me, for sure. Oh God. Then scandal breaks out, and while His Majesty runs off, they'll shoot me dead. We reach a speedboat at the dock. Please board, Your Majesty. I wanted to protest, but there were 20 officers standing there staring at me. I've only seen such things in nightmares. We all piled into the big boat. Where are we going? I feel like Jimmy asked. To the royal yacht. Plans have changed. We're leaving immediately for Elmira. You are to take the throne. Well, ain't I in a fine mess now? Things were already bad. But now, I'll tell you later.
His new owner was a sailor, short and absurdly stocky, not fat, but solid. His thick arms ended in wide, hairy paws. His barrel torso sat atop column-like legs. His round, fleshy face was ruddy and lined with a stubby nose, thick stubble, and a short-stemmed pipe. He looked like a cartoon character. His sailor's uniform was strikingly clean: white cotton trousers, blue blouse, and a round sailor hat with a ribbon. He puffed calmly on his little pipe.
Off the straw! Let's go!
His Majesty obeyed with aching limbs. They were on the deck of a barge. The dark sea whispered around them. Off in the distance, blinking lights pierced the fog. Singapore Harbor, where he'd arrived on the Honolulu Star.
Who are you?
A flash of insight. All this suffering stemmed from his stubborn insistence that he was Saint Antonio. Perhaps it was time to try a new tactic.
My name's Pedro.
Listen here, Pedro. I recruit crew for certain ships. They go on long hauls, the food's not terrible, and if things go well, you might even get paid. They run opium and guns to remote islands. You'll sign a contract and start work tomorrow.
I've been tricked. I never signed anything.
So you're not signing now?
No.
Then I'll have to beat you.
The sea's unending whisper underscored the tension like eerie background music. Tulip slowly stood and looked around for something to hit him with.
Wait, I've just come from Batavia. I bring an urgent message to the Singapore clubs.
He racked his brain, recalling what Fulig Jimmy had taught him to memorize from the notebook on their journey aboard the Honolulu Star.
What did you say?
A message. For Big Buffalo, Marrow, Spiky Vanek, and Dirty Fred.
That did it. Tulip removed his pipe and stepped closer. At last, His Majesty had named people who commanded some respect around here. Mentioning the King of England had gotten him nowhere.
You know Big Buffalo?
Yes, I do. Through my father, I'm a member of the Loyal Apples Club.
Now they looked at him differently, as if a real prince had just cast off his disguise. All it took was dropping the names of a few notorious bandits.
That damn Trebbits. Selling me this kind of goods for $2.50. Come on then. But if you're lying...
I'm not lying.
You'd better not be. Otherwise, you'll be on that shit and I'll be $2.50 sure.
Take me to Big Buffalo.
Maybe he could escape en route. Besides, a ruler must never retreat.
Come on!
One flick, and the light was gone. A thick hand clamped onto his arm, tighter than a wrench. A bitter, fishy sea breeze washed over him as they crossed the deck. The tide slapped gently at the hull. Spray touched his face as they reached the stern.
There's a plane ahead leading to shore. Follow carefully. Fall between the boat and the dock, and no one will fish you out.
They stepped onto the sloped, narrow board and walked steadily to land. Tulip seized his arm again. Pitch black.
Last chance to change your mind.
Lead on.
They moved swiftly. Tulip knew the path even in darkness. Suddenly, a light appeared behind a hill. Someone played the zither. People were singing.
Wait a moment. My heart.
Yeah?
My heart.
fumbling at his chest where the strap was, just like Fulig Jimmy taught him, the loop, now on his finger, now taut across his fist. And with all his strength he whipped the club forward, straight to the head. Crack! Tulip froze like nothing had happened. Then his mouth slackened, his eyes bulged. One more blow, just to be thorough. Tulip hit the ground with a thud. His Majesty ran. Jimmy had been right. There's no better reference around here than a well-placed hit to the head. Suddenly, he hit the ground hard. Someone had tripped him in the dark. Strange shadows loomed around him.
Who are you?
Pedro.
He could make out 4 dark figures.
Where to?
I'm looking for Spiky Vanek and Big Buffalo.
Why?
We were smuggling. I'm a member of the Loyal Apples Club, and I know Marrow well.
You sure about that?
Yes. Take me to him.
No need. I am Marrow.
Uh-oh, that's bad. But he reacted instantly. He knew the line by heart.
A buddy from Batavia sent word. Get lost quick. Hobo fishes out.
Really now? Seems you know a lot about my business. But why did you say you knew me?
So I could deliver the message.
Sounds fishy. As for Hobo Fisher, I'm not scared of that clown.
You're coming with us.
And he went. He couldn't take on 4 guys. No chance of running either. Fate had caught up. They led him to a small inlet, climbed into a rowboat, and paddled until they reached a high cliffside. There, in front of a burrow-like opening, they stopped. As he stepped inside, the heavy, moldy stench of damp soil surrounded him. And in that moment, the prince wasn't sure if he'd ever see the stars again. They led him for what felt like forever, down winding tunnels that twisted and turned like intestines. In the distance, he heard a strange murmur. The sound grew louder until a faint glow appeared at the end of a bend. They emerged into a vaulted cavern, lit dimly by lanterns. Crude stone columns jutted from the floor like fossilized tree trunks. From this massive chamber, tunnels branched off, some hidden behind wooden doors. In the center, a big table cobbled together from dozens of planks. Around it sat shady characters, smoking, drinking schnapps, playing dice. This wasn't the main club yet. This was just the lobby. A hangout for vagabonds who weren't yet official members, but were being considered.
Hey, Porter Rob.
Out of the shadows stepped an elderly tramp, dressed in rags but proudly wearing a pristine hotel doorman's cap that read, Grand Oriental Hotel. He wore it with pride. He didn't care for clothes or hygiene, but every week he stole a fresh cap, ideally from the fanciest hotels.
What's up?
This guy brought a message. He was in prison with Fulig Jimmy.
Where?
Batavia.
The old man turned to him. They called him Porter Rob because he checked who came in and out. He knew every jail in the world, from personal experience.
You did time in Batavia?
Yes.
What color are the hallway walls?
The prince's brain fired like lightning. Jimmy had drilled this into him.
Green oil paint, light trim. Warden's office is to the right, cross hallway to the left.
And below that, work yard access. The kid's all right.
Thanks to Fulig Jimmy, he passed. Marrow and the others gave him a few approving glances. Even in the underworld, it helped to have a documented past. They headed down a wide tunnel. To the right, in a nook, sat the cloakroom attendant, guarding parcels left by members. Most of them were tools of some sort. A sign above read, "The management takes no responsibility for items stored in the cloakroom." Even more eye-catching was a notice above the entrance to the underground. Attention bringing in firearms, blackjacks, knives, brass knuckles, or any deadly weapon is strongly recommended. Entering unarmed is forbidden and extremely dangerous. The management accepts no liability for resulting injuries. Each burrowed-out clubroom along the corridor had its own wooden door and its own quirky sign. For example, "The world belongs to pickpockets. Honest Finders Association Lost and Found Department." The prince began to forget all his troubles, both mental and physical.
What's that one?
Old Sailors Association. They've all attended the Seafarers' Banquet.
The what?
Well, sometimes a lifeboat's adrift for too long. Food runs out. They draw lots. And, well, sometimes someone becomes dinner.
The door to that club said, "Dietetic Old Boys Tarot. Club members of the main club strictly forbidden from entry."
They decide membership by blackballing. If you're morally spotless, you're a regular member and can't enter. If you get blackballed, you're welcome anytime.
The criminal underworld loved mocking the high society that rejected them. Drunken members occasionally staggered through. From behind, some doors came the clatter of cards and the jingle of coins.
Where are you taking me?
To the pardoned one.
Are there pardoned gentlemen in this place?
I think there are 4 left alive. You can only join that club if you were granted clemency before execution, maybe for a royal birthday or Christmas.
Being a pardoned one was a rare stroke of luck. Even here,
That's their door.
there is a cure for death, the circle of the pardoned. Marrow knocked.
Come in.
With some elbow and knee work, they shoved the door, a simple plank, out of the way. What greeted the prince inside was astonishing. The room was essentially an office. A large American-style desk stood at the back, flanked by a cabinet and 2 battered armchairs. But the real showstopper was the pardoned gentleman himself. A dignified-looking old man with silver hair, owl-eyed spectacles, an English mustache, and a high forehead. A ring on his finger, a watch in his vest, a fine silk tie with a pin. His cool blue eyes wouldn't have looked out of place at a League of Nations summit, and hanging on a hook behind him, a pristine morning coat and a gray top hat. He was writing something and looked up as Marrow entered with the prince. The rest of the group waited respectfully outside.
Well then, what is it?
This man claims to know Big Buffalo well.
Name.
Pedro.
And who are you?
Fulick Jimmy's brother.
And you know Big Buffalo?
And I bring a message for Spiky Van Eck, too.
The gentleman studied him in silence.
If all that's true, then why did you knock out Tulip?
From behind the cabinet, Tulip stepped out, his head bandaged. The room fell quiet as they began to close in on the prince. Diary of Fulick Jimmy, Part 3.
I still haven't told you what made me start writing this diary. It wasn't even my idea. It happened just before the Honolulu Star docked. I had no clue about keeping a diary. I was getting ready to disembark and was feeling quite emotional, saying goodbye to the steward down in the bilge. I told him with all due sentiment since we'd been through rough times together. It's a pity we're parting ways now, and I'm really sorry that I'll have to smash your face in if you don't pay me the stoker's wage. He kindly asked me not to do that. Then pay me, I said. I earned it fair and square up to Singapore. Which was true. He hesitated at first, but in the end, he realized that if I kept hitting him, he might fall ill. So he paid me the full amount, and we even shook hands warmly. Pleasure meeting you, I said. I'll never forget you. Nor I you, he replied, and I actually believed him. Then I pulled one last little trick on someone who truly deserved it. None other than Dirty Fred the Captain. A dreadful creature, that one. Before we docked, I went down to the bilge. "Captain," I said, knocking on the crate he was hiding in. "Just wanted to say goodbye." "Go to hell," he said evasively. "Not before we resolve one last gentlemanly matter," I said. I tipped the crate onto its back and plopped a massive suitcase on top. Now the front panel was facing the floor, and the entrance, his stage door, was covered by the suitcase, which must have weighed 80 kilos. "You rascal!" he yelled. "If you do this, I'll kill you." So I added another heavy suitcase on top. And then, nobody had ever heard Dirty Fred beg before. But now he said, "Jimmy," he pleaded, "I'm 52 years old, and for the first time in my life, I actually have somewhere to be." "How touching!" His voice trembled with emotion. "If you take off this cargo, I'll make you rich. I absolutely have to get off this ship." Nobody had ever heard him beg like this before, but I wasn't moved. The man robbed me blind. That sort of thing doesn't exactly win you sympathy. By the time he was still whining, I'd piled so much luggage on top that I could barely hear him. Just a faint, ghostly voice. "Jimmy, think this through, my son." "All right," I yelled. "If I change my mind, I'll come back and unload the pile, but I wouldn't bet on it." "Let the old man squat there until the dock workers come in the morning, and even then they'll unload the crates in the middle first, so the captain might be there all afternoon." Serves him right, because he's a cold-hearted mutt. If he were in my shoes, he'd probably kill me without blinking. That's the logic. If he were me and I were him, then I'd be killing myself in his place as him. A sharp reader will understand this with a bit of thought. I was reflecting on this very logic while the boat took me ashore, surrounded by grieving relatives, led by the Hidalgo who now wore a long black hat over his bald head. But what if this Egmont fellow sees me and realizes I'm not the king? He knows the real king personally and won't be fooled by my manner. I was getting nervous. They'd ask where the king is. I couldn't account for Mr. Gould either. The man the king said was once a prince, now lost to fate. They'll search for him too. And it'll be quite the scandal when I say he's dead. Twice over. First time I threw him overboard. Second time Dirty Fred did. I'll never forget that night. The ghostly captain and Mr. Gould Fernandez, the former regret prince, falling on my neck after being thrown into the sea. Brrr. I shuddered. "Your Majesty is cold," said the fireman, "but we're still on open water. It'll be even colder soon." "I'm just cold in advance," I replied. And it was true. We had arrived. A grand ship, though smaller than the Honolulu Star. On its side was written, Elmira. Trumpets blared, sailors lined up on deck. From below, I could see among them a man in a fancy military coat with gold trim, Sir Egmont, sword at his side, with an old scar across his forehead. We climbed up the ladder, the funeral procession marching past the sailors. I led them. Then we reached the ship's captain and Sir Egmont. I knew this was it. He'd recognize me and shout. They'd slap cuffs on me right away. I stepped forward boldly. Time to be honest. "Sir," I began, "I'll be truthful. This isn't my fault." But then, a miracle. With joy on his face, he said, "Your Majesty, I am overjoyed to see you again after half a year." Then he threw his arms around me, kissed and hugged me. I stood there like someone struck with a rubber truncheon from a clear sky. He knows the real king. Then why is he hugging me and calling me Your Majesty? "It's not your fault, Your Majesty," he continued, as if reading my mind. "The plans changed while you were en route. We'll explain later. We're heading straight to Elmira so you can reclaim the family throne among your people." He said something like that, and the Hidalgo was suddenly very bald again, holding his hat respectfully beside him. "Come, Your Majesty, to your cabin. You must want to rest." I did want to rest. My head was spinning. And this was only the beginning of the nonsense. Never stayed in such a fine cabin before, and never eaten this well either. 'Cause I'd just been fed when a sailor brought some fine food. Puffed up pastries, poultry meats, jams, and wine. When I asked for rum, they brought that too. And seeing they brought anything I asked for, I requested cigarettes and a bit of cash. That too, they brought. Then a sailor came and said that Sir Egmont and General Polino were waiting in the next cabin and requested an audience. All right, I said, but they better talk loud enough. I'll hear them just fine from here. But that wasn't what they meant. They wanted to come in and be audienced properly. No problem, I said, by the grace of fate, and in they came. The fireman-looking minister and Sir Egmont with his sword scar. Your Majesty, said Sir Egmont, we're here to give our report. Now then, I said, let's skip the money stuff. I trust you fellas. The fireman type blinked a bit at this, but Egmont just said, our proposal isn't financial. That reminded me of His Majesty's advice. Well then, this is one of those current affairs. Best wait a day or two, I said, lifting to my eyes the stemmed spectacles dangling from my breast pocket on a genuine nickel chain. The fireman minister looked at me with such reverence his mouth dropped open. But not Sir Egmont, whose constitution was more resistant to noble nonsense. Even so, I beg your Majesty to hear us now. It's urgent. So be it, I said. I shall be gracious by the will of destiny. While you were on the way, he began, we received word that Warren's Bob, son of the pirate, has escaped from Batavia, where the courts had sentenced him to forced labor. This Warren's Bob, the one with the claim to the throne? Yes, he was in Batavia's prison, but he escaped. That's not easy. There's a guard every 10 steps. Maximum security. Your Majesty surely knows that Warren's father fought against Alvarez, and your father defeated them both. Indeed, that's common practice in our family, I said. Before his sentencing, Warren's Bob swore that if he ever escaped, he'd kill both the ruler of the island and the exiled President Alvarez. People swear all sorts of things at trial, I said indulgently. Warren's Bob is the cleverest and most dangerous criminal in the archipelago. Bah, a trifle, I scoffed. What does that make Moonlight Charlie? That made him cough. Many natives support Warren's. They admired the old pirate. He's likely already returned to the island. Your Majesty must return so the people don't think you're a coward, and so you can stand at their head in these troubled times. And you think, Sir Egmont, my mother's brother, that this Warren's Bob will try to kill me? He'll certainly attempt it. Well then, I'll just knock him on the head, I replied, ending the audience. So now what? I'm not scared of that scoundrel, but the real trouble is that the king missed his connection to the throne back in Singapore. By now, the ship was long gone out to open sea. I went for a walk. Beautiful night, starry sky, calm sea, like a mirror. Gentle breeze and pleasantness. Especially 'cause I'd just eaten, which I count among the beauties of nature. The shore was long out of sight, just sea and sky. And as the damp season approached, a great fog rolled in, swallowing the ship. It was a fine vessel, powerful and fast. Then I noticed an officer behind me, giving me the respectful, silent escort. You standing there for me? I asked. Yes, Your Majesty, he said. Well, maybe don't, I said royally. With respect, Your Majesty, I am your aide de wing. Even so, I like to reminisce alone. That's what's at play here. I'm under orders, but the responsibility... There's no need for responsibility here. Remove yourself at once, I commanded with royal fury. He left. I felt better instantly once the aide de wing flew away. He went over to a young sailor, probably a wing page, and sent him off somewhere. Surely to fetch Sir Egmont. I got worried. And with the fog so thick you couldn't see your own nose, I skedaddled. That's the best time for prowling the deck. The fog reminded me of that ghastly night when the muscled-up Mr. Gould, formerly known as Prince Fernandez, landed on my neck after I tossed him in the sea, dead, and then Dirty Fred tossed him in again, all wrapped in white. I'd seen him do it. That night was terrifying. We were sailing through fog then, too. I'd seen the ghost in the captain's shape. He came in two forms, and I saw him again. Right here, in this place. The captain's ghost. The fog lay across my face like a steaming wet rag. Everything dripped. No rain, just thick boiling mist across the endless ocean. And then, as I turned a corner by one of the cabins, I bumped right into him. The ghost! Face to face! The captain of the Honolulu Star. Well now, Jose, he said calmly, smoking. I was frozen solid, like struck by lightning. A ghost, surely. What's he doing here, the Honolulu captain? What are you doing? I asked, a bit nervously, because I was, in fact, nervous. This kind of muggy monsoon lull fog messes with your nerves. I'm heading to Elmira too, Jose. Don't call me Jose. I'm here deceiving an entire royal entourage. They think I'm the king. Oh, I won't interfere, but tell me, there was a small drawer cabinet in Mr. Gould's cabin. Any idea where it might be? That's what's on his mind now? Captain, I do not tamper with interior furnishings, I replied with kingly decorum. That's not what I meant. Just thought you might have seen it. Never mind. Good night, Captain. Good night, Your Majesty, he said with a smile, shaking my hand. You're a real trooper. Care for a cigarette? Thank you, but I've got royal business to attend to. He moved on, swallowed by the swirling gray. And just then, returning, I bumped into Sir Egmont again, with the wing aid. Your Majesty. I was worried to see you walking alone. I don't like doing it any other way. Still, even a king must be cautious on his own ship. Paid assassins can be anywhere. I'll just knock them on the head too, but maybe you could tell me why the captain of the Honolulu Star is traveling with us? I have no knowledge of that, he replied. Well, that's just great. But I just spoke to him, not a minute ago, right here. That's impossible. Only your entourage and the crew are on board. And he looked at me like I was out of my mind. I didn't argue. I'd heard this story one too many times to bother. So, ghost. A captain-looking ghost who boarded the ship. Please, Your Majesty, remain in your cabin or have the aide accompany you. Fine, I said. Then I went back to my cabin. But later, in the dead of night, I slipped out quietly. The wingman wasn't nearby, though I spotted him about 10 paces off, leaning on the railing. What does he know? He doesn't realize a true monarch is about, one who learned silent footsteps back in his air days. The door didn't even creak. I was soon far away, only a sailor here and there, barely visible in the fog. Then, long silence. Just droplets plopping off the railings. The captain-shaped ghost wasn't there. Must be something criminal lurking behind all this. A ghost? Well, I'll knock him on the head. If he takes it well, then he's a real ghost. But I doubt that. Still, my chest felt heavy, like the fog had weight, even though I know fog is made of air, and my head throbbed. Typical monsoon symptoms. Even the quiet murmur of the sea sounded odd. My hand was wet like I hadn't dried it. Cold, too. Even though the thermometer said 42 degrees in the shade, and my stomach was freezing. And this fog wall just got heavier and heavier as we sailed deeper in. Bad weather setting in. Everyone gets quarrelsome in the taverns at times like this. That kind of weather where, back in my air days, you'd end up pulling knives quickly. So much so, I unbuttoned my collar, but I was still soaked, salty, and sticky, and my throat pulsed like a ticking watch hand. There. That glint in the fog, it's the gleam off a visor. Time for the flashlight, kept it since the coronation. I gave chase. As I neared, I clicked the button. Light cut through the fog, and I saw him. It was him, the captain, smiling, waving, hurrying off. But I followed. He must be stopped. He reached the cabin corridor before me and vanished into the fog. But then I heard a creak. Door hinge. Nearby. He went into a cabin. But which one? I'll search every cabin if I must, but I'll face this ghost. First cabin window. Dark. Is this it? I turn the handle and step in. Dark inside too. But not just dark. Still. Through my left eye, the monsoon sends a sharp needle into my brain. The darkness and silence were so strange my tongue dried out and my throat thickened. I was scared. My heart went cold. My knees buckled. What is this? I hit the button, flashlight on again, and I think I went mad. If I'd had a voice, I'd have screamed, but I didn't. I slammed the door and ran, trembling like in a malaria fit. I ran and I shook, because the flashlight showed the cabin. And there on the table, in an open coffin, lay Mr. Gould. Yellow-skinned, straw-colored mustache, black eye sockets. Fernandez, the recent Regent Prince. The one we'd already tossed into the sea, twice.
Threatening figures approached slowly. Leading them was Tulip, head-bandaged rightful owner of His Majesty. In the heavy, tense silence, only His Grace kept his noble composure.
Wait. We must figure out what this kid is doing here.
He's an intruder, a greenhorn.
Well, he's no beginner, that's for sure. That blow he gave me proves it. I'll have to give him that much.
Then why'd he knock you out? What was he running from?
Suspicious, no doubt. Wouldn't hurt to kill him, I'll admit. But he's definitely no amateur.
His Grace studied the ash between his fingers.
Take him to the Big Buffalo. He said he knows him.
And once again, the prince was escorted down winding underground tunnels. This time, he was fairly certain he'd never see daylight again. The musty catacombs rose upward now, the path growing steeper until they reached roughly hewn earthen steps. Eventually, they entered a dimly lit chamber. The prince realized where he was. They were back in the lobby of the Four Wise Flayers, that charming little pub. Tulip led the way. Marrow and the others flanked the guest. The bartender was still standing by the two demijohns, indifferent patrons still seated with tin mugs, same as before. The boy by the window played his harmonica just like when the prince had first arrived. The only new addition was a fat, messy mulatto woman snoring on the floor. Also present, a man sitting on a crate, Busy Gizzard, whom the prince alone knew to be the real Trebitch. The gang, with squat Tulip at the lead, caused no stir.
Busy Gizzard, I want my $2.50. Now!
I protest. I delivered the goods. He's my witness.
Your goods clocked me in the head and ran off.
You wanted someone strong and skilled. Well, anyone who knocks you out can't be weak. And escaping? That's pretty skillful too. Just look at this kid. All muscle. Stand up for yourself, friend.
The prince began to notice some worrying plebeian impulses within himself, like sudden bursts of anger and an alarming desire to punch people. He was, at that moment, quietly boiling.
You filthy slaver! Rotten scoundrel!
Let's not get personal. That gets us nowhere.
I ought to smash your face in.
Well, what's stopping you?
His Majesty's royal fist landed a picture-perfect left hook on the real Trebitch's face, earning him a murmur of admiration. Busy Gizzard, however, responded with blinding speed and considerable force, smacking His Majesty square in the mouth. The prince crashed into the bartender and knocked over one of the massive demijohns.
Let's not turn this into a brawl.
But the prince lunged again. Another punch, this time followed by a swift kick, sent him flying against the wall. His face now barely resembled anything human. Bells rang in his head. His left ear was torn near the lobe.
I really suggest we stop now.
Water. Please. I haven't had any since this afternoon.
The shack stank of rags and liquor, sweltering in the damp heat. The bartender, with visible disdain, poured half a glass of brandy and watered it down. The prince gulped it, instantly choking. It took all his willpower not to cough. Then the heat hit him, and he launched himself at Trebitch again. He dodged the kick. He barely felt the next slap. He was panting, consumed with one burning desire: to kill. Fists flew like helicopter blades. From some primal instinct, he drove his knee into Trebitch's gut, knocking him over. As they tumbled together, biting and brawling, the liquor in the prince's veins ignited. With animalistic rage, he slammed Trebuchet's head against the floor. When they scrambled to their feet again, the prince sprang like a tiger. He kicked and punched until one final hook sent Busy Gizzard flying into a corner. Before he could recover, His Majesty grabbed the nearest crate and hurled it at him, then lunged forward to finish the job, but was yanked back.
Whoa!
Let me go.
Once he's ragdoll grade, you leave him be.
His Majesty's face was now a raw slab of meat. His eyes barely peered from swollen sockets. His nose had been flattened into a horn. His lips ballooned like a boxer's. Bruises in every shade painted across what was once a delicate, princely visage. Busy Gizzard slowly stood. His face looked like it had been marinated in fists, but he still managed to nod smugly at Tulipan.
And you say this is bad merchandise.
What do you want with this wild child?
The new nickname stuck. In the underworld, naming is quick and disturbingly apt.
He's suspicious. Jumped Tulip out of nowhere. Says he's got a message for the big buffalo.
The room fell silent.
He wants to speak with the big buffalo. Go call him.
Me? Are you insane?
Let him go in if he knows the guy.
Someone grabbed the prince by the collar and shoved him through a curtained door. He was now in the big buffalo's den. Luxury suite, underworld edition. 4 moldy clay walls. No furniture. Just a mat on the floor. The big buffalo lay there, with a flickering lamp, sputtering smoke beside him. He was a mestizo, absurdly tall and wide. A hulking slab of meat, bald round head, native eyes, swollen lips like a boxer. And yet his skin was nearly white, a bizarre mix. He stared blankly at the boy. On one log-sized bicep, a tattooed anchor. His cut-off shirt revealed more ink creeping around the edges.
Kill me if you must. I lied about knowing you.
The buffalo's dead gaze didn't shift.
Who are you?
Fulig Jimmy's little brother.
A noble connection sometimes helps, he thought.
You're lying.
The stink of kerosene and damp dirt hung thick in the air. The buffalo slowly rose.
Who shoved you in here?
I don't know.
The prince's hand crept toward his hidden baton. He struck, but the buffalo's arm shot out with terrifying speed, grabbing him mid-swing. The prince slammed face first into the massive chest, feeling like a pebble caught in an avalanche. He blacked out. With a short movement, the buffalo tossed him back into the pub.
This kid tried to club me.
The remaining patrons smirked.
I wanted you all to see him before I squash him.
Said he knew you.
The buffalo grabbed the prince by the neck.
Tell the fish that too.
I came to see Dirty Fred. I swear.
Something flickered in the buffalo's merciless eyes.
You know Fred?
As well as he knows you.
That's a mistake, said a voice from the doorway. The kid does know me, and don't you dare lay a finger on him, Buffalo. Dirty Fred stood in the door. The prince's brain turned upside down. Childhood friends denied knowing him, while Dirty Fred, whom he had never met, claimed they were close. But the buffalo's grip did not relax, and the way he looked at Fred made even hardened killers in the room shudder. His eyes blazed with greenish, murderous hate.
Me as His Majesty. First Diary of Fulig Jimmy Part 5. So me as His Majesty, Fulig Jimmy the First, am now writing this here with me own royal hand, sometime during the first official year of my reign, thanks to fortune or fate, or maybe the tide, I don't know. Now, I gotta learn how to write in this fancy style, cause I keep seeing letters written like this every day and I gotta sign them too. But I still didn't say why I started writing this diary. See, it all started back on the ship when I was chatting with the king, back when I still thought being a king was a big deal. Turns out it ain't even that hard to rule. Just gotta get hold of a throne in this crazy crowd. The whole world's just like one big shove fest. Sometimes you're up front, sometimes you're trampled in the back. So in the first year of my kingin', I arrived at Elmira Island, right where the capital is. They was roasting oxen on the shore, cannons going off, fireworks too, flags flying, music blasting, all that jazz. There were soldiers standing in rows, people waving hankies, and a few hundred folks all shouting, "Long live! Long live!" Now, I've been round the world more than once, but I ain't never been welcomed like that in no port before. So we landed. First came the Gompretzel Higaldo, who is bald again, 'cause he's always on boats and needs an aerodynamic head, I guess. He's holding his hat all respectful. Then came me, then Egmont, and behind us, the Mornin relatives. Music going, people saluting, taking off their hats, and the crowd yelling again, "Long live the king!" Which, to be fair, is a mighty proper thing to yell in a moment like that. Now, Sir Egmont, I've known him a long time, what with him being my mother's brother and all, and he's got this old sword mark across his forehead. He leans in and goes, "Wave to the people, your majesty." So I did what seemed natural. I squinted noble-like and started nodding my head, kinda beckoning at him with my chin. But Sir Egmont starts twitching like he got fleas. "Not like that, sire, with your hand." So I pointed my finger at the people and wiggled it, kinda jokey. Egmont just sighed and muttered that maybe I should knock it off for a bit. Honestly, nothing pleases that man. And I was just getting into it. Then, when I stepped on land too, they fired the music back up, shouted, "Long live!" again, and took me to this carriage covered in flowers from wheel to wheel. We headed to the big castle, 'cause they got this hill here, and at the top of the hill is a castle, which the old Lost King said was called a main castle. Made sense to me. It was a real one too. Walls, cannon slits, and actual sky up above. They fired off more cannons when we galloped into the courtyard, where the whole garrison, all 20 of them, stood in neat lines. They gave a proper volley and we arrived in one piece. Then out from the gate comes this tall, smiling lady. Real classy looking, but totally gray-haired. I'm thinking, here comes the Queen Mother. She'll be sobbing for her son soon. But listen to this madness. She spreads her arms, walks right up to me, and says, "My son!" Yup, she said I was her son. Not even joking, and I sure ain't. I mean, we don't even look alike. Not even in the dark. That's when I thought, well, now I've gone properly insane. But she was so nice. Hugged me tight, kissed me on the cheek, and I gotta say, it'd been over 10 years since any mama kissed me. Felt real nice, even if it was somebody else's mama. Still felt like mine, though. That motherly hug and kiss was mine, and I wouldn't have traded it for no pretty girl's kiss. Not even a really pretty one. World's full of weird stuff like this. And I swear on my crown, which, by the way, is a serious promise for a king, I truly loved that lady queen right then. Just like I loved my real mama. And I really did love her. She's sleeping forever in Devonshire now, bless her soul. Sweetest lady there ever was. I ain't ashamed to write this. Even a vagabond's got a mama. Same as the fancy folks. Anyway, back to the point. I've always been curious since I was a kid. Once I busted open Lord Nelson's bust at school just to see what was inside. Nothing in there, just empty air. But I saw it, didn't I? Felt the same way now. I didn't know what the game was here. What was the trick? So when I was finally left alone with Gomprek the Hidalgo, or Higaldo, or High Doodle, or whatever they call him, I figured, this guy's gotta know what's going on. Probably got the whole thing figured out in his brain. And man, I would have loved to bust open his head like a statue, just to see what's inside. Bet it's air too. Then he goes, "Your Majesty, would you like to rest?" By then, I was in my royal room, the one they gave me. I told him I'd rather talk to Sir Egmont. He says tomorrow morning, during the formal audience, as is customary. So I say real firm like, Right now. He left looking real sad. Guess he really cares about them fancy court rules. Then Egmont shows up. He says, "Your Majesty, you should wear the marshal's uniform. That's the traditional royal attire here." And I go, "But I'm the new king, ain't I?" He says, "Yes, Fernandez, who used to be the Reagan prince, has passed away. We voted not to appoint a new duke. That was a month ago. So you now have full royal powers. Used to be you were underage, but now that don't matter. You're old enough." I look at him and say, real plain, "You're my mom's brother. I know your face and that scar. You know I'm not really me. I'm just a stand-in who's been made king. The real Saint Antonio is in Singapore. So what do you call this whole situation?" He thinks for a second, then says, "It would be punishable by death if I believe what you just said, sire, that you are not the rightful king, because by our law, anyone who impersonates the monarch shall be sentenced to death by hanging." I tell him, "But the king appointed me." He goes, "That would be mighty hard to prove, especially if they decide by morning that you're guilty of impersonation and should be hanged." Well, things were starting to heat up fast, but then Egmont laughs. "Of course, your Majesty was just joking, right? You are our rightful king, right?" And I say real quiet, "I am." And that's when he left me all alone so the servant could bring me the marshal's uniform, which is where this fine mess really begins.
The big buffalo had his hand around the prince's throat. Dirty Fred snapped at the mestizo, voice low and dangerous.
You can't kill the boy.
Oh, no, and why not?
Because I'll be the one to kill him, and whoever tries to stop me can join him.
The mestizo brute blinked slowly. For a second, he looked almost puzzled.
This rat traveled on the Honolulu Star. He knew I was stowed away in a crate below deck. Right before we docked, he flipped my trunk over and stacked it under a pile of heavy luggage.
That's a mistake. I didn't know you were on board, Mr. Dirty.
Liar! It was you. I lay there until midnight with a suitcase crushing my ribs. I nearly suffocated.
The big buffalo burst into laughter, and when Fred stepped forward to collect his just revenge, the giant blocked his way.
"From this moment on, the kid's my friend. Got it?"
I'm going to kill him.
Tension thickened like smoke in a boiler room.
Looking for a fight?
"No, I'm looking to finish you. That brat made a fool of you, and I like that. Anyone who lays a finger on him will regret it."
Fred ran his grimy fingers slowly through his wiry beard. His face twisted into a mockery of a smile, 1,000 wrinkles orbiting his yellow teeth.
Everyone's afraid of you because they don't know you're stupid. Too stupid for your strength to matter. But me, I'll deal with you, Buffalo. You know that.
Dirty Fred, old, bearded, and wearing the same clothes for weeks, spoke to the terror of Singapore as if he were a lost goatling caught on a railway track. But something held the monster back. Some reason he didn't just squash Fred with a single blow. Maybe it was the captain's left hand, still tucked casually in his pocket. While his right stroked his beard, the left was holding... what? A knife? A pistol? And Dirty Fred never hesitated when it came to using either.
"You won't hurt the boy, you blabbering old goat."
I'll gut him like a cow, you walking tin can of beef.
If only I knew what he's hiding in that bulging pocket, Buffalo thought with a growl.
"The boy's not going anywhere without me."
Smart move.
Even the real Trebitch nodded under a damp rag pressed to his swollen cheek.
That wild child deserves a chill. He knocked out Tulip, wrecked Busy Gizzard, took on the buffalo, and even had a go at you, Captain.
Quite the diligent lad. Still, I'll kill him.
Buffalo almost lunged, but Fred's pocket bulged even more as his hand tensed. The giant straightened up.
"I like this boy, not just because he embarrassed an old fool, but because he's got guts. He's my roommate now. No one touches him."
Silence fell. The buffalo. Taking in a roommate? A kid?
Keep babbling. The more you talk, the more ridiculous you sound. I'll kill the boy.
Fred slumped to the floor with a grunt. After the buffalo left with His Highness, Fred grumbled a while, then turned to the innkeeper.
A damn detective took my revolver at the docks. Worse, he confiscated my knife too. Anyone got a pocket knife?
He pulled his left hand from his pocket. All that noise, all that tension, for an apple. The prince sat in the filthy den, too exhausted to care anymore.
I'm hungry.
Buffalo seemed momentarily confused. Then, without a word, he left and returned with bread and meat. He stood and watched the boy eat, silent, almost shy. It was the first time in his life he had done something simply because someone asked.
Where are you from?
Escaped from Batavia?
What do you want here?
I don't know. Right now I just want to sleep.
He lay down on the buffalo's own mat. There was no other. The giant sat cross-legged beside him, unmoving until morning, watching over him. By the next day, everyone knew. Buffalo had gone mad. He doted on the kid like a nanny goat, dragging him everywhere, shielding him from harm. Anyone who tried to mess with the boy would suffer. Buffalo, who never loved anyone, had lost his mind to love. That evening, someone called in.
His Grace is summoning the Council of the Cold. You're expected in 1 hour.
The big buffalo instinctively reached for the nearest bottle to hurl at the messenger's head, but the prince calmly took it from his hand.
I don't like that.
The buffalo blinked like a scolded puppy.
Fine, tell him I'll come, but wait. I'm bringing the wild child too, just in case Dirty Fred tries anything funny.
The messenger stumbled away, shaken. Buffalo. Gone soft?
What's the Council of the Cold?
Every gang's got a boss, right? Those bosses have their own club. That's the Council of the Cold. They talk about stuff that concerns us all.
And why cold?
Because nothing warms them from the inside. No feelings, no conscience, just cold logic. Anyone who brings up principles gets laughed out of the room.
And this, His Grace, is he a criminal too?
Not like us, but he committed a crime big enough to get a death sentence.
Where?
In the capital of the Isles of Happiness. Sentenced by the ruling Archduke of St. Antonio himself.
What's his name?
Alvarez. Used to be president. You okay?
His Highness staggered slightly.
Tell me everything.
Not much to tell. Back then, Alvarez was fighting the pirate Warrens when St. Antonio swept in and crushed them both. Alvarez came here broke. That was long ago. Some of his people fled with him. Businesses collapsed in Elmira, and they'd be rich again if St. Antonio lost the throne and Alvarez took over.
Buffalo explained that these exiles funded Alvarez. He built an army from jobless sailors and misfits, organized into clubs. Every club leader could raise a gang when called. Alvarez was waiting for the right moment to strike, just like St. Antonio had once struck him. If he conquered the island, it'd mean riches and peace for the club members. Until then, he gave them money and promises.
But the English protect the St. Antonios.
I don't know politics. But Alvarez isn't just dealing with the underworld. He's got contacts, big names, mostly American. They lost a lot when his republic fell. But all that's vague.
The prince said nothing. So many plots, so many shadows hovering around his throne. If they found out who he was, they'd kill him on the spot. The prince got up, and Buffalo followed like an obedient giant. They walked the same path the gang had dragged him through days before. His bruised and swollen face still bore the colors of that welcome. Black, blue, and crimson lumps where once had been a handsome young man. Now, just a warped mask. Around a dozen misfits sat in the chamber of His Grace. Hulking, ragged figures, some barely human. Tulip was there, along with someone even stockier than his previous owner. A round, stubbly man with a piggish head. This was Cannibal Baby, president of the Sober and Sporty Gentlemen's Club. Dirty Fred sat on an overturned crate, cleaning his nails with a knife. In the center sat a tall, thin man in green, hawk-nosed and bony. Alive or dead, he was worth 2,000 pounds, better known as Moonlight Charlie. Next to him slouched a drunken old woman with matted hair, called Mimosa. She was an expert in narcotics, and behind an American-style desk, dazzling in elegance, sat His Grace, Alvarez. Only the buffalo was missing. Until now.
The wild child has no place in the council.
None of your business, Witch. You're not the one who decides.
I'll wait outside. No need to start a fight.
Buffalo didn't argue. The prince stepped into the foyer, where Porter Rob was busy playing dice with Busy Gizzard. A poisoner from Brusa had gifted Rob with loaded dice, slightly weighted on one side for lucky throws. Since both players knew the trick, the game was fair. Others rushed back and forth to meetings. The whole underworld buzzed with tension. Behind Rob, a colorful sign hung on a door that looked like a mine shaft. Fortune favors the bold. This was the Club of the Card Sharks. A second plaque read, "Do not damage the cards with your nails." The backs have been marked by management. Any additional scratching is unnecessary. Motto: nothing new under the cards.
Hey, old buddy, got any news? Oh, by the way, I hate to bring it up, but you still owe me money.
I owe you?
Don't sweat it. Tulipan took back the $2.50. I'm not blaming you for being unsellable, but don't worry, pay me back when you can. Not worth the fuss, right?
The prince was speechless from sheer cheek.
You'll get used to oddities here. Unless Dirty Fred slits your throat, which sadly is quite likely. Only Buffalo and Spiky Vanek have ever dared defy him.
Spiky Vanek? Where is he? I've got a message for him.
Check the puddings. Red-haired pig of a man.
The puddings had a door down the hall. Trebitch led the way.
Puddings? What do they do?
Insurance.
Are you joking? What kind of insurance?
Insomnia.
Now you're mocking me.
Swear on my honor. A shopkeeper pays a small fee and sleeps soundly, knowing the puddings won't break in. Double coverage. No insomnia and no burglary.
Extortion, then?
Strong word, but yes. They're called puddings, 'cause their victims tremble like jelly. Though, ironically, puddings don't pay. That's the flaw in the name.
Aha, and puddings tremble too.
Exactly. Only difference is, the pudding doesn't pay. That's the one flaw in the dough.
By then, they had reached the pudding's door. They reached the door marked 93. Pudding's Summer House, Extorto Inn. A sign below read, "Members, please refrain from visiting the premises immediately after serving time. The police are monitoring released convicts." There was no answer to the knock.
Give the door a good kick.
The prince shoved the door open. The room beyond was a smoky bunker, thick with booze, opium, and sweat. A rusty ship lamp hung from the ceiling.
Who is it?
I'm looking for Spiky Vanek.
That's so? I'm here.
The prince froze. It was him. That same red-haired thug who had stolen his wallet days ago. In the dim light, Vanek didn't recognize the bruised, filthy wretch before him.
What do you want?
My money.
Spiky Vanek stepped closer.
Who the hell are you?
You sucker-punched me after robbing me, you coward.
Figures stirred in the shadows. Threatening shapes edged forward.
How'd you get in here, you brat?
What, you need 20 guys to come at me again? This morning it was 4. Cowardly jackals.
Everyone out. This brat just called us jackals.
Fair enough, but stay out of it. This is between me and him.
Nobody interferes. Vanek's fight.
As the bass voice echoed, the prince suddenly lunged. With a savage kick, he struck Vanek, then leapt like a wildcat. Vanek yelled, stumbling back as the prince unleashed a flurry of fists. But then, a familiar steel-hard punch struck the prince's face. Vanek's wiry arms hid shocking strength. His barely healed bruises burst open with new agony. A second blow knocked him flat.
Want more?
The prince staggered up. Vanek coldly punched him again. Third time, he barely rose. The fourth hit landed. Everything else had been nothing. His Highness collapsed in a heap, his face a bleeding, burning mess of flesh. He blacked out. His Majesty, first of his name, Fulig Jimmy's Diary, Part 6.
Dated today in the year of my reign, writ by my own royal hand in Almira Town, our majestic capital. You get used to writing dated on top. Always gotta write that. 'Cause now Sir Egmont done explained to me that the date matters. Me being a former sailor, I always thought all directions matter. East, west, whatever wind you got. But here, customs is different. What can you do? Now, I ain't even said yet why I'm writing this diary. See, it started back on the ship. His Majesty was nervous about disembarking and said he hopes everything goes smooth. Hope nobody here would recognize him. What he didn't know is that 'cause Warren's escaped, Sir Egmont was coming too, and he does know him. I know this 'cause nobody else knows the real truth. Just Egmont and the Queen. And they both knew me from I was a little kid, so they know they never seen me before. So what's the point? Why don't the others know? The firemen, the Hidalgo, and the whole Mornin family bunch. 'Cause they don't know. I saw it clear as day when I first sat my royal behind on the throne wearing the marshal's uniform. On my left chest, a saucer with a green star covered in fake diamonds, golden string, a whole thick gold rope, and golden shoulder flowers. I even rolled me a cigarette right there. They looked at me like I was a lightning bolt out of nowhere. Only the Queen and Sir Egmont, whom I know from way back, smiled. "The king," said the Queen to the mourning kinfolk, "said he'll lead by example in thriftiness, just like the King of England recommended. That's why His Majesty rolls his own cigarette and smokes it ceremoniously upon the throne." "Exactly," I said, and pulled out my lighter from behind the saucer. It just sparked like mad when I clicked it. I go, "Dang, Flint's busted!" And the bridgeman twitched his shoulders twice, like he was doing some kind of pride dance. But Egmont gave me fire with a match and said, "Now we shall solemnly observe His Majesty's symbolic thrift smoke." Everyone stood at attention. I'm telling ya, who can smoke under that kind of pressure? All them staring with their heads up like pigeons watching an airship. I took a few puffs, then dropped the cig and stomped it out like a gentleman, since the throne rug probably wouldn't handle a burn mark real nice. Two of them started hiccuping, and Egmont goes, "His Majesty has hereby trampled extravagance. The ceremony is concluded." See, this was the next day, 'cause the day after coronation there's always a circly. I didn't know at first what kind of musical instrument that was, but now I get it. A circly ain't eating or drinking. It's when the monarch walks around and asks everyone how they are and what's new, but don't actually care, and then sits on the throne and listens to reports. That's the circly. It's a nice little dance, but pointless. I might cancel it. After the circly, Sir Egmont hung back and told me I gotta protect my royal dignity. Said I shouldn't smoke on the throne. I said, fine, I won't. Then he left me there. Only the Queen Mother was still there, looking at me with them sad, sad eyes. I knew what she wanted. She had to pretend I was her son, the king, and try to find out what happened to her real son. A mother's a mother, whether she's a queen or a barmaid. I felt it. She asked, "Did you meet a local citizen aboard the ship?" I understood I ain't dumb. Yes, we traveled together. The man you're thinking of was cheerful, healthy, and loves his mama dearly, whose brother I know from way back. Did you see him disembark? She asked. No, ma'am. Right before docking, I went down below to go torment a stowaway real good. Really? Yup. There was a guy in a crate, and I stacked even more crates on top so he'd be real upset, 'cause he won't get out till the next day when the workers unload. That's unpleasant, she said. He deserves it, I replied. The man's name is Dirty Alfred the Captain. Then suddenly, she fainted.
His Majesty, first of his name, Fulig Jimmy's Diary, Part 7.
Dated once again in the year of my majestic reign, from the capital, personally signed by me up top. Almerville. Still didn't explain what got me writing this diary in the first place. It was that real San Antonio fellow what started it, before he turned into me and I turned into him via change in identities. Said I'd have a grand old time, just gotta watch the state marriage and keep my nose clean. Well, he was wrong. Being king ain't hard, just boring. Dull as a damp biscuit. Though the palace rooms sure are pretty. I've been to a few countries, but never had digs this nice. Today they held the so-called Crown Council. I had to go. In the dome room, they all showed up. The firemen, Egmont, the Mornin relatives, and Gomp Pretzel, the Hidalgo. Now balder than ever. Didn't even have a hat no more. They said I had to preside. Bad news because my foot was all blistered up. See, I didn't think about the royal shoemaker making new shoes based on the old ones, Mr. Gould's. But a king's gotta have 2 pairs of shoes. 3 if he rules a bigger land. That's called luxury. These ones were tight, and after 2 days of wearing them, my feet were blistered like a boiled sausage. Plus, they were made of this stuff called lacquer, what's really just shiny, stiff leather. Then Egmont stood up and said they wanted to pass a law about succession, so if anything happens to me, the crown can go down the maternal line. Said it needed to be scaled, which I guess means made official. I told him, nothing ever happens to me. But he goes, still, succession law is not officially scaled. Man, my foot was burning like a cannonball on a stove. And I didn't want to sign stuff I don't understand. That's what the king told me. So I said, this ain't the right time. Maybe in a few days. I ain't scaling nothing yet. This is urgent, said another fella. Your life's in danger right now. Where's that happening? I asked. Warren's Bob, pirate heir loved by the locals, is claiming the throne. I said I'd just clock him over the head and be done with it. But my foot was thumping so hard I saw stars. Egmont got real stern and said I had to scale the law. Warren's Bob might already be on the island. What tavern he eating at? I asked, all fired up. He's hiding in a native hut somewhere on a nearby island. He's clever and a world-class villain. Well, I ain't no mutt myself, I said. When it comes to fighting, I'm good. But I was half fainting from the foot pain. I mean the shoe pain, correction noted. Then Egmont said, according to tradition, your majesty is only the true sovereign once you enact a law that we scale. Until then, you ain't the island's internal ruler. Well then, I said, to make it official, I shall now enact a law on a new form of crown council. They all looked confused. Egmont looked like someone punched his nose with a scroll. You know, I went on. The King of England, when I was his guest, gave me advice. Said 2 things are key. Thrift in cigarette rolling and casualness in cabinet meetings. Egmont's eyes narrowed. The rest stared. The King of England told me, I said, in his country, the Lord Mayor sits on a wool sack when sworn in. It's kinda like scaling. So I declared, I too want no stiffness here. Let's talk state stuff without court stiffness. And we symbolize this by, starting today, holding council barefoot. Big silence. Egmont jumped up, but I couldn't take it anymore. The shoe had to go. Down with the infernal contraption. And I shouted, as king, lead by example, in socks. Off with the shoe. Down with that hangman of a boot. Before they could speak, I yanked it clean off. And then, the most glorious moment of my reign began. A full 2 minutes of pure bliss. No pain, just socks. They didn't get mad like I thought. In fact, the bridgeman stood up, unlaced his own shoes with ceremony, and said, "This will be a noble and educational law, a symbol of casualness in state affairs." Everyone took off their shoes, even Egmont, though you could tell he was steaming. Then they brought the scroll, I stamped it, and the council scaled it into law. From now on, all crown councils are held barefoot, starting today. Correction, henceforth initiated. I might pass another law about mandatory brandy drinking during meetings, but I'll mull that one over. A king must rule with wisdom. I hope my actions so far have served the people's good. Then I stood up, shoes in hand, and said, "This council is hereby adjourned. I depart first, as an example. Farewell." And off I went, but I pressed my ear to the door afterward. I'm real nosy. Someone said, "Sir Egmont, His Majesty's behavior is unusual." "I agree," said another. Egmont replied, "His Majesty's still a child." And sadly, he fell during polo in England. I can now reveal the grim reports I received back then. He hit his head. The doctors said it would affect his reign. The diagnosis was clear. Diagnosis means brain trouble in foreign lingo. So that's Egmont's trick. That whole falling off the horse story? Hogwash. He's saying it to cover up the fact that someone might have guessed I ain't the real king. But how'd they know? I heard Egmont say, if it gets worse, the council, authorized by the Queen Mother, may appoint a regent prince to act as guardian. That's when I slipped away, shoes in hand, and headed to my chamber. The footman was tidying up, and I asked, "What shoe size are ya?" He says he's a size 45, nice number, same as mine. I go, "Can't you see I'm holding my shoes? Take off your shoes at once. During Crown Council, shoe wearing is officially suspended." So he right away pulls off his big snow white shoes, and I tell him, "Put 'em down and get out." And soon as he turned his back, I snatched those beauties up. Snow white shoes look just perfect with my cherry red gold trimmed gorgeous uniform called Marshal type or something official like that. Then I slipped down the side stairs, nice and sneaky, all the way to the castle's back gate where a guard was marching up and down and up, back and forth like some kind of wind-up soldier. He was saluting and I was strolling. 'Cause what's the point of wearing a glorious uniform like this if the public don't even see it? I walked down the hill, saw signs of the old days when this was a busy port. Back then it was a public-private company town. Big ships docked. Now it's all silence and moss. Saw a little booth labeled Wagon Lights. Copied it exactly. It was like that fairy tale with my colleague, Sleepin' Rosie, who snoozed royal, and the whole palace got webbed up by the teeth of time. Then I saw a shack that said, "Instant Photos." But this place wasn't cursed. Strange, huh? The window had pictures, the door was open, even though the mini train station nearby had caved in long ago. In the doorway stood a blonde, scruffy, watery-eyed man, mid-40s maybe, wearing a brown suit, toothpick in hand, full-on glasses. He saw me, tipped his hat, and said, bored, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Kept picking his tooth. I stepped up. "You there! What you doing here, subject of fate?" "I'm picking my tooth, sire." "I can see that. How's business?" "Someone comes by now and then, sire." "Who would come?" "Well, last year a fisherman caught a huge fish, got it photographed. 2 years ago, I pulled the drunk harbor captain from the water. He falls in a lot, and he had me take a family portrait, just him and his dog." "Then photograph me too." "With pleasure. Then I can call myself royal photographer." "I don't mind," I said. But inside I got startled. There sat an old lady, looking like death herself. White hair, gray face, silent, just staring. She helped the guy set up the shot. He took my picture in a royal pose, revolver in hand, ready to fire. "What's your name?" I asked. "Furman, Henry Furman, the ladies' Madame Pensier." "You always been a photographer?" Number used to be CEO, shipping and railroads. But when Alvarez left, my shares crashed. And I crashed with them. So then I hurried, let the people see the outfit. Made me real happy, them big roomy shoes. Down to the city. And boy, what a spectacle it was. Folks gathered round, shouting and cheering. They were so happy it was wild. The drunk harbor captain fell into the water from pure amazement. Had to be rescued. He can't swim. And in the taverns, 'cause I went in for a bit of rum, I spoke in my royal voice. "Hey, barkeep! The whole empire's drinking on me tonight." The harbor captain dropped to his knees. "Long live the king!" Everyone agreed. So I raised my glass high and declared, "From this day forward, I'm on a first-name basis with the population. Cheers, people." And they all yelled, "Cheers, king!" We drank, we hugged. "Long live the king! Down with Warrens!" They kept chanting, like 200 of them. So we drank again. I played the zither, sang the song Lulu when I returned from Fiji. They all patted my uniform and laughed and cried and kept saying, "Long live the king!" Then, suddenly, Sir Egmont came galloping in with soldiers. He was in a fancy carriage, jumped out all pale and panting. Well, that was the end of the party. I didn't even try to argue, just headed back. But man, what a send-off. They roared again and again, "Long live the king!" "Your Majesty," said Egmont as the carriage rolled, "what you did was a mistake." "Mistake? Is it a mistake to be loved by your people? Look behind you, uncle of mine, who I know from way back." And I pointed. The people were still waving after us, lighting torches, singing, full of joy. 'Cause they drank cheers with their king. And here, that's a huge honor. Counts for a lot. We rolled past the cursed old railway tracks, heading out far. And then, bang! A shot rang out. The bullet whistled right between me and Egmont. An assassination attempt. The soldiers galloped into the bushes, swords out. I wanted to chase the bastard too, but Egmont held me back and the carriage sped off. "That's why it was a mistake, Your Majesty," Egmont said. And this time, he might have been right.
His Majesty came to his senses in a dark corridor. Vanek and his friends had dumped him there after he fainted. He stumbled forward, trying to find the room where the Cold Ones were meeting. He turned right, thinking that was the way, then left, drawn by a glimmer of light. But it led only to a ragged gypsy camp. An old woman was grilling fish while a few lazy, blank-faced locals lounged nearby. From far behind in the shadows, he thought he heard footsteps. He quickened his pace. Corridors everywhere, dark shafts clogged with crates and trash. At the end of a long, twisting tunnel, another light. Now he could clearly hear it. Someone was following him. He started to run. The footsteps behind him did too, getting closer. He turned, but too late. Something kicked his heel, his legs tangled, and he crashed face first to the ground. A knee pressed into his back, pinning him down.
"Listen, don't worry. I'm a friend. Stay still."
Some friend. He'd nearly cracked his skull open.
"Whatever happens, remember this. No matter what, you must never reveal who you are."
You know who I am?
"Of course, you're Prince Saint Antonio."
"Who are you?"
"Intelligence Service. If you don't do anything stupid, everything will be fine. But one mistake, and you doom yourself, your loved ones, and the entire kingdom."
"What do I need to do?"
"Nothing. Just don't break cover. Go with the flow, and all will be well. I'll always be nearby, as I've always been. Trust me, son."
"But who are you?"
The shadow slipped away.
"Stop!"
Don't try to find me. You'd only bring ruin. Even if you think you recognize me, I'll deny everything. Don't waste time on this.
How long have you been near me?
Years.
The prince leapt up, but the stranger had already vanished. At the next cross corridor, he ran into his ever-watchful guardian.
Did someone hurt you?
No one. And don't babysit me. If you keep smothering me, I won't stay with you.
The big buffalo looked wounded.
Come on, don't leave your old pal. Fine, go wherever you want.
The prince felt sorry for the massive man who'd grown so fond of him.
I just don't want people fearing me because of you.
But what about Dirty Fred? He'll slit your throat.
I'm not afraid of him.
That wasn't true. The strange, phlegmatic captain did scare him. Maybe it was all those wild tales from Fulig Jimmy. Someone came running.
Where's Wild Child? I need Wild Child.
He's right here.
Come at once. Red Claw demands him.
What? What does she want with him?
Didn't say, but you're coming too. The cold ones are holding judgment.
Judgment over him? What if I say no one's judging Wild Child without my say?
Orders from Red Claw.
Red Claw. Even the big buffalo turned white at that name. Who was she? Why did she summon him? What was this Cold One's law?
Let's go.
They walked toward the sea entrance.
Watch yourself. Once you're in front of the cold court, no one can help you, not even me. If they don't like something, I'm gone too.
Who is Red Claw?
She and his grace make all the decisions, but even he answers to her. Everyone does. One nod and the whole underworld moves.
Do you fear her?
She can destroy anyone. Her eyes, impossible to bear. They turn sea green and seem to glow, like the ocean itself when the sun hides behind clouds.
Ahead, daylight broke through at the corridor's end. Were they going outside? Into a boat? But no boats were docked by the entrance. Just before the opening, Buffalo stopped.
We're here.
Where?
He gasped. A small wooden booth was set into the corridor wall, barely visible.
In you go.
They stepped inside. The mestizo tugged a rope, and the room rose. Lift. They exited into a house hallway. No escape along the way. The shaft ran straight from the underworld up to here. The house sat on the shoreline. They'd entered a neat, refined foyer. And suddenly, they were surrounded. 10 sailors with rubber batons. Before he could speak, quick hands frisked the prince and took his club and revolver, but left everything else.
Hey, disarming people now? That's new.
He whipped out his revolver.
Back off! Anyone lays a hand on the boy, I'll end you!
He shoved a sailor, who flew across the room. The prince saw now just how terrifying Buffalo's strength was. An English naval lieutenant stepped forward from the circle. The prince stared in disbelief. How did Royal Navy sailors end up in the company of a bandit like Red Claw? And not just sailors, an officer.
Yo, dare draw a weapon here?
What are you planning for the kid?
Red Claw will speak. You'll see.
They were on a first-name basis?
One word, Doctor, and I'll send you and your circus to hell if he gets hurt.
Put the gun away. It's pointless.
He calmly took the revolver from Buffalo, who let him, like a lion tolerating its tamer's hand in its jaws.
Fine, but if a single hair on his head is touched...
The sailors led them on. Through windows, the sea and a distant port shimmered. The prince stared at the elegant home, already 3 rooms in. A mirror flashed his reflection. His nose had grown into a reddish-blue cucumber. His lips were split and swollen, rabbit-like. Purple bruises ringed both eyes. His hair a mess, clothes in rags. He looked less like royalty and more like a prison escapee. They entered a room. At the table sat the Court of the Cold Ones. Moonlight Charlie, Cannibal Baby, Tulip, Mimosa, and more. Captain Dirty Fred was pacing, chewing tobacco, scratching his beard. His Grace stared out the window.
Where's Red Claw?
What do you want with Wild Child?
Shut it. Red Claw will say what she wants.
This is your doing.
Fred ignored him. He leaned on the doorframe and wiggled. His back itched. A radio officer burst in, wearing a Royal Navy uniform.
Red Claw's coming.
Buffalo darted to a chair and sat, visibly shaken. The prince stared at the curtain at the far end. It parted, and Red Claw entered. He had to grab a sailor to stay upright. Red Claw was a woman, blonde, pale-skinned, young. Light danced on her sleek, combed-back hair. Her form-fitting British dress, pearl necklace, golden watch, and lacquer-red claws all screamed high society, not underworld tyrant. But her eyes, those strange, bright blue-green eyes, those weren't ordinary. She sat calmly in the center, her voice bright and clear.
Where is the boy?
They stepped aside.
Are you the one they call Wild Child?
Yes.
The Cold One's law will pass judgment on you. Watch your words carefully.
And the prince knew, as he looked into her eyes, this was life or death. The entire scene looked like a grotesque dream. Big Buffalo with his bulging, terrified eyes, Moonlight Charlie with his skull-like face, Tulip with his bandaged forehead, the ragged, drunken old lady, the gentlemanly and diplomatic-looking His Excellency, Red Claw, the sophisticated beauty, and finally, Dirty Fred, the captain, twirling his yellowish beard between the black-edged claws of his long fingers. Altogether made the setting so surreal it almost defied belief.
Captain, what do you know about the boy?
Nothing good. I saw him whispering with that impudent Fulig Jimmy on the ship. I came by just when he was handing over $2,000 to that rascal.
Is that true?
Yes.
A flicker of disgust crossed Red Claw's face as she looked at the filthy, tattered, misshapen man.
How old are you?
21.
Red Claw stared deeply into the repulsive face.
I've heard you did more in a single day than most manage in years, but courage won't save you here.
Courage is always a helpful mindset, especially appreciated by ladies.
Big Buffalo seemed devastated by the boy's outrageous boldness.
Step forward, right up to me.
As you wish.
He walked all the way to the table. The Law of the Cold Ones roared its disapproval at such insolence. Red Claw leapt to her feet. Her eyes now looked exactly as Buffalo had once described them, a strange golden green like the sea under a passing shadow cloud. For a moment it seemed she would say a single word, and the boy would be dragged away to his doom. But the angry shimmer in her eyes faded.
Don't you dare speak to me like that, or...
No use trying to scare me. I'm not afraid.
Told you he's cheeky. Time someone dealt with him.
Since when does this man pass judgment in the name of the law of the Cold Ones?
Several voices immediately sided with the boy. Nobody liked the captain anyway.
Empty your pockets. Let's see what he's carrying. Check his coat, too.
Suddenly it hit him, the deerskin pouch, with Prince Fernandez's documents. If they find out who he really is, he won't live another minute. The ship's doctor took the papers and handed them to Red Claw. She opened them and gasped in surprise. Then her eyes lit up again with that eerie golden-green glow, and then she laughed. A laugh that, despite its loud cheer, sent chills down everyone's spine.
Who is this man?
Bob Warrens.
Moonlight Charlie and Cannibal Baby drew their pistols simultaneously. Everyone leapt up, shouting over one another. Big Buffalo's mestizo face turned a pale, sickly yellow.
Silence. And nobody move a hand toward their gun.
The room fell quiet.
You are Bob Warrens?
How amusing, the prince thought.
Answer me.
What do you want from me?
No questions. Just answer.
I won't. Don't bark orders at me. Try bossing around this gang of lowlifes. They're scared of you. I'm not.
Do you realize you'll be dead in 5 minutes?
Then it really doesn't matter, does it?
You came here to spy because you knew where the danger would come from.
Well, Bob Warrens, this little excursion of yours has wrecked your plans. His Excellency had been reading the documents the whole time.
If there was ever doubt we should kill you, now it's certain.
But what did he do?
He colluded with Regent Fernandez and killed Prince Saint Antonio.
Standing there as a self-confessed murderer. It caught him off guard.
You came back to claim the throne of the Isle of Happiness?
That, I admit.
These letters and documents, written by Regent Fernandez, guardian of Prince Saint Antonio, addressed to Warrens.
What could they have written? Thought the prince.
I want to know everything.
She grabbed the papers from His Excellency and skimmed them quickly.
What vileness! So you plotted with that wretched regent to dispose of young Saint Antonio.
Lies, vile slander.
Silence! The handwriting of the regent, and yours, is right here.
If I ever take the throne of Saint Antonio, Prince Regent Fernandez shall have full authority over all concessions issued during the Republic.
Trying to roast your chicken over our fire, eh? Good thing Boniface reported Fulig Jimmy.
The prince nearly choked in horror. The handwriting. Fernandez's. Uncle Fernandez had joined forces with a pirate's son, an escaped convict, to overthrow the throne.
It's clear now. The prince was murdered. Fulig Jimmy, with help from the regent, took his place on the throne.
Go. Inform a certain someone that we wish to speak to him.
She left the room. A silence followed.
Strange. How does Fulig Jimmy expect to convince the royal family of his identity? What's your take, Fred?
Dirty Fred, any thoughts?
The captain was dozing.
You're not interested?
In what?
Didn't you hear what Boniface claimed after Fulig Jimmy slapped him?
Boniface is a drunken scoundrel.
He says Fulig Jimmy arrived skin aboard the Honolulu Star after whispering a lot with his kid. High-ranking men took Jimmy to the Isle of Happiness aboard a yacht named Almira.
What's this brat got to do with it?
He denied knowing Boniface.
Understandable. I wouldn't brag about that either.
So, what do you think?
Wouldn't hurt to get rid of this brat.
They were disgusted. Dirty Fred still only cared about revenge.
And British cruisers near Almira seem to be protecting Fulig Jimmy's kingdom. 2 of them are always around.
Doubtful the British would intervene for Fulig Jimmy's throne.
That did seem unlikely. And His Majesty started feeling uneasy. Depending on British protection, while Fulig Jimmy sat on his throne?
The moment we've waited years for is here. We're going to Almira. We'll expose Fulig Jimmy and in the chaos, restore the Republic. You'll all be handsomely rewarded, along with your men.
And what about this pirate boy?
Finish him.
His Majesty's Royal Journal by me, first of my name, Fulig Jimmy, Part 8. So I started this here Royal Diary because of some strange enlightenments what happened when I was parting ways with His Majesty. He gave me like 500 warnings about various subsequent consequences and such. That was right when I handed over the fancy deerskin bag with the shiny crest. What Dirty Fred pinched from that Fernandez feller. That Ekmonth guy is just as grumpy as the last royal pain in the palace. But I handled him, like a pro. That is to say, he came snooping when all the doors of the high and mighty fortress been locked for 4 days, 'cause of my recent public mingling incident. They locked me up in a fancy wing as punishment. So then comes that fella with the pretzel name, Gum Pretzel or Pickled Buns or whatnot, wears green feathers and shiny gold all over like some parrot dressed for prom. He goes, "Audience time, Your Majesty? Do Your Majesty desire anything?" And I says, "Yep, I sure do." He goes, "And what be that, O Majesty?" I says, get yourself a wig, 'cause your bald head's blazing my eyeballs clean off under these chandelier lights. He goes, at your majesty's command. Your majesty may specify what sort of wig. So I says, make it green. Matches your parrot uniform. He says they'll laugh at him. I reassure him most polite, they do that anyway. This way you'll at least match. So then he announces Egmont, who enters looking like he just bit into a lemon made of gunpowder. And we chat one-on-one, just 'cause Gum Pretzel took Egmont's sword belt? Or maybe belt buckle. Who knows? I weren't paying attention. Then Egmont says, Your Majesty, the State Council's day after tomorrow. You must pass the new royal scale law for the succession business. And I says, nope, ain't doing that. You know I ain't no real king. You've known me since I was a scrappy snot-nose, and you still got that sword mark on your forehead from back then. So you know I'm not royal, and that means I can't go making laws. Then he blows up like a goose in a volcano. If that were true, he says, that would be a capital offense. And I says, then I'd bring you along to the gallows, buddy. 'Cause you knew the real king. Why didn't you stop me when I tripped and fell into royalty? If I'm guilty, then you're guilty in velvet robes. Told him right straight. Whammo, royal style. He went pale like a ghost in a snowstorm. Shaken. I gave him a real smack. Not with fists, but with royal logic. 'Cause see, if I ain't the king and he let me do all this majesty stuff, then he's guilty of royal impersonation too. They'd hang him on the next rope over mine in judgy court. Then he steps up real dramatic. But I didn't flinch. We don't do flinching in our bloodline. Then he says, well, it can easily be proven that you're mentally unbalanced and need guardianing. I shall become Regent Duke, and you shall reside in the royal fortress forevermore under the care of... Then he says some lady's name. Ella or Belladonna or something. Said she's waiting for me. Like a nurse or what. I figured it out. You shall be awaited by Cittadella, he says. I blinked and said, look, I may be a monarch on paper, but I ain't no royal pushover. I ain't passing no scale law until I'm properly myself again. Right now, I'm only standing in for me. When the real me comes back, then he'll handle it. You got 3 days to think, says he. If you don't change your tune, I act. You get me, your majesty? I says real royal. I ain't no moron, pal. And your answer? That I might just have a heart attack from laughing at you. He tried to reply, but I royal buzzed the button. The audience is now endified. Then in walks Gum Pretzel again, now wearing a white wig with a black bow on the back, like some confused elderly ballerina. Egmont leaves, shaken with rage like a leaf in a thunderstorm. Gum Pretzel says, this wig is a classic French allongé design. Will it do, your majesty? I goes, with that ribbon, you look like a loopy old granny thinking she's a teenage girl. But better than blinding me with that polished ball dome of yours. So off he went, and from behind he looked like some weird flying device with a ribbon propeller. I headed to the library room and grabbed a bottle of brandy hidden behind the book stash. I drank it. Later, my butler appears and goes, the bed has arrived. They dressed me in silk for the night, and I was just about to lie horizontal when... knock, knock. From the painting. Yeah, there's this portrait on the wall showing some old geezer who's supposed to be my dad, Saint Antonio. But then there's more knocking from behind the picture. Turns out it's one of them secret movie-style doors. The portrait slides over and out comes a lady from a hidden hallway. It's the queen, my royal mom. Well, not really my mom. Just the stand-in mother for the stand-in me. She says, forgive me, sir. I had no other way to come. I says, ain't no other picture in this room, so kindly step out of your frame, royal mama. She steps in. This corridor was only known by me and my late husband. She looked real sad. My heart kind of thumped funny. I felt sorry for her. Real sorry. What can I do, your royal momness? Please don't sign the scale law. She fiddles with her hair a bit. I must trust you, she says. You seem simple, but smart and kind. Then she grabs my hand like some sweet village lady. Felt nice, like when your real mom holds your hand and you're 6 years old and falling off the stairs. I had a mom once, not just kings got moms, you know. Then she goes, listen to me, son. That's what she said. Egmont, my brother, wants the crown for himself. If you sign that law and something bad happens to you, say Warren stabs you up good, then the new law says either I or he could take the crown. But under the current law, only a full-blooded Saint Antonio can rule. I says, that Egmont's a sneaky rat with a sword scar. He's scared. Very scared. Of what? And then she tells this wild story like out of some dime novel. 20 years ago, she weren't no queen yet. Just the wife of Wilbur Theodore, a frigate captain. They had a kid. The old prince, Saint Antonio, saw her in Tahiti and fell for her. But she never even spoke to him, being proper and married and all. Later, the prince's wife and kid died from plague, and he started hanging around their place all the time. Liked her husband, made friends with Egmont. The kid was 2. Then Egmont says the captain got sick and was in hospital in Singapore. Put her on a yacht to go see him. But halfway out, she finds out it's all lies. They take her to Elmira by force. Her kid was already snatched up. People saw her and the kid and thought, Queen and Prince. 'Cause the real queen and heir died in Tahiti. But folks didn't know that. She couldn't contact her husband. They told him she ran off, so she had to play along. And the kid? He grew up thinking he's royal. That's the guy I'm pretending to be now. Only 3 folks know the truth. Egmont, the queen here, and me. Oh, and the late Fernandez. I says, and what did Captain Wilbur Theodore do? He searched for me, found me years later, but when he saw his son's already heir, he said nothing. Just wrote Egmont that one day he'll tell the boy everything when he becomes king. So Egmont's terrified of that. And if the new law passes, he'll crown himself and toss out the real prince. Now I understood. I says, but why am I here? Did the king know I'd be taken? No, says she. He just wanted you to pretend to be him for a bit in Singapore while he went for a stroll. But the Secret Service overheard and told us Warren's Bob escaped prison and was out for murder. So it was lucky your switcheroo happened. I says, uh-huh. So now instead of killing the king, they kill me. Exactly. We even told Professor Greenwood to deny knowing the prince. He did, but it broke his heart. And Egmont came ahead and hugged me at arrival, so everyone thought I'm the king. She says, if you want to get out of this danger, now's your chance. I says, I ain't one to scamper, but thanks for the info. But don't let that scale law thingy go through, says she. Egmont's planning to crown his own bald self and boot my boy off the throne. That Egmont, slippery as an eel, even with that obvious forehead dent that's supposed to make him recognizable, but only makes him look extra sneaky. I says, but how could they leave His Majesty alone in Singapore? 'Cause, says she, our mysterious servant fellow on the boat said he found someone what'll follow His Majesty from the get-go after landing and guard him good. Some fella trustworthy like a real royal bodyguard. Then he'd guide His Majesty to a ship heading for Tahiti. I asks, and did that happen? She sighs. No, that fella missed the landing, and now I don't know where my son is. Who is that fella? I asks. She looks at me and goes, the man you locked in a box for 24 hours, Dirty Fred, the captain. And that's when I understood why she fainted. Written by royal hand this day from the Royal Mostly Fort, City of Elmira. His Majesty, the First Me, Fulig Jimmy's Journal Part 9, Castle Elmira, in my room. Written like today. So now I'm going to write down why this journal happened to people. 'Cause I swear, never would have come to me head alone. It start like this. His Majesty, when we was still standing on the ship, say, "Watch out for everything. Don't cause no fuss." "You can count on me, Majesty," I said, calm-like. "I'll stand firm on that throne. Or sit, 'cause I ain't no fan of standing much." Back then, he still thought he's gonna be king instead of me. But I went in his place, 'cause Greenwood denied him, hurt his feelings, and Egmont recognized me. And nobody minded that the killer Warrens and the bunch of native fellas murdered just a hobo instead of the king. Only thing I'm sad about is I locked Dirty Fred in a box for a day, so he couldn't smuggle the king to Tahiti. Anyway, let's hope for the best. I gave His Majesty recommendations for all the best places, so if he gets out safe, he ought to be grateful. These days, instead of schnapps, I sometimes look at books in the library. One was called Great Rulers, and I've been learning the trade from that. So it says every ruler got a family tree, but far as I see, them trees only grow names. Then it say this ruler, some Mr. Boneparty, said with bread and iron you can walk from France all the way to China. That ain't much. Try doing it without iron like I do. Also, it says rulers are noble, kind, and mighty, and they shoot disagreeable folks on the castle wall, or chop their necks off. And they write stuff like, "During his reign the people flourished, and they cast him in bronze in the town square." He gave his people a dream of prosperity. Then there's this 8th Henry, who always had divorce court with the executioner. Women really did lose their heads over him. Anyway, not important. What's more thrilling is that from the balcony, I saw someone coming, a familiar figure, and I got scared stiff. Holy mackerel! What in blazes? It's Boniface, no doubt about it. That scoundrel spotted me on the boat and figured out the message. He's here to blackmail me. Oh, no you don't. I rang the bell with my own royal hand, and when the butler came, still wearing my shoes, mind you, I asked for the Hidalgo guy. He came. Propeller in his ponytail, dressed in green, looking like he'd been sculpted in marble post-mortem. "Mr. Gumpretzel," I said, "a man's coming to the castle? Arrest him." "Why, Majesty?" "That's my business. Arrest him, jail him, and at dawn on the castle wall." "Majesty!" he gasped. "Silentium!" I shouted, 'cause I really got fond of that word when Mr. Irving, the proper prince instead of me, once taught it to me. Been waiting for a fancy moment to use it ever since. At first light, slap him silly and kick him off the island. He is no longer welcome. But that's not lawful. I'm a minister, sworn to the law. My colleague, Mr. Henry VIII, who also ruled an island kingdom, had a minister named Thomas More, and chopped his head off. But Majesty, that's really old times. Then I shall bring back the golden oldies. Go do as I commanded. He was to be deported at dawn with a good old left hook on the castle wall. Poor guy's head was shaking as he left, but he knew. Orders are orders. When I peeked out the window, they was just catching that hyena Boniface. And if I hadn't been busy maintaining royal dignity, I'd have socked him myself. 'Cause this kind of job ain't safe to outsource. Then the butler says the bath is served. For kings, this kind of activity is basically mandatory. Later, Buttoncrust the Hidalgo guy came back, still trembling, holding his shoes in one hand and wearing socks. Not exactly eye candy for young ladies, and it was already getting dark. He says, "Majesty, the State Council awaits." He bowed and left. Well, he had socks on. I was fixing to put my shoes back on when the butler entered. "Sir Egmont." "Let him in," I said. He came. We stared at each other for 1 second. Then he said, "Are you ready for the State Council?" "Yes, just finished my bath." Briefly, if the council doesn't pass the law of succession today, you'll be placed under guardianship, and Lady Setag Ella awaits you. Sounds like some old hag trying to scare me, but this guardianship thing was real trouble. Look, Egmont, thing is, give me a little more time. No point haggling. This is fixed. It's a war declaration. Ultimatum. Must be some local curse word, but off he went. And me standing there, freshly bathed. Now what? The queen asked me not to sign. The king surely don't want me to force some law into his face. I looked out. Stars. Thick, damp evening air. Palms everywhere and the wild, lovely smells of nature. And far out, the smooth black Indian Ocean. Bah, Fulig Jimmy! What are you waiting for? Take them jeweled decorations to your smuggler pals and go. You ain't made for this royal biz. Been 2 days I can't sleep proper in that bed, no appetite. I'd sleep better on a wet dock in Toulon, and traveling in a ship's bilge would feel like first class. That's it for me. Gotta reach some noisy port before the monsoon ends? Time to go. And I hereby respectfully resign. I'll take a few small metal souvenirs, gold and such. A man don't rule for free. As the queen showed me, I turn a knob behind the portrait. It slides over. I sneak out and push it back. Good day. Let the council wait in socks till they catch cold. I walk the corridor. Still got my flashlight from my reign, beginning to end. Some big fat rats run off scared. Nice little creatures. And finally, I get to a big gate. Open it, and there I am outside the fortress. Under open sky. I breathe deep. What joy to air condition your soul. There's the old railway track, overgrown. Oh Lord, what's the great saying of vagabonds? Everywhere's good, but nowhere's best. Aha. And I'm just about to leave when suddenly a quiet voice says, "Good evening, Jose." Standing there was the ghost captain holding a pistol at my face, calm and dead serious as ever, moonlight shimmering on the droplets along his cap and rubber coat. "You?" I said, a bit hoarse. Kinda weird moment. "Yes. Who are you?" "Doesn't matter, Jose. You don't just abandon a throne at night with a backpack." "What's it to you?" "Shh. We still need you, Jose. You must stay, understand? And if I don't, then I'll shoot you." He said it real gentle, even lit a cigarette. "Tell me, Jose, do you really not know what happened to the cabinet that was in Fernandez's room? The guy who used to be a prince. What's he after now?" Something rustled in the bushes. "Answer truthfully, it might be real important." I swear, I don't know about no cabinet, but why's it matter? Because it might be that when I had Fernandez tossed in the sea with you, it was actually that cabinet under the sheet, not the body. That can't be. I saw the hand hanging out. Big gray hand. His face lit up. "Are you sure?" "Sure, but why?" "Go back, Jose." A breeze came from the sea, salty and cool. I saw a flying fish leap and sparkle far out. Oh, how I want to go. "Back, Jose," he said again softly, and I had to go, even though weird fogs were rolling in from the ocean. I muttered on the way. "I'm scared of the council." "There won't be no council," he yelled after me and slammed the gate shut. I heard him roll a huge boulder against it with a rumble. I was trapped now. No more way out. But why'd he say there's no council? Well, there wasn't. He knew. They were already looking for me everywhere, and all wearing shoes, and looking panicked. "Warren's is here," the bridge guy said, voice raspy. "What happened?" "Sir Egmont was murdered. He's the first victim of vengeance."
The prince was tied up. He accepted it calmly. He knew quite well that death was inevitable. Whether it came from Warren's or from St. Antonio, there would be no mercy here.
May I say goodbye to my friend?
He stepped up to Big Buffalo and held out his hand.
Thank you for trying to help me. I'm sorry I cannot reward you.
Big Buffalo looked baffled and awkward, like a man holding a foreign object. He stared at the small, dirty hand, turning it over and over.
"You kid, you're the first person I ever actually liked being around, and..."
He glanced around darkly, but there were too many revolver grips around him, held by men who meant business. His frustration ground into his teeth, which made a loud and painful crunch.
"Let's go. Take this worm to the emergency exit."
2 Navy men escorted him away, and with that, His Highness the ruling Prince of St. Antonio had his brief encounter with freedom brought to an end. They didn't take him to the lift this time. Instead, they led him down a staircase from the interior of the building. Then came a long walk through underground corridors, pitch dark.
"Walk ahead."
He obeyed. Suddenly he slipped and rolled down a muddy, steep slope. Not far, just a few meters.
"Devil will."
A light wobbled closer, and then a man appeared, one who truly resembled the devil. He was coal-black, armed with a lantern and a revolver.
"Someone's going through the emergency exit."
The tiny lamp's glow bounced across the narrow passage. The prince sat in a shaft, surrounded by slick clay walls. In front of him stood a strange door, like one you'd find in a modern bar, shorter than the ground, split in two, with no handle. Behind the door, darkness, whispering sounds, and a foul, salty sea stench. Was that where death lay? A large sign hung on the door, "Emergency Exit." And beneath that, "Hand over your clothes to Devil Will. Support the poor. Every good deed counts in the afterlife."
"You hungry? I've got a herring."
No, thank you.
"No booze either."
No. What's going to happen to me here?
"Well, you'll probably die. Not the worst thing, really. I had an uncle who got leprosy."
A good lad trying to comfort him. The prince sat at the bottom of the slick slope, eyes adjusting to the gloom.
Is there another way down here?
"I don't think so."
And how does one get back up?
"Don't know. From where you are now, no one's ever come back."
They fell silent. A splash. Drops falling.
Hey, Devil.
"Yeah?"
How do people die here?
"Tide rises almost to where I am. You'll be long gone by then."
Why don't they just shoot us?
"Because when the water's up to your waist, people talk. They confess where the loot's hidden and who to give it to. If we just popped you, the valuables would be lost."
Cruel, but clever custom.
The splashes drew closer. The tide was coming in.
"You could give me your clothes, though, if you have anything. Although, to be honest, you don't look like someone who owns much."
And? What's that door for?
"That's where the water comes in. The whole setup is nonsense. Used to be a living space, but the sea's been eating away the land. The door hasn't rotted yet."
The little flap creaked. Water began to seep in, swaying the loose panel. Not exactly a fitting end for someone of royal blood. More like something fit for Warrens.
"It's not a great job I've got. Some scream, some curse. One threw a rock at me once. But what can I do? If it weren't for the occasional good clothes, I wouldn't bother. That's my fee, the clothes. Why feed them to the fish, right?"
Even the prince had to agree with that logic. The water was already a few centimeters deep.
Catch!
He threw up his filthy torn shirt, then his trousers.
"Thanks. You sure you don't want the herring?"
No thanks.
He stood there naked, ankle-deep in water, the tide steadily climbing. But before it reached his knees, people came for him. A Navy man named the Doctor approached.
"Hey, Warrens.
What do you want?"
Throwing down a rope. Grab it. You're coming back to the cold ones. Hurry."
The water had just reached his knees. Warrens caught the rope. They pulled him up. He was the first man ever to return from there.
"Devil. Give back his clothes."
"They're mine."
"Hand them over or I'll bash your head in."
Mournfully, the devil returned the garments.
"What a shame. Taking what's rightfully mine."
They went back up. The prince had little hope. Why would he? They brought him into the same room where he'd stood before the cold ones. Looking over his judges, he almost wished it was over.
"Warrens, your death sentence has been changed.
Oh? What now?"
You're going to marry me."
He stood in shock.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
You've been spared. You will marry me.
Then I'm doomed after all.
What?
You're charming, miss, but you're not to my taste. I'm sorry. Boys, let's go back.
Big Buffalo gasped, out of breath. Cannibal Baby's piggy face sagged. The old ragged woman nearly choked on half a cigar. Red Claw's eyes sparkled ominously. She stood, walked slowly, and stood so close their bodies almost touched. Her golden green eyes glinted with fury. Her tiny nostrils flared. A cloud of perfume wafted over His Highness. She was genuinely terrifying now.
You scum, you dare mock me?
I'm not mocking you. I respect you. In fact, I'm a little afraid of you right now. But threats aren't a great way to win someone's heart.
Do you think I want to marry you for love? Look at you.
You probably imagine I'd be a useful partner. But you're wrong. I like booze and the free life.
Idiot.
True, but not so much of one to marry you. You're very attractive, but not to me. I like curvy, dark-skinned women. Come on, lads. If we wait for low tide, I'll be stuck in that pit another 6 hours.
He knew that even a marriage under a false name would be legally valid, just as if Prince St. Antonio himself had signed the certificate.
Then I'll teach you how to speak to me properly. Around here, we know what to do with uppity little brats.
Tulip, sell this guy off to some guano mine.
Do as you like. I'm not marrying anyone. Kill me, tear me apart, roast me on a slow fire. I live and die for black-haired, full-bodied women.
And with that, his grotesquely swollen face grinned straight at Red Claw.
Listen here, wild child. You're so repulsive my daughter won't let you near the room she's in. But we need you for certain goals. If you cooperate, we might spare your life.
And how do I know your daughter won't fall for me later and force me to stay with her? You've got enough muscle to make me.
Now the woman laughed, slammed the door hard, and left. The Honorable One followed her.
What's the hold up? Well, yes or no? Answer.
Don't answer yet. Give him 5 minutes. Take him to the dryer.
Please.
They took him again. The dryer was a rounded cavity, like an ancient tomb, with smooth, hard walls, not made by human hands. It had once been used by Chinese craftsmen to bake clay in kilns dug into the ground. Surrounded by fiery pits, this place was now hellish. Many had said things in the dryer they never meant to share. At first, His Majesty thought he'd suffocate the moment they threw him in and sealed the opening with a stone. Then he passed out.
Diary of Me as His Majesty, Fulig Jimmy I, Part 10. I am a blooming idiot, self-declared. That's the idea what dawned in my mind today, and just like real kings do, I note the date thusly. Ambo Domino. I mean, the murderer was there with me. I was talking to him, and I didn't even suspect a thing. And the whole time, I had no idea who the ghost captain really was. Though it should have been as plain as a potato in soup, because he wasn't no ghost. See, I figured now that on the ship, he had someone dressed as a captain to do the shady deeds while he himself was puffing his pipe calmly on the bridge. But turns out the real killer was him. Now I just remembered. I saw him that night on the first-class hallway of the Star Nonolulu when Fernandes, who used to be a duke, kicked the bucket. All this I figured out all by my own. And who is this captain? Warren's? That's Warren's Bob from Zumbafa. Only instead of going where they were waiting for him, he jumped ship straight in front of San Antonio near Porquez. All that I figured out all alone too. I should have known earlier. That Worth guy, the supposed captain, only joined the ship in Porquez. Should have guessed he was actually Warren's Bob. But no, I'm a blooming idiot. That too, I figured out by myself. Now the police from Java wrote a thing. They say they concluded that the convict didn't head for the Isle of Happiness for revenge like we thought, but pulled a brilliant stunt and came right here, ahead of the king to Porquez. He was on the Holo Noon Star too. We nearly caught a whiff of him in Singapore. We know this thanks to a tip-off from someone named Boniface, who'll squeeze the grand prize lottery out of me for this, who said Warren's boarded at Nono Holashtar Lulu. Then they confirmed the captain of the ship fell ill near Porks Tuez, and a new American captain with fine credentials took over the Holostar Nulu. But now we know it was all forged. So likely Warren's poisoned the captain and used fake papers to take his place on the Holono Lucitor heading to Singapore. That was plenty enough for me to realize. Warren's was the captain. That's why he insisted, even with permission, that I toss Fernandez overboard. And that's how he slipped over to the Elmira yacht in Singapore. Also, it's certain now that poor Egmont got done in by him. He escaped through the secret door, the one where he later showed up pointing a revolver at me. That's why he said, there will be no state council. He knew Egmont's sudden demise would delay it. The island's in a proper panic now. The locals are restless. They love Warren's. I can see the harbor from the palace, and little crowds are gathering everywhere, whispering and twitching. Inside the palace, too, fancy folks are running around all flustered. Poor Egmont got knifed right in the room outside the council chamber. After I left, stabbed from behind. That's a dirty trick, that is. I wanted to run away through the painting. But first, I went to grab some emotional valuables. And in that moment, Warren stabbed Egmont and legged it through the frame right in front of me. Then he chased me back in from outside. And now I'm looking rather fine and dignified here. Then Her Majesty herself walked in through the painting like this. Was it you? She asked, eyes all red from crying. Poor soul looking like she'd been through a lot. Sorry, I said. You did the killing? Ma'am, I may be a scoundrel, but I ain't no backstabber. I stab fair and square. Front only. Anyone can turn their back on Fulig Jimmy and live to tell it. No, forgive me. You couldn't have done it. It was Warren's. But why Egmont? 'Cause he knew I wasn't no king. We came on the ship together. That's why he doesn't want to kill me. Not my fault. Real sorry. The queen was wringing her fingers. Listen, the British military attaché wrote, said there's wild rumors in Singapore about the king's identity. He wants to put those rumors to bed. Well, that's bad. A military attack chef is a big deal. What will we do? She asked me. I'll vanish, I say. Better that than the big swindle coming out. But then we got no king. It's true that someone should steer state affairs and all, but I don't rightly think I'm that someone. Oh my God, she said. What's got your majesty all shaken? If the British pull their support, Alvarez will sail in here with ships. He's waiting in Singapore with a whole gang of thugs for the right moment. But where's the Archduke and Dirty Fred? No news. At least you should go. She sighed. Run. You've got a kind heart, but you're still a kid. Things are about to fall apart here. War, death, disaster. I won't abandon you. I'm staying, I said. Then she came over and took my hand in hers. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Let's wait, I said. Something might happen. And something did happen. That afternoon, Gomperez, the Hinge Delgo guy, got himself killed, right in his bald head. The oil company folks were packing up. Locals were cleaning weapons. Gomperez was stabbed in the back, too. The police made another breakthrough. I got changed into my good old vagabond clothes and told the queen, I'm slipping out now. You really going? Yep, hunting. I'm gonna find Warrens and keep hitting him until he don't wake up again. Then there'll be peace. The locals. I ain't no chicken-hearted monarch. This is what has to be done. Big hunt tonight, and if I don't come back, it don't mean I ran off. It means my new permanent address is Elmira, from the end of my reign until resurrection. And again she took my hand all by herself. It won't matter even if you get rid of Warrens. Why not? Because this. She showed me a letter. The military attaché says, In view of the circulating rumors, Admiral Parker is requesting an audience with His Majesty tomorrow. Oh dear, that's trouble. Should I meet him? I asked. Parker, he knows my son like I do. This summer he hosted the king on his ship for 2 whole weeks. Well, slap me silly. Maybe don't meet him. Tell him I'm weak, faint. You'd refuse Admiral Parker. That's the end. The British don't joke around with that stuff. Big trouble, that's clear. But never mind. I slipped out the back gate quick and quiet, headed into the night to hunt. I don't care about nothing now. I just want to see that sailor suit again and grab Warrens by the neck and then... To be continued.
How could things change so quickly? One moment, a death sentence, next, a wedding proposal. When His Majesty was being led to the emergency exit, Big Buffalo was grinding his teeth again, loudly. But what could he do against such a crowd? Dirty Fred dropped to his knees in a smooth rhythm, then straightened up next to the door frame, scratching himself along the full length as if his entire body itched.
I think that boy really did deserve to die.
Yes, Charlie and I agree, and that makes it the right opinion.
That comment didn't sit well with Charlie. As previously mentioned, Dirty Fred wasn't exactly beloved in these parts. Charlie shot him a contemptuous look. One of Fred's thick, gray eyebrows rose at an annoyingly sharp angle.
Why the long faces? Having second thoughts about offing poor Warrens the pirate?
There was something infuriatingly smug about his tone.
And if we are, what's it to you? He knocked me out cold, but I wouldn't drink his blood over it like you seem ready to.
I think I feel sorry for the kid now. I'd rather bring him back.
Why? And who do you think you are?
Everyone stared at the captain, full of loathing. He basked in it.
Fred, you act like you're the boss of us all.
I spit on the lot of you.
Silence. Somehow no one dared to challenge him. No one really knew why.
Enough. This is pointless. Let's discuss what actually needs doing.
Dirty Fred rummaged through the deerskin pouch lying on the table and pulled out an ornamented piece of leather.
Totem.
So?
This is the tribal contract with old Warrens, the pirate hanged by the St. Antonios. The boy was 12 when his father died. He hasn't been seen since. But the tribes don't know him. They'll recognize him only by the totem. This proves he is Warren's Bob.
He stared at the symbol-covered leather strip. The others began to sense something was brewing, but only vaguely. One thing was clear. Fred was already shuffling the cards.
For heaven's sake, just talk.
Simple. We get ourselves a street rat, present him with this totem as Warrens, and use him to rally the native tribes to our side. Then, we kill him.
And until then?
He marries Red Claw.
At that exact moment, Red Claw entered and froze in her tracks.
What did you say?
We'll pay some young scoundrel to pose as Warren's Bob and marry you.
Are you drunk?
Yes, but that's not relevant. The point is, we pretend he married your daughter. Then the island is ours. The natives love Warrens. The citizens love Alvarez. The English will never side with Prince Fulig Jimmy, and the Americans will support us. All we need is a bold mission to bring Warren's Bob and his bride, daughter of President Alvarez, to Elmira.
You're insane.
The room exploded into noise. Fred stood firm, looking utterly confused why anyone would object to his brilliant plan.
Stop talking, Captain. I will not marry off my daughter for political gain.
But we'd kill him afterward.
Red Claw gazed at her father. Alvarez had suffered a great deal, and all for a single goal.
I accept. If the daughter of Emperor Franz could marry a Corsican lawyer's son, I can marry Warren's Bob.
Technically, it won't be Warren's Bob. He'll be dead soon after. Just some guy playing his part.
Then why not let the real Warrens marry her? Why lie?
Because I said he has to die. That's final, and no one dares.
What? You threatening us now? Think you command us? I agree with Big Buffalo now. We need the boy.
Charlie relished the excuse to distance himself from Fred. The others eagerly jumped ship, too.
We won't kill him.
Damn you, demon.
They were seconds from tearing him apart.
Silence. My daughter will decide.
Free the boy. I'm marrying him. Summon the prophet?
Meanwhile, Fred was twirling his beard in a dark corridor, pleased as punch. His duty was to protect the prince, and for now, he'd just saved his life. By demanding his death so loudly, he made everyone take the boy's side. And once again, Dirty Fred had turned being universally hated into a tactical advantage. Everyone was now looking for Burton, the criminal preacher known as the Prophet. No one could find him. Turned out, they didn't need to. The prince rejected Ana Alvarez's hand in marriage, claiming a strong preference for well-rounded black women. Busy Gizzard, a man who was part secretary, part courier, part executioner, was dozing next to the coat room. Nearby, the prison overseer Rob was eating cold sauce with chicken. The chief medical officer nudged the real Trebitch awake.
Hey, Gizzard, go keep an eye on a dryer. The wild child is in there. Hit him if he climbs.
Trebitch adjusted his crooked wire-rimmed glasses and shuffled off.
What does this kid know that everyone's so worked up over?
Rob wandered off to a door labeled Storage Room. No entry for anyone. He opened it, and soon, grenades, revolvers, rifles, and sailor uniforms were being hauled out. His Grace had declared a general alert. They were going to Elmira, with or without warrants.
Everything on the right side goes to the Radzier. The rest goes on the steamship Papit. Yes. Moonlight Charlie takes the Papit.
Meanwhile, Gizzard had fallen asleep again, snoring with his glasses trembling on his nose. He slumped forward against the stone ledge of the dryer pit. Someone crept silently up, pulled back the stone, and dropped something into the hole, then vanished. His Majesty was nearly dead. Stripped bare, his soaked body burned and itched, his lips cracked, throat raw, breathing ragged. Suddenly, a crumpled note fell from above. So did Gizzard's wire glasses, dangling on their long black cord. The prince unfolded the note by the light of his lighter.
Your Majesty, the real Burton died years ago. The man posing as the prophet is a fraud. Accept the marriage. Since he's not a real priest, it won't be valid. Play along, and you'll be sent to Elmira. That's the goal. Everything will be sorted there. You can trust the intelligence service. Do not try to find me. Your most loyal servant.
He pocketed the letter, but the glasses fascinated him more. Busy Gizzard. The real Trebitch. The man from day one. Genius actor. He had to confirm it. Were these really his glasses? His Majesty's eyes burned. He tore the letter to bits and stuck them to the wall with spit, then fainted again. Meanwhile, Alvarez was enjoying the upscale part of his double life, lounging on the terrace of the Hotel Oriental. Palm trees swayed. The sea sparkled. Across the table sat an American gentleman.
Very interesting. We Americans care deeply about the fate of every tiny island in the Indian Ocean.
And American capital is welcome in my republic to spread civilization. For this, I ask support.
Support?
But only if it turns out the current king is illegitimate.
I promise to speak with the right people, and if you'd like, you may join me on the cruiser Boston as my guest to Elmira.
And may we count on American support?
We respect the English protectorate, but if there are no royal princes left, then yes.
Warrens is my fiancé. That solves the issue of governance. For quite a while, I'd say.
The Admiral stared at her, then nodded with approval.
You are very clever, and I believe you may indeed count on us. That is, on me. That is, on America.
Not long after, His Majesty woke to a cooling cloth on his face. Someone was caring for him. It was Red Claw, kneeling beside him in a silk dress, on the dirt floor of the clay pit.
That was cruel what they did to you. Feeling any better?
Yes. Though sadly my tastes haven't changed.
Don't be ridiculous. I had no idea what happened to you. Can you climb out?
Why not take me straight to the next torture chamber?
Nobody's going to hurt you anymore.
A sailor helped him up out of the pit. Sitting nearby on the ground by the stone ledge was Buzzy Gizzard, no longer asleep, but clearly miserable.
All this trouble because of you. Now I've lost my glasses too.
The prince's eyes widened. A signal. His heart leapt.
Wait, were these yours? These glasses that fell in?
Yes. Oh, thank you.
The prince gave a meaningful wink, almost trembling with excitement.
What's that supposed to mean? Something in your eye?
It's nothing. It's fine.
Gizzard blinked. After everything they'd done to this boy, a few facial tics were the least of it. He walked off, still confused, but no longer suspicious.
Feeling better?
Yes, but I'd really like to know what happens to me now.
You get to choose, Warrens. Police station or marriage.
Then I'll marry you. But why?
We're taking over the St. Antonio's throne, with the help of the clubgoers.
With this crew? You think anything will be left standing?
I'm not afraid of them.
Because you don't know what it means to rule.
And you were raised to?
Well, the Warrens line was said to be great rulers. But you expect family bliss? On some island?
You really think there's a remote enough island and enough years in a lifetime for me to ever let you get close?
So I really am that hideous?
He pulled out a pocket mirror with tragic solemnity, and winced. The scabby pirate face staring back at him was worse than he remembered, swollen blue and purple blotches, cracked skin peeling in the heat like burnt parchment. If mirrors could scream, this one would have.
Come, let's go face the cold ones.
Even with one working eye, the prince still appreciated the sight of her figure as she walked ahead. After all, he was only 20.
So, have you made up your mind?
Yes, under duress, I'm marrying Miss Alvarez. But please note for the record that I remain deeply attracted to full-figured, dark-haired ladies.
Your preferences are irrelevant. And if you mention duress during the ceremony, we'll dispose of you, Warrens.
All right.
Someone entered with a missionary, a tall, dark man with the solemn smugness only strict preachers carry into worldly places.
This young man is Bob Warrens, who wishes to marry Anna Alvarez.
The two stood before him.
Bob Warrens, do you take Anna Alvarez as your wife?
I do.
Not enthusiastic, but convincing. The prince admired the performance.
And Anna Alvarez, do you take Bob Warrens?
I do.
The priest joined their hands and spoke solemnly.
In the sight of God and man, you are now husband and wife, one flesh, one soul.
All the pirates stood with bared heads. The missionary opened his prayer book. Red Claw felt something strange. Despite the prince's monstrous appearance, this was still her first vow of eternal love.
May God's blessing guide you on your path, my children.
And then he left. No one congratulated the couple.
Well done. Lucky for us that prophet is in hell instead of heaven.
That wasn't the prophet. He vanished. We had to bring in a Jesuit from the Malay mission.
The world tilted around the prince. So, Red Claw was now legally his wife, and she had no idea, at that moment, she had just become the queen of the Isle of Happiness. The prince staggered out of the great hall. Dear Lord, what had he done? He had just married the daughter of the rebel president, a commoner. Even though the ceremony was done under the name Bob Warrens, he knew full well that a marriage under an alias was still legally binding. He wandered aimlessly through the maze of catacomb corridors, unusually lively that day. Eventually, he caught sight of the real Trebitsch. That's who he'd been looking for.
Man, what was that inside? With the priest?
That looked like a wedding to me. No?
That wasn't the prophet marrying us.
Of course not. We couldn't find him. Turns out the prophet had been loitering down at the docks, tipping off the dock workers that the Chinese were stealing their liquor.
But what does this mean now?
The dock workers will beat up the Chinese.
I'm not asking about the Chinese. I'm asking about me. What's gonna happen to me?
Did you also steal liquor?
Don't act stupid.
I swear I'm not acting.
So, is my marriage valid?
Absolutely.
Why didn't you tell me the prophet wasn't here?
I only just heard. He's hiding from the Chinese now. He's scared they'll kill him tonight.
This is madness. Good God, said the prince and grabbed Busy Gizzard, who, as only he knew, was in fact the real Trebitsch.
Tell me, man, do you at least have a plan?
Yes. Tonight we go out, 20 men, each with a club, and wait for the prophet.
Right. Clearly I can't have a rational conversation with you. But let me warn you, if this was a trap, I will kill you.
He stormed off. Trebitsch stared after him, dumbfounded and hopelessly confused, and shrugged.
What on earth does he want from me anyway?
24 hours later, the Radzir set sail, but not without some drama beforehand, mainly involving Fred.
Naturally, the Radzir's course will be commanded by its captain.
Not me.
Then he stood up with great importance and hiked his trousers all the way to his armpits, like a man about to receive a medal, or rob a laundry line. The Radzir cruiser had originally been borrowed, stolen from the Royal Navy by Fred during a tight spot. Later his crew pulled off a few bold escapades, and instead of punishment, the state rewarded them, amnesty and ownership of the Radzir itself. For a while they roamed the seas in peace, but Fred was a tyrant, and more importantly he kept embezzling funds meant for ship expenses. Eventually the crew rebelled, and during a storm near the Cape of Good Hope, gave him a proper slapping and kicked him off the ship. He never went back. Oddly enough, without Fred, the Radzir never ran properly. Nobody knows how the old rascal managed it, but wherever they went they had fuel, food, income, and before every storm somehow, they were always conveniently near a port. Once he was off, everything ground to a halt. The cruiser ended up stranded in Singapore, out of fuel. The Graceful One finally rented it, crew included. When Fred suddenly reappeared in Singapore's underworld and started manipulating events from the shadows, he refused to speak to his old mates.
You're the only one who can command the Radzir, Fred.
Not interested. I already gave instructions. A moron could follow them. Let the doctor lead.
Look, Fred. I'm willing to make amends. You behaved horribly. You stole a lot. You're a cold-hearted, wicked mutt. But I admit, we fell apart without you. You've got the devil on speed dial and you cheat everyone. That's why we regret throwing you off the cruiser. Which, to be fair, you absolutely deserved. Now, do you want an even grander apology?
That was a very manly speech, Doctor.
All right, Doctor, listen up.
He folded his arms like a disappointed prophet who just realized the commandments were printed upside down.
For the Graceful One's sake, I'll return to the ship. My conditions: I drink as much as I want. I steal as much as I can, as long as I don't get caught.
Fine, but I insist. No more cigars showing up in the fuel budget.
Accepted. A martyr must endure petty bureaucracy.
Then shake hands.
That wasn't part of the deal.
Several days passed at sea, far from land. The prince was brought up from the lower deck, He'd been locked below this whole time.
You may take a little walk.
The prince staggered as he stepped into the daylight. The fins of the sharks circling the ship caught the sun and glimmered on the waves.
Where's Big Buffalo?
Couldn't have him and Dirty Fred on the same boat.
And Redclaw? I mean, my dear wife?
She's in command. Everyone loves her and fears her. A real man.
Then why marry?
The sun was blazing, the deck warm. His Majesty quite enjoyed the walk, but Fred's voice howled through the air.
Hey, Doctor, who gave you permission to bring the wild child topside? A prisoner is a prisoner. I won't allow this.
Couldn't care less what you allow.
You'd kill this boy. Let him rot in the dark.
Yes, he's a crook, a thief, a con man.
And what are you then?
Let's not derail the topic. This isn't about me.
We're done listening to you.
He belongs in the cabin below.
Come on, wild child. Let's go.
They took him to the doctor's cabin.
You live here now. May that devil Fred choke on his anger.
The crew's resentment toward the captain gradually morphed into a warm, if somewhat puzzled sympathy for Warrens. Not only was he given proper meals, but someone even prepared a bath for him, an unprecedented luxury on the Radzir. And then came the final touch. A cadet uniform was dug out from the old storage closet. It fit him perfectly, as if it had been tailored for him by fate, or at least by a very precise quartermaster. It once belonged to a former cadet of the Radzir, long since gone, and now found a second life on the buoy. Cleaned up, freshly shaved, and dressed in full uniform, the prince no longer resembled the ragged, dazed fugitive they had dragged aboard. He had regained his former expression, gentle, noble, almost angelic. When he finally stepped out in the cadet uniform, looking for all the world like a well-behaved naval prodigy, there was a beat of silence. And then the crew very nearly burst into applause.
You'll see what Redclaw says. We answer to her, not that brat.
Bark all you want, old shark. We don't serve anyone. We serve ourselves.
Ugh, she's got them all under her spell.
I bet she's plotting something with Fred.
Could be. Something's brewing.
That evening, Red Claw walked onto the deck. A few dark glares met her gaze. Only Fred greeted her with a big, oily smile. And everyone realized how much better his face looked when not smiling.
Lovely weather, Commander. Smooth sailing.
Fred the bootlicker? Unthinkable. Red Claw didn't seem impressed either. She soon retreated to her cabin. Next morning, Tahiti shimmered on the horizon. Red Claw stepped onto the deck. By the railing stood a young man doing tricks with walnuts and cards. The crew was in stitches, but when she appeared, the laughter died. Only Fred shouted a greeting.
Doctor, who is that?
Your husband, Commander. Bob Warrens.
Had he really changed so much? That clever, handsome face, was it really the same she once feared in her dreams? The young man turned to face her, a wicked, mocking grin spreading across his face. He snapped her a cheeky salute, said something to the sailors, and they all burst out laughing. Without a word, Red Claw turned on her heel and stormed off to her cabin, slamming the door behind her with a bang that echoed across the deck. She paced for a long while, agitated and restless. Then she rang the bell.
Send Bob Warrens to me.
Moments later, there was a knock at the door. She straightened her posture.
Come in. Have a seat, Mr. Warrens.
Thank you, senorita.
Why, senorita? I'm a married woman.
That's just a diplomatic status. Doesn't mean much in practice.
Why did you look so dreadful when I last saw you?
Got into a few scuffles earlier. Happens with escaped convicts.
Did you kill Prince Saint Antonio?
Naturally.
And the Regent Fernandez too?
Of course. May I have some more tea?
How many people have you killed?
He paused, as if genuinely calculating.
Hard to say. Not counting the natives, Around 40.
Redclaw stared, mouth open, horrified.
And you could sleep at night?
Only when I was single.
Such charm, wit, elegance, and yet a killer, a pirate's son. The totem and documents made it clear. This was Bob Warren's.
You sound like you're mocking me. I don't know what to believe.
Shall I tell you the one time I lied to you?
When?
When I said I prefer curvy women with dark skin. Not true. I'm tragically drawn to slender blondes, like you.
Before she could reply, he kissed her. Thoroughly. Redclaw froze, maybe in shock, maybe something else. Then she shoved him away.
Pirate scoundrel, yo, how dare you? That was outrageous.
A bit of tenderness between husband and wife. Rare these days, but not unheard of.
He grinned. He was painfully charming in that cadet uniform. He saluted.
Good night, Ana Alvarez.
A strange tension crossed her face. Murderer. Pirate. Thief, she thought. And to her horror, she realized she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Busy Gizzard hadn't left his cabin in days. He was terrified of the prince. That boy tormented him at every turn. Otherwise, he was used as a sort of office manager at the supply depot. Being literate and numerate had its downsides. He was in charge of bookkeeping all the things Dirty Fred embezzled. Around noon, he heard a noise from the adjacent room. He pulled out his revolver and slowly opened the door.
Easy, Gizzard, or I'll flatten you.
Big Buffalo stood beside him.
Well, what do you want?
I need to talk to Wildchild.
How did you get here?
I hid back in Singapore.
This is trouble. Why are you dragging me into it?
Because I trust you. I saved your hide once when 4 Chinese guys tried to beat you to death. You won't betray me.
You think so?
I know so. You're not just grateful. You're also a coward. Now go get Wildchild.
No way. Kill me if you must.
No need to go on. We'll stick with the killing part.
All right. All right. I'm going.
He sulked off. That madman's going to run at him again. He just knew it. When he got up to the deck, he saw the prince. He was sitting on the railing, playing a ukulele and singing, surrounded by sailors. Truth be told, His Majesty had changed a great deal since switching places with Fulig Jimmy. He now displayed behaviors that were completely alien to the noble lineage of St. Antonio, namely, singing and slapping people. He sang and smacked around so charmingly that even crusty old sailors took to him instantly. Redclaw appeared in the doorway of the command cabin. Dirty Fred, who had been turning his back to everyone until now, gave a theatrical bell, like some retired provincial actor overtaken by senile delusions.
Good evening, Redclaw. This rabble isn't quite our kind of company.
Redclaw was uneasy with Fred's loyal devotion. But what could she do?
Warrens, please.
The prince walked over. They strolled along the railing, talking. She spoke. He smiled and nodded, said something in return. Then suddenly, he leapt gracefully into the sea. Everyone froze in shock. Dark fins shimmered in the moonlight. Sharks, chaos, shouting, running.
Get the lifeboat.
Too late.
It's over.
Lower a boat, please.
Only Dirty Fred remained calm. He shouted into the speaking tube.
Slow down. Turn back. Stop.
The boy's head appeared, struggling in the choppy waters. He wasn't much of a swimmer. He might drown before the sharks get him. A lifeboat's rope screeched as it slid down its pulley. Huge fins sparkled not far from the struggling figure. Finished. Redclaw clung to the rail with trembling hands. Above the heads of the stunned crew, something flew through the air. A splash. The captain's bridge stood empty, and a bearded head bobbed in the distance.
Dirty Fred jumped off the bridge. Look, he's swimming. He's reached the boy. His arm sweeps wide, catches him. But those fins are still circling. What kind of devil's luck does this man have?
He carried the prince like a feather,
Take him to my cabin.
but the prince came too quickly. He had just swallowed too much seawater. He stood and shook himself off.
Hey, crazy sir. Around here, staying out of the water is quite the feat.
What you did for me?
Stop yapping. I don't let sharks take a business partner I've invested in. Got it?
He grumbled off to his cabin and downed a bottle of rum. That's the kind of man he was. He'd snatch food from a shark's jaws if it meant profit, but don't expect one drop of sentiment from him. Some say 2 sharks had already turned toward the boy, but swam off disheartened when they saw Fred. That tale of the cautious sharks would echo through harbors for years, and everyone believed it. What led to the leap? Just this.
Let's be sensible. We're arriving soon. What would you do if you were free?
You expect me to reveal my war plans to the enemy?
I'll reveal mine. Maybe we can avoid bloodshed. The British won't help you, Warrens. The Americans are backing our republic and will help us occupy Elmira. What can you do against that?
I don't know.
Drop your ambitions, take $20,000, settle somewhere in South America. You're still young. You could reform.
Possibly. But I think I'm too young for virtue. And I must prevent you from bringing all those criminals to the island.
You can't stop me. You can only serve my plans, even if you object.
You're wrong.
Oh? Then show me, Warrens Bob. What can you possibly do to ruin my plans?
For instance, this.
With that, he vaulted over the railing in a perfect arc. The rest we know. Perhaps he truly wouldn't have minded dying. After all, he was now married. To a commoner, and worst of all, he'd fallen head over heels for her. But when he returned to the deck in dry clothes, he was glad to be alive.
Wild child, come to my cabin, quickly.
What's your plan?
Whoever told you I was an engineer or strategist was a filthy liar.
And what makes you think this will all work out?
There's a God. Please, just come with me.
Are you going to do something or not?
I'll settle in Hawaii. I have a cousin there.
The prince made a threatening move, but then followed him. Inside the cabin, 2 enormous arms crushed him in a bear hug.
Kid, you're alive.
He clasped the prince's fingers awkwardly, like they were unfamiliar objects.
They hurt you?
Not at all. Great guys, we had a blast.
He smiled at the young man. What a fine, handsome lad. If only he'd had a son like this someday.
Listen, you know Red Claw wants to use you for her plans.
The prince turned to Busy Gizzard.
You tell us what to do.
Let's eat something. That never complicates matters.
In 2 days, we'll be near the Isle of Happiness. We'll take a boat and escape. If we reach it, you're safe.
All right, we escape.
No need. The Radzia will take you near the island. Then you may go where you wish.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Warrens, now Princess Street, Antonio, had sent back her dinner untouched and stepped onto the deck. The crew gathered in small, tense groups, and they weren't looking at her kindly.
Doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like duplicity. You all have a problem with me?
We always liked you. But what's happening to Wild Child?
You've changed sides.
If you married him, why are you trying to kill him? We're not saints here. Thieves, pirates, all sorts. But even we believe. Once the priest says the words, don't try to kill your spouse.
Red Claw turned pale and bit her lip.
Why are you hurting Wild Colt?
None of your bloody business. Red Claw and I run this circus.
Rubbish. We want to know what kind of plan you 2 are cooking up.
Red Claw froze. The mood was shifting. Mutiny was in the air. And Dirty Fred? He snapped.
We came together to do business, not to babysit some whiny kid.
There's business with Warrens too, if we back him.
Gentlemen, I thought you trusted me. I thought you liked me.
Well, not since you've been cuddling up with Dirty Fred.
Red Claw turned on her heel and stormed off. Behind her, the deck boiled with rage. Dirty Fred shoved his cap back on his neck.
We've had it with you, you stone-hearted bastard.
You can scream all you like. Doesn't bother me.
He drew his pistol, but before he could aim, a rope looped around him from behind. Down he went. The shot went wide.
Let the bastard die.
Beat him to a pulp.
If the doctor and Petters hadn't fought like tigers to protect the old fox, he'd be done for. When the girl returned with the prince and Big Buffalo, Fred was bound to a vent pipe, bruised and bloodied.
Bob Warrens, we've decided to side with you. And Red Claw, you're our prisoner.
This twist startled His Majesty.
Well, will you kill me? Imprison me?
Not urgent. First, if I really command here, untie the captain.
After a moment, the doctor cut Fred loose. He brushed himself off.
Where's my hat?
From that moment, he vanished again. He had broken ties with the Radzier once more.
Listen, I can't make deals with you. You're rebels. I don't like rebels, and I won't deceive you either. If I reach the island and take power, I'll deport every last one of you.
Silence.
Well, damn.
Red Claw, we didn't know that. Take command again.
Well, will you kill me? Imprison me?
I don't care what happened. The goal justifies the means, but I'll only lead again if you let Bob Warrens go.
That hit like a bomb. Mouths gaped.
Fine, let's keep it fair. Wild Child goes free. Tomorrow evening near the Isle of Happiness, he gets a boat with supplies and can go where he wants.
Thank you. And if no one objects, I'd like to bring Big Buffalo with me.
A thick fog settled over the ship. The prince, in his raincoat and officer's cap, stood calm among the mutineers on the ocean. Finally, everyone saw. This angel-faced boy was a true man.
Maybe we should ask Dirty Fred.
Because once that heartless mutt pulls away, everything stops. They lowered the boat, loaded it with crates, barrels, tarps.
Big Buffalo, bring Busy Gizzard.
That con man, why?
Just bring him. Force if needed.
Buffalo obediently brought the real Trebitch by the neck.
This kid's nuts. Thinks I'm some fortune teller.
Get in or I'll toss you.
Gizzard chose the boat. His Majesty stood gloomily by his beautiful blonde wife. Their relationship had so far been strictly diplomatic.
Anna, I must stress how profoundly indifferent I've always been to curvy women of color.
You joke too much.
And yet, here she was, flushed, teary-eyed, before a man who tried to kill her.
If I win, there's still a solution. Share the throne with me as my true partner.
With you? Never.
As you wish.
Be a pirate's wife? Never.
It's unfair to scorn my noble ancestors, but I suppose I must accept it.
He took her hand. Lord, he'd quietly fallen for his own wife. Who even does that anymore? And then he kissed her. Thoroughly. Red Claw stood, humiliated but silent. The prince disappeared into the misty fog, raincoat glinting, cap shining, and she wept bitterly.
Me as His Majesty, Philip Jimmy the First in his name, Diary 11. Here is such nice and quiet calmness when a man reach the outdoors and go down the hillside. Some bird is laugh between the trees with 3 same voice all the time. I don't know why, but I get sad from this. Here is some doom, some fate hanging from the air, and it hurts my heart. Folks is working peacefully, and then boom! Danger falls from the clear sky like it grow out of the dirt. And there is 2 pieces of English torpedo smasher boats in the port, and say not a single word. Now I goes find this Warrens, and with my iron stick I will poke his head if it empty, or got any brain inside. This is my due to my people and my ancestries, who sure look down at me time to time from the heavenly jailhouse. I follow them cursed rail tracks. I see the flash photographer guy. He is standing outside, picking his tooth. "Evening, your majestic," he says. "Evening, citizen," I says. I put your royal photo in the window like a banner, he says. What for? You ain't no restaurant, I says. I look. There I am, big as life under glass with a revolver. A monarch in full self-defense pose. I will buy this, I says. Majesty, you ain't for sale? Even Sir Egmont offered me a bunch of thingies to hang his picture, but the law say I don't gotta. You don't gotta. The picture's a nice age older of the king. I think before I go traveling, I will sadly has to steal this photo. Forced. But what miracle I see in the window. There's Polino the fireman, the bridge lodger, and Egmont, who is now dice existed. They imitate the court. I liked it. Well, good night, Firmin citizen, I says. I go. Somewhere far out on the sea must have been a big storm, 'cause now the fog is rolling into the island all slow and ghosty. I knew I gotta find the ghost captain, who is now nobody but Warren's Bob. Where the forest is and the natives are. There. Wet trees slap my face, even though it weren't raining. The ground goes squish squish under my feet, and more fog come all the time, and I had to cough. 'Cause here in the jungle, it's extra suffocating from all the breathin' tropical trees. A smartsy science guy said this, who was priest once in the Aden prison. But then I heard steps. To the side, I can't see nothing really good, but something is moving. Got him. A sailor cap's shiny buckle gleamed in the white moon fog. Must be the ghost captain. Warren's Bob, the shape coming right this way between the trees and the fog. Shiny again. Wet cap visor, a captain's visor. I give him one solid whack with the iron stick right on the top. He don't even say pardon, just goes knockout. Try copy this any Peter the Great or Louis the whatever. I threw the feller on my shoulder and carried him. Straight to the secret back door of the Citadella. Up the stairs, down the corridor, into my room, and whoomp! I tossed the dead weight on the floor. Holy sainted God. The one I banged was His Royal Highness, the real Prince St. Antonio of Singapore. And I hit him so good there's barely any life left inside.
His Majesty's rowboat was making its way through the hot, misty ocean, heading toward the island. Pulling that heavy thing wasn't easy, and Trebitch was groaning with every stroke.
What do we do when we reach the shore?
We whisper a prayer of thanks.
Listen here, Trebitch. If it turns out you've tricked me, you'll regret it.
I told you he's not normal.
His Majesty looked out toward the blurry outline of an exotic island slowly emerging through the fog.
The only thing I regret is not settling things with that scoundrel Fred.
You didn't miss your chance.
And with that, Dirty Fred emerged from behind a pile of crates stacked at the bow. For a moment, they all stared at him in stunned silence. Big Buffalo's jaw dropped open.
Well, what are you staring at?
Let's settle this once and for all, Fred.
I spit on you. I only came for business.
What kind of filthy business could you have with Warren's Bob?
Fred scratched his head under his cap.
Tell me, Buffalo, what's in that skull of yours instead of brains? You seriously think this boy is Warren's?
If he's not, then who the devil is he?
His Royal Highness, Prince of St. Antonio? Hey, look at that genius. He just dropped the oar.
You're St. Antonio?
Yes, my friend. And you deserve double the reward for your loyalty, since you had no idea.
And he deserves to be beheaded twice for trying to murder you.
Fred was fiddling with a stubby little pipe.
What do you say to that, Captain?
Me? Oh, nothing. I know His Highness will surely hand me $10,000 and maybe make me some kind of baron for rescuing him from the killer buffalo over there. Anyone got a long needle?
When exactly did you rescue His Majesty from my hands?
When you tried to strangle him. I'd just arrived at the Four Butchers' Hall, told them His Majesty had humiliated me, and I hated him. You immediately rushed to his defense, and that's exactly what I wanted. So don't bother beheading me twice, sire. Once is enough. I do have a heart.
Are you saying you did all this for my benefit?
That was my policy from the beginning. When they took you away to kill you, I was thrilled, because I knew they'd bring you back, just to spite me. Then I started loving Red Claw, and I loved her so much. Everyone else started hating her and rebelled, because my love kills, corrupts, and ruins lives.
Brilliant. But why side with me in the end?
Because I knew Bob Warrens was already dead.
What? When did that happen?
When I stabbed him.
It was already late at night by the time they reached the island. They lit a fire on the beach and rested a little.
Now tell us everything, Captain. Where exactly did you kill Warren's Bob?
On the Honolulu Star. Captain Worth, British Naval Intelligence, had taken over the ship in Port Suez. He's an old acquaintance. I used to be a naval officer, you see.
You, a naval officer?
Yeah, worked my way down from there. Worth caught me hiding in the hold, but he let me stay, on one condition: keep my eyes open. Later, Fulig Jimmy's business ventures required him to poison passengers from time to time, and the ship got quarantined. That played perfectly into the hands of someone who wanted to kill Prince Regent Fernandez. Under quarantine rules, there's no autopsy, no investigation, just a quick burial.
But I received special exemption via telegram from Singapore.
Right. That would have been a problem for the killer. Warren's Bob snuck aboard the ship. He didn't flee south toward Elmira. He headed north to Port Suez and waited for your ship. He walked the foggy deck at night in a long coat and naval cap. People thought he was Captain Worth, or maybe a ghost. When Jimmy asked for help, I ran into Warren's myself. He pulled a pistol. I pulled a knife. Then he died.
And you're sure it was really him?
He had his own wanted poster on him, with photo. Prince Regent Fernandez's body was also on deck. So I strapped Warren's to the stretcher, and that's who they tossed overboard. I took Fernandez's corpse back to the cabin, where Jimmy later tripped over him. That must have got Jimmy thinking. He came to me, begged me to throw the body out again. He waited outside. I went in, and the body was gone.
I took it. I walked in by accident, saw the corpse, and hid it in my cabin. Next day, when Professor Palmerston arrived, I asked him to take Fernandez's body to Singapore. A medical ship took it. Most likely, it ended up on the Elmira yacht, embalmed and returned home.
They sat in silence. A cockatoo shrieked in the sticky night.
Fernandez had a fine life, but a real messy death.
And what happened to Captain Worth?
He handed over command in Singapore and followed Jimmy to make sure he didn't do anything stupid as king. He never believed Warrens was dead. Thought I'd tied a missing cabinet to the stretcher instead. Actually, I did throw the cabinet overboard later, wrapped in a sheet, just to calm Jimmy down. If that bum hadn't locked me in a crate, I'd have taken your highness to Tahiti. That one-day delay is what caused the whole mess.
And me? What was I in all of this?
You were a great big oaf.
And soon after, without any escort, His Majesty set out alone to reclaim his ancestral throne in the citadel. Though before departing, Fulig Jimmy gave him a solid smack on the head. His Excellency arrived in Elmira Harbor aboard the American cruiser and waited for the Radzier. That afternoon, Admiral Red Claw and His Excellency paid a visit to the British ship, where they had a cordial meeting with Admiral Parker.
So you're saying Prince St. Antonio is dead?
Yes.
That's dreadful. I truly like that young man. In any case, Warrens is going to leave this island with a cracked skull.
Admiral, Bob Warrens is my husband. Please, I ask you to consider that. Should you arrest him?
Senorita, rest assured. No decision about Bob Warrens will be made without your input.
And what about the bigger picture?
If it turns out that some vagabond is sitting on the throne, the home fleet won't lift a finger to defend his reign.
So how do we resolve this?
I've requested an audience with His Majesty. I know him well. I believe I can confirm his identity to everyone's satisfaction.
We'll take your word for it.
Later that day, an officer arrived on board and delivered an invitation. His Majesty would receive Admiral Parker, his American counterpart, and former President Alvarez with his daughter that evening at the Royal Palace. The great hall of the Royal Palace glittered with the full brilliance of its chandeliers. The courtiers in full-dress uniforms stood stiff as pallbearers at a royal funeral.
Do you really believe that vagabond will show his face here?
But Anna wasn't listening. Her gaze was fixed somewhere beyond the present. She looked lost. Suddenly, all eyes turned to the doorway. A delegation entered, led by a white-bearded captain in a brand-new naval uniform. Dirty Fred. And he wasn't alone. Behind him came Moonlight Charlie, the doctor, Cannibal Baby, and Big Buffalo. Never in the long history of St. Antonio Castle had such a gang crossed its threshold. Conscious of their painfully clumsy finery, they stood there awkwardly.
A pleasure to meet you, sir. I've heard a great deal about you. Where did you earn all those medals?
At the Simon Arts Department store.
Faces were tense with anticipation. A hush fell over the room. Then the silence was broken by the noble drawl of Gomperez Hidalgo.
His Majesty, the King.
Two officers stepped in with crisp formality. Then came the sound of swift, confident footsteps. His Majesty appeared, smiling, the world's youngest field marshal. From the back of the room came a startled murmur.
The wild child.
But no one paid it any mind. Everyone was watching Admiral Parker approach the king.
Your Majesty, I'm truly honored to welcome you to your empire.
But just then, chaos erupted. Ana Alvarez had fainted. When she came to, her weary head rested against a golden epaulette. They were alone in a quiet little salon.
Anna, I hope you have no objections to my family anymore.
You made a fool of me.
Well, if you want a divorce, you certainly have a solid reason. Before our wedding, I told you I was a multiple murderer. Later, it turned out I'd misled you. So, will you divorce me?
Anna didn't reply. She seemed deep in thought, but her head remained on his shoulder, and as she pondered, His Majesty kissed her, with his usual thoroughness. Dirty Fred was granted a private audience in the royal widow's apartments.
Don't cry, Helena. That boy of yours, he'll make it all worthwhile.
I suffered so much. After all, he's your son. I feared he'd take after his father.
Well, he didn't turn into water, did he? He never needs to know he isn't a real Saint Antonio by blood. What good would it do?
Tell me, Theodore, was it you who killed Fernandez?
No, that was the Americans. A Secret Service captain took care of him. Fernandez had made a deal with Warrens. He hated having an adopted Saint Antonio on the throne, preferred Warrens, who would have allowed weapons shipments to pro-Japanese Chinese rebels. So the Americans removed him.
They sat in silence.
God bless you, Helena.
Where are you going, Theodore?
To the sea.
She lowered her gaze to the carpet.
Have you forgiven me?
Silence. Then slowly she looked up. The room was empty. Dirty Fred, the captain, had slipped away quietly, and she never saw him again. Letter from Fulig Jimmy to the monarch.
Written like here in San Francisco by my own royal hand after the end of my ruling ship. Dearest King Sir, honored Mama of His Majesty, and Her Majesty the respected wife. Your latest upsent royal letter arrived today, and I unsealed it with own fingers. Now I answer with humble informations. With regard to your kind invitage that I should relocate to your court for a peaceful lifestyle, which your Majesty would care for, I must answer with most sorrow. Because inactivity is heavy burden for me. I'm a man of the city, even if not registered, which is just a formal nonsense. but a city man cannot easily adjust to countryside. And a small island, no matter how small, is still royal court, not the world of high life. Still, I remember fondful my glorious ruling ship, which bringed blossom to the nation. I would not be surprised if in Elmira they age up my golden age, and on the main square I see my statue while just casually walking. Because the people locked me in their hearts, and good thing it's not literal, or they'd need to glue a paper bag over it, like in other lockings. I visited the clubs in Singapore. Not what it was. Vanek got caught lifting something and got thieved. I think he'd like it if your majesty write him some lines. Let Vanek see that you not forget your friends when they get into trouble. Also, Busy Gizzard told me to write that, if majesty have any funds to spare, maybe could return him the $2.50 what he covered on your majesty's behalf when paying back Tulipan, our mutual friend. Because, he says, a king can't make debts, but we kings know. That ain't true. Still, when was Gizzard ever sitting on a throne? Here everything's not like before. Quiet and boring now. Poor Marrow got double-sided shot and died, though I warned him that Hobo Fisher escaped. I'm telling you, it's all dull now, so I went to Hong Kong straight away, as I had no business there neither. And such things I handle personally. Currently, I'm in San Francisco in same matter. If your majesticness would be so kind, I left my knife inside a gentleman named Furman. It's buried next to the speed photography machine. If someday you stroll by there and got no state matters brewing, dig up the fellow and fetch out my knife. It's not a special knife, just one with a clamshell handle. Easy to recognize. But only if your majesty really wants to. No pressure. The unfortunate death happened thusly. When I tossed your majesty down to the ground and then panicked what I'd done, I didn't even get time to revive because the haunting captain showed up. Worth. He's the one commanded the Nono Holashtar Lulu ship. And he pulled a revolver. The time has come, Jose, says he. You must leave. Fast. Who are you? I ask smartly. I'm Captain Worth. From the Secret Services, a motorboat is waiting for you in the port. It'll take you to Tahiti, and he also gave me monies. Thank you, Your Majesty, for also sendings. Money is the one good where more is better. When I left, I thought I'd pick up my photo from Furman. But when I peeped in the window, oh boy. There was that dead-faced old lady, knocked out cold, but still alive somehow because I watered her. Sir, she whispered, he killed me. Furman. The shares? Turned out Furman and the lady were shareholders under President Alvarez's time. When the president got booted out, the share prices dropped like a fish out of water. But Egmont and Gomperek came to photograph them and said they'd buy those worthless shares. Furman sold his, cheap, but the lady said hers is a keepsake, so only his shares got bought. Then Polino came for pictures, but no shares were left, so he's alive today. But why, who knows? Then the mourning cousins, including Egmont, learned from Bonifac the prisoner that Alvarez is coming back with his army, and they'll have to flee. So they bought all the cheap old shares, hoping they'd become rich again. But when Furman found out Alvarez is returning, he went bananas. Regretted selling his shares for peanuts. Egmont fired him. Gomperek ditto. So Furman killed them both. Figured Warrens would get the blame. Then he whacked the lady with the skull face and robbed her of her share papers. When I stood up from next to the injured lady, was just in time. Furman came back for some reason and tried to bash me from behind. But I already stood, so he missed. Then came a short gymnastics session, followed by burial, signed personally. But I left the knife inside the photographer. My bad. With that, I end this letter with deepest respect. To Your Majesty, your beloved Mama Her Majesty, and Her Royal Highness your wife. Kisses to hands. Written below here. Former colleague, the once Fulig Jimmy, own-handedly.
Even today in Elmira, people remember fondly Fulig Jimmy, the first monarch in the world who drank on first-name basis with his people. And still in effect is the Lex Fulig 193. Section 1. on mandatory simplicity of outer appearance in the Crown Council, which states that participants must attend council sessions in stockings. The Big Buffalo stayed in Elmira as His Majesty's bodyguard and had a good life there. And what about Dirty Fred? Some say he was spotted in Alaska recently, running a gambling den in the land of eternal snow. The gold diggers reportedly plan to lynch him, but by the time they get to it, Fred's likely far away, his mind sharp as a cutlass. There was once a rumor that he died, but then it turned out he was the captain of a rusty tugboat that, during a terrible storm, rescued the luxury steamer Tokyo Maru from a reef, saving 50 passengers. Later, the passengers noticed all their valuables had mysteriously disappeared. Since then, he's been seen in Canton, Trieste, or Rio de Janeiro, grumpy, alone, like a wandering ghost of the ports. And few know, somewhere beneath the shabby clothes and torn shirt, there still beats a heart that once could love, feel sorrow, and worry.